Alright, let me pull it up. Thank God, God bless. This came up an hour ago. I even told myself, I was like, there's no way they uploaded this shit in time, right? Like, surely it's just another flashback moment where it's like, I'm gonna have to watch a Twitch VOD. Doesn't seem like, or even Texas Showdown, I think, had to watch as a Twitch VOD, but don't have to. Skip around. I don't know how edited this is, but I would imagine it's probably like minimal editing. My guess would be that probably just cut out ad breaks, but everything else is probably in. Okay. All I remember off the top of my head is that it definitely felt like when I watched this set, Cade just overextended like a little too much into Slayer. Slayer's the kind of character that will beat you for overextending. Like, pretty handily, honestly, because he gets a lot of value out of you getting close to him. Obviously, getting close to him is like necessary to kill him, but how fast you do it and how hard you commit when doing it is like a big factor. But to me, on paper, I still believe it's like a weird matchup for Slayer. I'm sure he has plenty of tools and his risk reward is there. That tends to be like the story of Slayer anytime people talk about his matchups. But I just think like up front, there are some nice things that Leo has access to that can be a little annoying for Slayer. At least the way that he normally plays. Oh, it was a big misinput, Andy. He's also one of those characters, this worked out, but I can't think of like a good reason not to do Big X here if you're Leo. I think it is actually probably worth doing Big X here because it's really easy to wiggle out of non-meaty projectile. So like you really want to at least shut down a lot of the immediate shenanigans, especially because this is, I think, like well spaced if you just don't move. If you do H boom like right here, I think you're out of the range of like BDC Gold Burst, which would be like the main concern, right? Obviously, if you're too close, then BDC Gold Burst will actually hit you, and they will get 100 bar, and that is pretty bad. But I would say that this is like it works out, but I think Big X is like definitely like a thing I would just take a lot as Leo, right? He's gonna wiggle out of my pressure, sure, but at least that's a little bit harder to do than just like a consistent reversal timing. Obviously, Slayer has different wake ups, but that's not really the point. Good escape on the corner. I like that Scud didn't like mess around with anything too weird. They just kind of reset. 6p whiffing is actually pretty lucky. Low-key. Yeah, I think you have to know that this is probably going to happen as Leo. I feel like this is one of those moments where, like, if I was Leo, I would be more hesitant about just ripping this because the natural gap seems very abusable. Like, not even necessarily like that all the time. It's just in general. Like, something to consider. That was maybe Big X or Little X, Y, or Z. Yeah, you never want to burst. Slayer is one of the more burstable characters. Sometimes you have to wait a little bit longer, right? Because obviously this pickup is just burst safe. He does this. If you burst, it's gonna get blocked. If you don't burst, close slash will be fast enough after under pressure to pick up naturally. So it is just like a naturally burst safe route. Slayer trades a little bit of damage, I guess, but it's probably not that drastic if I had to guess. And it's a consistent route. Now you have to eat like a full-on like 5H punish, right? Knockdown. I like that. I like that quite a bit, actually. I think it's nice to represent something like this early on as Slayer. I think this is a really good decision to represent here because the meter is never gonna really go away no matter what on their end, right? The biggest thing that Cade has going for them at this point in stealing this round is that they have a lot of meter, right? And so it's gonna be easy to like bypass a lot of situations where you would normally have to be more respectful as any character. So to tell yourself, like, if I do Stomp YRC, like, it's going to safely meaty probably all the reversals. I'm not, like, 100% on if it would be Weapon X, but I think it would, probably, because you're doing it so early. But the big thing is, like, honestly, this into blocking is fine, right? Because the way you look at it is the slowdown will essentially solve everything for you. And what I mean by that is, like, right here, you can see Leo flash kicking. And so you know that you should just block. And you actually should just block. Even if, like, full backdash, let's say, could dodge it. I guess dodging it would lead to a punish and you'd kill. But normally, I would say, like, just getting the bar out of the way is fine. If you can get rid of that bar, I think this round becomes, like, unlosable. Right? You might still have to, like, spend a burst to do it or something like that if you get unlucky and lose an interaction. But I do think that once this happens, this round is, like, very hard to lose as Slayer. Right? You have plenty of health and a burst, and Leo is not a character that can easily, like, squeak. Most of the casts cannot, like, consciously avoid burst through the rest of your HP the whole way and just keep being, right? Like, especially a character like Leo. Right? I think, like, even if you end up blocking here, it's fine. And especially because you're Slayer. Like, you're probably just waiting around for, like, this anyway, right? Good read to do immediate second Rekka, by the way. To call out off of bar slash. Immediately call out the Dandy. It was actually kind of greedy, I think, to Dandy here. I mean, it's easy to say that in retrospect, but I think once you IB this, I think you can just do backdash, jump, air dash back, and press a button. And I don't think there's, like, that much Leo can do about it except commit to instant air dash. And if you commit to instant air dash there as Leo, you have to think about it from the Leo's perspective. If they IAD, it's not that they can't, but if they IAD and you crouch, 5P will punish it and Leo will die, like, 100%. Like, there's no way a full, like, 5P route doesn't just kill Leo, even at this much health, probably. It's usually such a good starter. Like, maybe he lives, but I kind of doubt it. But I think representing that early is, like, it was, like, unnecessary. I think you can wait a little longer and maybe go for like a different way of getting out, or just be more reactionary here, like, in general, like, fish for a couple instant blocks. This far slash in general, like, doesn't really lead to much if you wait, honestly. Like, it can go into 5H, and then 5H would just be another chance for you to, like, instant block, and then you just do, like, backdash there instead. Like, you can kind of wait a lot of this shit out if it's not going to lead to, like, immediate throw. An immediate throw will be scary, but it also will probably not be the end of the world. You can be wrong on a lot of interactions here because of how much health you have, as long as you don't mash into things and get counter hit, basically, is, like, what it boils down to. It's not like it's the worst thing ever. Like, I've been in that spot too, where you just do the easiest thing in your head, and so you get punished, and then you're kind of like, whatever, like, I'll leverage my burst. We'll go back to neutral. I think you don't have a reason yet to engage here as Slayer. Like, this aggressively. Obviously, you know, you kind of have to win the round, but I think all of these are unironically very, like, you should instant block all of these, I think, if you're Slayer. Because at the end of the day, like, you kind of only need maybe, like, 25 bar to really, like, hold your own defensively versus Leo as any character. And you don't want to... You have a health lead, so I think, like, even if they have the advantage and resources on meter, I still don't really think you have an actual reason to do anything. You can just approach slowly, like they're doing, but instead of being, like, randomly aggressive or doing things like this, like, those instant blocks are good. Leo can't, unless he Roman cancels these, like, they don't lead to anything. These aren't, like, plus on block or anything. Like, if you instant block these right here, it's probably roughly neutral. Leo might even be a little minus at this distance, right? Like, I don't really know the frame advantage, but I know that blocking these is fine. And if they're doing the YRC, like, this 5H wouldn't really save you, potentially. Like, they would probably just wait it out if they were patient and didn't swing into the active frames, right? That, like, this is, like, a little too, like, this is, like, overly aggressive. I guess the idea is basically this. I'm gonna just whip 6P and then create more frame disadvantage, but that's not really true because, like, this hit what was supposed to be flash kick is my guess. It looked like here. Looked like it was whiff into... I would be surprised if this was supposed to be H boom. But we'll never know. If the round gets cleaned up. Still solid. I like that they bursted. I like people that just take a burst point, right? You have multiple rounds, like the resource will come back. The longer you hold it, the more complicated you make your life, I think. Especially because like you're in such a good spot to just win the round here. As Slayer, that eating a little bit of damage, it's not that much damage. It's like half of the current HP you have, and the next hit shouldn't kill you. Unless it's a really big hit. You'll live with only enough HP that you're, like, potentially gonna die to chip. But you still don't die. And that's, I think, important to acknowledge. But waiting for here and then just winning one more interaction, I think, is a good mentality to have with the game. It's not right or wrong. I just think it's usually, like, the safest is how I look at it. It's the safest way to approach winning rounds just via what resources you have. Like, don't overthink it. A lot of preemptive pokes coming out right away. I mean, 5k is like pretty lopsided in terms, not lopsided, but it's easy to stick out and it's hard to punish consistently, especially for a lot of meaningful value for most characters. It's a good button for Slayer. It's one of those where that's kind of all it is how I think of it. It's a really good button. But having a really good button kind of just scales on like how much somebody actually has to run into it, I guess. But yeah, I would say like right away it's a lot of like being slightly minus into like gambling, which makes sense if you're Slayer. I think if I was Cade, I would just be a little more patient and look for specific openings when I see that kind of thing. I like this, yeah, right? Like, this is why I like this. I think technically maybe Slayer could have wiggled out here, like maybe, because this doesn't look close enough that you could stop like backdash jump still. But either way, this is just a really consistent way to start offense. I've noticed in this matchup a lot. Right? Like, it's not about getting a mix-up or, like, even just a ton of guaranteed pressure. It's really just starting safely. Not a lot of characters can do this. Am I, like, the thinker of Exerd? Not really. I think I'm just a thinker and I play Exerd. Call me the thinker of Exerd would be kind of, like, too much, I think. I just stream a lot of what I think about, I guess. There's a difference. Oh, that was a misinput, probably. Yeah. Good jump out. I like when Slayers do, like, Crocs is probably the most notable at this, where, like, this is a really easy, safe option to just default to as Slayer. You don't have to pick, right? You don't have to pick, like, an actual follow-up. You can just keep that. And then throw punishes are, like, very small a lot of the time. Oh my god, I can't believe that she ripped the 5H. Because you can see the pushback right here. So I'm really surprised that she still ripped the 5H even on whiff. I would leave back turn. The moment I see Slayer go up here, I would probably exit back turn. I'm, you know, like, I don't have, like, a, yes, for sure, you should do this kind of, like, who won this set? Scud wins this set. Yeah, I think you leave back turn, not even obviously because like this interaction can happen. It's really more, I think, the fact that Leo does fine in like front turn whenever I picture him in neutral versus Slayer. Like you have the ability to just kind of like hold a couple projectiles. You have the ability to like hold a couple projectiles in neutral that can like back you up. A lot of your approach options can whiff cancel. Like being actionable like with a block specifically is nice so that you don't have to like interrupt Mappa. I think it's one of those where like I think back turn isn't wrong. I just find that you have more control. Like back turn is kind of scrambly in general because things like Mappa make it, or like dash cancels in general, scare you into having to press like S preemptively a lot, or backdash, or rip counter on reaction. Like all of those things from Slayer kind of like force responses from Leo, but Slayer doesn't really have to commit. In theory, like I think 2H can just outspace like everything in back turn if you walked up to it, and it's not like back turn's gonna run at you. So I think it was like unnecessary is the way I would put it. It doesn't kill, but it's really close. I'm surprised that they didn't. I think you can get more out of that now. I might be like overestimating how wide Slayer or Leo is. I'll trust their intuition, because right here I'm wondering if you don't just do 2H immediately, like not even 5H, so that you reduce the pushback by cutting out the 5H. But More like if you do 2H, like, does 5k, JK not pick up into J2k, I wonder? That's what I would think. But, I mean, this is fine. It's not like they got, like, a tiny punish. It was pretty substantial. That should be it. Yeah. That burst, by the way, coming back to haunt Cade a lot because they went, like, the rest of the game without getting one, I want to say, right? Yeah. This is why it's important to make sure they make contact. I mean, obviously it's easy to just say that. Like, everybody wants their burst to connect. But my point is that, like, that extra whiff forces you to not get... I think it's 25. It's like 25 or 30 that you get back. Did I go to Combo Breaker? No, I didn't. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Like, this is where you would normally be if it just made contact in general. You'd be at, like, roughly this much burst. Like, Cade plays the rest of that round and gets kind of back to, like, the default. But in general, right, like, having that extra time was kind of brutal. Also, like, they just literally ate a punish. That whiff burst, like, redefined, I think, the rest of the game. And it's obvious, like, that they did, but I think it does it more than people think. It does it more, like, enough to the point that, like, I really do think people should just relax and tell themselves, like, I know it sucks, but if I'm not literally gonna die, I can wait around for a burst point. Like, a visible, like, confirmable burst point. Slayer has quite a few. And the flash kick was just a lot of impatience, I'd imagine, on their end. I'm low-key surprised you don't flash kick again here. I feel like I would maybe just flash kick. But only because it's game 1 and you're already basically gonna lose. I would do the flash kick again. But again, it's easy to just say that shit in retrospect. Trying to fish for Mappa is my guess. This is a very, like, please run into me type of button with Leo. You're fishing for the counter hit or even the trade and you get a combo. Which is okay, I guess. The only thing, my only issue with this, it seems like it would only really catch Mappa. And I don't know, like, what else it's catching. But you are notably minus after it. That's a good, that's a good 6p. I think in general, so far across the rounds, there's been kind of, like, a really apparent trend of, like, Cade kind of just wants to, like, back up and space a button and have Slayer, like, block it. And Scud is kind of just moving slowly forward and, like, not armoring, but, like, essentially anti-airing the ground poke, right? Like, counter poking it with 6p is what it actually is. And I think in response to that shit, you just get a little more aggressive as Leo, right? That kind of, like, this situation, I think the backdash itself is fine, but I think moving forward here and, like, really forcing Slayer to block something that can't be counter poked is, like, important. Like, you would be dashing up right there and you would probably stuff the 6p, right? Obviously, you don't really want to swing into Dandy Step, but the way I look at it is just because you have a tool that is probably relatively safe and kind of strong into most things, which I would imagine, like, Bar Slash and Space 5H are like that a lot for Leo. Even though you have them, the Slayer playing explicitly around them means, like, you have to engage with the rest of their character too. Right? That's, like, where the matchup, like, evolves. Okay. She gets a bit greedy, it looks like. She goes for, like, meaty Mappa. Well, actually, I don't remember. I think Scud is she pronouns, but we'll they them for, like, sake of being gender neutral. But they go for like an attempt at a meaty Mappa so that they can get a bigger pickup is my guess. Or they were just down to scramble. Right? I don't really, like, can't really get, like, anything else out of this. But I do think there's an argument that you maybe don't want to be this close to people when you do the 6p, right? Like, if you had just done the 6p off of the first 6p without the Mappa, then you're not close enough for tech buttons to punish you. And in fact, Cade actually misses, like, a pretty, like, important interaction to know, low-key, versus Slayer, which is anytime he kind of, like, bounces you off the ground, but, like, ends in something like Mappa, right? Pretty much this exact situation. Anytime Slayer is not gonna nail a knockdown and you're incentivized to maybe tech buttons, if you don't tech, right, like this, and they 6p you, it often hits you on the ground. Like, it OTGs you right after. And Slayer's almost always minus here. Like, people's punishes are, like, vary probably. Like, I don't know for sure if Leo can get something there. But if they do autopilot this 6p, you don't want to neutral tech. You actually do want to tech buttons into them, because as you can see, like, Slayer's like barely recovered by the time you'd be like teching into him to press a button. It would be essentially like impossible to avoid blocking. Like, I guess you could immediately dandy, but most Slayers don't like the moment they recover. They usually wait and hold space. Airborne hit and wasn't ready for it. I think at this point you do just wait. I mean, it kind of works out. Like Scud ends up spending like more resources here, right? I think they could have honestly just kept doing the 6H forever, because worst case you get flash kicked, but you probably just like wiggle out of whatever Oki Cade would have gotten versus anybody else off the flash kick. So like, I think you're incentivized to just keep going, especially because like this won't really lead. Like, Slayer doesn't do actual mix-ups out of his block strings too frequently. It's pretty rare. I mean, like, I guess you can count like 6k and like the occasional like it's late might hit somebody, but it's really more just the fact that he like cranks the fuck out of your guard bar if you block forever. But I think if you're a cade, I think I would honestly maybe just wait and eat a throw or something and then RPS after, and if I'm wrong first, just because the risk is so cranked that like if you eat a random 2H or something here, which can absolutely happen. Right, like if this happens and they kind of like space out and they do like backdash 2H, you will get counter hit. The 6H will also counter hit and you will start to die. And you're gonna burst, but I think the idea is like at least eating a throw and then being wrong in certain ways takes a little bit longer, right? You can like wiggle around eating that upfront damage, at least a little bit. But it kind of works out because like this is a lot of just nothing. Like it's like a nothing burger. This is what I was gonna say too, is that if Slayer ever gets pushed back a little too far on any trade or anything like that, then you can just shove this out. And at the very least, it'll force distance between the two of you, and then you can obviously like help or something like this. Well, I'm surprised no low there. I think it's nice to represent a low there. I don't think you would get thrown here. Like, I think this is a really underrated thing that I think especially a character like Leo who gets jump ins and things like this needs to like consider in this moment. It's a lot about being more comfortable with your general Gatlings, I think, because she makes contact here and then she forces the block, and right here a lot of people don't really assess the situation properly. Most people should realize that the opponent has the frame advantage to jail there. Like Leo 100% can force you to block his crouching jab or standing jab, right? He probably can't 2k you or 2s you, right? An immediate low would be throwable. And I think that people have a habit of seeing, oh, I instant blocked something on the way to the ground, but they don't have a good sense for the actual frame advantage of it. So they guess a little too early, right? And if you look, if she had thought about that situation in advance, and I say this in general because there's not that much of a trade-off like a lot of the times for most characters. But if you get a hit like this, I think most characters, especially like the pressure-oriented ones, are incentivized to like make sure you jail them with your fastest button and then pick a low afterwards. Here, I would probably assume Leo would prefer 2S. I think I would probably prefer as Leo doing like 2P 2S instead of like 2P 2K. 2K seems like it's gonna have like, even if it hits, it feels like it's probably gonna hit weird, and you would only maybe get like 2K /2D, if even, you know. But I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure 2S 6K is always like a combo, and you can probably lock in the 2S 6K and then see what happens. Obviously, from that point, it depends on if they instant block to create like a guaranteed gap between the potential Rekka cancel. But my point really is, if you know that people have a tendency to do that, you can see it. You can quite literally see it, I think, in this example, that Scud stands up. That's probably a throw attempt. A lot of people like autopilot this kind of defense a lot on accident early on, because throws are so hard to punish normally. And if you don't think about it, it's easy to miss opportunities like this. But like 2P, 2S would have cooked here. And even if you don't want to commit on the 2P, 2S, you can just end on the frame advantage, and that's fine, I think, a lot of the times as Leo. In fact, I think it links on standing hit, but I honestly don't remember. But either way, you're probably too far for like the jab link on the 2S there. And unless you set it up somehow, but I doubt it. But either way, I think that idea to me is what stands out. Like you can get a hit there, and you don't have to change anything too crazy in your pressure. You just have to remember how to use lows to abuse people that are like looking for throws probably, or just any kind of like fuzzy jump or backdash input or anything like that, right? But alas, like they end up just getting hit, kind of resetting to neutral. This is part of what I think makes Leo good in this matchup, in my opinion, is like the fact that you can end up in a situation like this where Leo is plus on hit here, right? And normally Slayer's like, who cares? Like, you're not plus enough to jail dash, right? And so a lot of other characters with frame advantage kind of suffer that issue of like, okay, he's going to dash through my offense and he's going to end up behind me. But this auto-correcting is huge for Leo. I know that this is a very level 1 thing in the matchup, but the fact that it exists means that Slayer can't just do the things that he's used to all the time, right? Now you get a big hit. Scud has been a little early on this burst, technically. It most of the time doesn't matter in practice, but technically if you look real close, like, they've been kind of quick on it before. Like, you wouldn't really react to the animation like this fast. You can see the input's already been locked in. Like, they're already bursting before there's actual visual confirmation of third Rekka. And that's kind of dicey. Usually I think you want to be more careful about it. I think I wait for the later hit. And sometimes I think people overthink it. I think Slayer actually specifically is the character that can kind of get away with it more. Where, one, if they're going to RRC, like, sometimes bursting a little earlier than the actual burst point is helpful because like they're setting up the reaction and it happens so fast that they don't get it. And if you do it later, it's a lot easier to react to. But honestly, the punish isn't even that crazy. I know that sounds insane to say, to be like, yeah, it's okay, like let them bait your burst, but it's not free. It does technically cost them 50 bar. And I think if Slayer can have a like even just say like 20% of his health, he's probably fine to make a comeback low-key. But either way, it's fine. They haven't gotten their bait burst that I just pointed out because usually you wait a lot longer. You wait for like the animation, like you wait for Leo to be kind of like in this point when you burst him. Like the animation kind of has to look like that, and then when you see Leo stand up like that, then you hit burst. So it's a later burst than what they were doing. What a whiff punish. Again, kind of like the same thing, I think. Of it looks a lot like Cade is just like, I hope that you map out or do a thing and run into this. Like, oh, you didn't, I guess I'll just space 5H, right? They're not necessarily bad decisions. Like, I can see why they're good versus a character like Slayer. But if Scud is focusing on doing things, look how far this pile bunker is from. Like, if you don't press anything here, if you don't press 5H here, this doesn't hit. Right? So in other words, like even if you just stood still, like that pile bunker would probably miss. Right? But the idea is it's almost like a counter poke in neutral, right? Like Scud is just looking to intercept like things like this. With the idea being like, okay, like if I whiff pile bunker, it's actually kind of hard to punish compared to if you block it, right? That doesn't mean like, okay, it should run up and block, but the takeaway is like, even though they are being respectful of the fact, like she's being respectful of the fact that she's minus and she's kind of picking things oriented around that. In other words, like, oh, I'm a little minus, but I see you back up, but I want to cover the approach, right? Like I see the thought process that she's going for, but the thing is that Scud hasn't actually approached, right? They've looked like they're trying to approach like every time, but they haven't. They just kind of get a little bit closer every time. Right, and then they hang out in this range like right outside of where Cade is sticking shit out, and then they try to get bigger hits like this, where even though it seems unintuitive, like being more aggressive when you recognize that, look how slow Scud is moving, right? Being more aggressive and running forward with things like bar slash, or you know, like maybe 5k, or even just like dash into FD break and then you approach right after, are all like pretty valid. You need to be closer and kind of actually force them to block what you want here, I think, if you're Cade. And also, like, you think about it from the other perspective of, you do get to be kind of wrong quite a bit versus Slayer when you run at him. As anybody, by the way. Like, it's not just Leo, but the idea is 5k is just a good button. It's a really good button. but it doesn't lead to knockdowns without bar, at least not usually. You have to be very, very ready to react to the counter hit to get the knockdown. But most of the time, it's like so sudden or it's not quite spaced right that it's just like 5k counter hit, 5k, and then they map at you. And because of your options, like flash kick, they have to be like a little respectful of you. And then technically, just fundamentally, like Slayer is minus there, right? Like if Slayer's smart, then they will just backdash and give up the space, and it's free damage, right? But the difference is if you interrupt Slayer and you get, like, say, like a counter hit bar slash or something somehow as Leo, and you buffer that 5H out, you're gonna get a knockdown off that probably, right? That's the difference in the caliber of like return for neutral. And I think that does come up more because Leo's also just beefy. Like, you can afford to get hit by like whatever hits. Like, look how little damage this pile bunker did. It actually didn't do like that much damage considering it was literally pile bunker. Big punish though. Big as in like the situation. Oh, missed reversal input is rough. Fire scene. I like committing to the mix-up. Same mentality in my head, by the way, of like the reason I like committing here. Neither of these is right or wrong. I just tend to favor decisions that, even when I'm wrong, are still at least in some way progressing the match favorably for me, right? Or forcing the other person to sacrifice things. And what I mean by that is, even if I get dead angled performing this mix-up a lot of the times, I don't mind because it puts you down at 25 bar. And it's like matchup per matchup. Like, Slayer's knockdown will mean generally less versus Leo than it will versus other people, right? You can absolutely still lose off getting dead angled here and being wrong maybe like twice only. But at the very least, they have to do it without bar, right? Scud will go down to like 25 bar. Slayer doesn't really have meaningful usages for 25 bar compared to other people, right? With no projectile. And so you have a lot of time. You have at least 6 seconds during penalty where they're not even going to build bar, right? That I think it's fine to like chill out here. You can use your blitz defensively and try to force something, or you just threaten with your reversal, right? Like, not as in like you rip it, but the existence of it might earn you respect, and you just represent backdash or something else like that. You reset to neutral. The point is, I don't mind eating a dead angle here, though I understand the flip side of the coin is if you bait a dead angle, you just win. Like, it is that simple. You just win, right? I guess my biggest grievance with it is like, if they don't dead angle, then you do get punished. I think people don't realize that enough. If no dead angle happens there, then you gave up a mix-up and they kept their bar, right? Obviously, fighting games are all about the decisions you both make, but the point is, like, even if I tend to be predictable because of it, I tend to not really care about baiting things in those spots because I am set up to potentially win. And so even if it comes at the cost of resources, I'd rather force the other person to continue to be right over me is my logic a lot of the times. Nice round start, Dasher. I like the big X again. It's just pretty stable versus Leo. I'm not too sure. Like, he might be able... He probably can. Slayer, I mean... BDC bite this, if I had to guess. Like, Slayer can probably reach with BDC bite. But it's worth noting, right? So BDC bite is one of those moves that's really funny to me because it is pretty tricky, like, executionally for Slayer to pull off. But I do think it's worth noting that you don't need all of the invul most of the time, right? I think the startup is, I don't know, maybe like 8 or 9 frames or something like that. It's a good chunk of startup on bite, right? Let's see. But the idea is most things don't have, like, some of the most active things in the game are usually in the realm of like 6 active frames or so. And that's like on the higher end. Like, when something has like 6 active frames, you're like, wow, that's like pretty active. A lot of shit, as you can see, is like 4 or like 3, right? Or 6, whatever, right? Like, this is actually insanely active for what it is. But the point is really, even though on paper, like, bite, oh, it's 7, it's faster than I thought, right? Even though, like, when done perfectly, the invul carries over all the way through the startup and you just get a fully invul bite, you hardly need all of the invul as Slayer on like most meaty buttons because they're usually not active for more than like 6 frames, right? And so, and that's assuming they hit you like perfectly, right? most of the time you're only hitting for like, you're only getting maybe like half or a little bit more than half of the BDC bite frames, if I had to guess, for Slayer. But this one, you're gonna need all of it, right? Because it's a meaty projectile that's active the whole time, not just for a couple frames. So I can see why it's not smart to commit to it there. In general, like even if it does reach, like this one's too far for sure. But in general, I could see why. There's that 2S. I don't think you have to move here as Leo. I think too many people are quick to give up the space. And it's not even necessarily like, oh, they could map at you. It's just, there's not a big threat yet. Slayer doesn't run during his offense. So, like, once you see this P mappa and not K mappa, you can just wait. You're roughly neutral here, but Slayer is still cornered. And you can react with different things based on what you expect, right? You see him disappear and you think he dashed at you, you can throw, right? Obviously, Leo also has flash kick, but I don't think you need to gamble on it that hard. I think I'd sooner just flash kick and air dash if they get like, if they try to wiggle out that way. But really more than just the fact that this resulted in Cade getting hit, she just gave up a lot of screen position, right? It doesn't feel like it, but again, it's just, you have them cornered even if they did kind of hit you out of the way out. If you look at this, like, still image, Slayer is cornered. Like, I think most people would see this and agree, like, Slayer is cornered. Once you do this and you look at like what's gonna happen after this hits, right? Now you look at this situation and you're like, Slayer is not cornered. Like Slayer now has notable amounts of space behind him and can use it, right? It's like, I think it's fine. Yeah, and you have buttons like 5H. I think it's fine there to just hunker down as Leo. Like you really don't have like that much to be scared of, I think. It's just a lot of this. And you have good defensive gambles into Slayer, as you can see. So you can just kind of like be a tank. You can YRC that, right? Oh, never mind. I guess it was maybe too close. Like anytime she's stood her ground, it seems, for the most part, like Cade has just been rewarded for stuff like this. And they're not particularly crazy risks. And the punishment was probably going to require meter on Slayer's end if he doesn't hit like a pile bunker or something. And even pile bunker is just like a straight hit into sending you flying full screen if it's not in the corner. So I think it's fine to just wait more as Slayer. Cade just hasn't really seemed like they've opted to do it much. Big hit. There's the kind of meaty hit. Yeah, these seem super awkward to set up. But they seem really determined to get him. It looked like the 5H, if anything, was maybe like a little 8, I guess? I don't know. I don't even know how you'd really set it up to be meaty. Not the point. Oh, very impatient. I mean, it works out, but it's a lot of getting nickel and dimed and not actual combos that, even though you want to go back to playing neutral, that burst can easily whiff if you're not careful. And then you really just lose. I like that dash up a lot, though. This shows good intuition on Cade's part. This is kind of what I mean by, I think that she didn't do this enough during the set, where it's like, Slayer's the kind of character where, yeah, he's slightly minus, and you can kind of dash up and disrespect it. And it looked like Scud missed whatever they were going for, because they just got standing. But moving forward there aggressively as Leo just seems pretty good. Like, it'll always, when your level 1 is good in a matchup, it remains good. It'll always force the other person to have to play around it, right? The existence of it becomes a problem, right? Because you don't even have to pick it, right? And then occasionally when you do, it's still generally in your favor. That's why it's usually considered like an upfront difficult matchup or whatever. That you still want to represent it. Also, it happens here where Cade finally notices like Scud doesn't visually confirm third Rekka. And so, yeah, the burst is a little early a lot of the time. I like meaty 6K. Very simple, effective. Like, I think these days a lot of Slayers have phased out doing like BDC Mappa on Wake Up, that it's almost just like you should just play for BDC bite. I think all the Slayers these days are like pretty greedy about trying to bite if they're picking something or just jumping out. That it's okay to just throw like a nimble option like that out where you don't get thrown. Then they've missed this a lot. I'd imagine that it's the classic where Slayer tends to get his face down knockdown, I think, a lot more on average than his face up knockdown. At least in most matchups, the way that he usually plays the game. I think he tends to eat a lot of face down knockdowns. And so, like, having to hit your face up wake up is probably a little annoying sometimes. So I can see why Scud missed it so much. RC, dual mix. Throw is always so telegraphed there, but it's still really good for Leo. Like, you can kind of tell where it's like, well, they have 50 bar, like, they're plus, like, they're probably going to throw me, but it's scary. Like, Leo does still have 2S. Oh, I don't like greeting the throw. I think, again, even the pressure is just more pressure is fine as Leo. But they try to get the throw, and it looked like it wasn't quite there. That's safe. Yeah, no instant block here, that's safe. It's a lot about learning the spacings of Slayer, but if you instant block this, you can definitely get a punish with like a jab, if I had to guess. But because regular block, safe. Oh, I don't like pressing another button there. It's a little too impatient. I think you do want to just respect the frame advantage of YRC in general here, right? It's unfortunate it was such a big hit, but like there's still plus here. I think just blocking is fine. The other person, maybe they wanted flash kick. It's hard to say. Like maybe she just wanted a flash kick out. This is fine. Yeah, just hold your ground. Yeah, and play. Leo doesn't really want to move out of these. I wish you would have done this the whole set from like the beginning, because I think this is how Leo should start the matchup. I think this is his baseline, is forcing Slayers to represent options around what is easy for Leo to do, is just block a Mappa cancel. They pick the spaced out one, right? The like Scud picks P Mappa, because if you pick K Mappa, then dash 5P 5K is like really annoying, I'd imagine. Like, again, just as a level 1. Like, as a thing that you kind of do want to and have to respect a lot. So you pick P Mappa, and then P Mappa gives Leo the space where if Leo is crouching and you IAD, that's a flash kick, right? Like, just easy peasy, call it a day. It doesn't matter whether you pick JD, JH, JS, JK. It doesn't matter. It's a flash kick, right? And more likely, if you respect the space, then Leo's gonna boom like once or twice, and now you're like all the way out. And this is good for Leo, I think. I think this distance tends to favor Leo. I like the second Rekka. This is kind of the point in the set where I thought that she would just kind of like lock it in and just do like strong Leo things. I think you don't have to spend this bar. Not right or wrong necessarily, but I think that bar is worth more in other situations. Right? This is one of those where there's tons of potential when you Roman cancel here. Maybe they try to fuzzy throw and you clip it and you get an actual knockdown and combo again and it all works out. But if it doesn't, you're probably gonna go back to neutral or maybe just get like a hit that doesn't knock down or something. And if you end up on the back foot, you have lost the threat of flash kick Roman cancel or S boom YRC, both of which are like really important, I think, to just have around, right? Solid defense, like in other words, like keeping that resource for your defense there roughly translates to just more stability even when you are wrong. Like even if you hit this on regular block and you commit to like jab, etc., whatever, no matter what Slayer gets, he's not gonna kill you from here. He can't. Well, I mean, maybe, but I doubt it, right? Like, no matter how big the hit is, you probably live it. And then you're gonna build even more bar, and they will have to respect it, most likely, right? Or they have to take that gamble, and if they're right and you're wrong, at that point, that's just fighting you. That's how I look at it. But again, spends a little bar, good interrupt, but Slayer doesn't get any knockdown off of his 2P. Right, but that was good recognition to instant block 5K and just mash right away. It's really good at stopping Leo staggers. Again, like I don't really like this strategy specifically. It just carries so much disadvantage. As in, like literal, you're just way more minus than them when this whiffs. Like how long Leo takes to finish up, right? And even if you block, as much as I like, or as much as I've been gassing up just blocking, I don't think fishing for like mostly a single thing, right? Again, it seems like it's mostly here to catch like Slayer committing way too hard into Leo, like immediate dash, immediate pile bunker, immediate IAD are all things that probably get hit by this, is my guess. Because if I'm not mistaken, it hits behind Leo, so I get that like if they dash through you, it's like 5H. It'll probably like hit them, is my guess. But more importantly, like it just hasn't worked, right? In this set, I'm also guilty of this, but I don't like, I'm trying to make a habit of not rotating because I'm giving the other person credit. If the other person just does not seem like they are good at adjusting to my level 1 that I'm representing in a matchup, then I don't want to adjust yet. I'd sooner wait and see what they do. And then if I block, then it gives me more data and it tells me, okay, maybe it's okay to switch to level 2. But doing that immediately just gives like this situation, right? These kinds of things are subtle, but I do believe that they add up. And what I mean by that is like you whiff another one, right? And you know, even if she's doing these, say like on reaction to Slayer disappearing, which it seems like she is, maybe like she sees Slayer disappear and then she presses it, is what it looks like. But the idea is even when you block here, you're so minus, you're probably gonna backdash. And now Slayer is going to like either commit or give up a little bit of space. But this interaction, like this backdash, is basically like a result of the 2H whipping, right? And it's the Slayer hasn't like Scud hasn't really done anything yet. They just kind of have been moving and trying to counterpoke, right? They haven't even leveraged any risk, but you still gave up space, and now you give them reason to hit things like this, right? Same with this. Again, it's like she did really well when she didn't move, even when she was getting hit here. You just press bar slash or 5H or block if you're scared, right? If you're scared of maybe they dandy and pile bunker or crosswise or do some crazy shit, like just block it. Like Slayer doesn't have a mix there. You can throw the teleport on reaction if you're scared. Or that would maybe be like a better spot to do 2H on reaction if you see them disappear, because at least now they have reason to maybe run into you. Oh, that was kind of a greedy 236H, I think. I don't think she needed to do that. I like the fireballs, I think. Like, I don't think Slayer has good counterplay to this up front. You just rip like I'm not even kidding. I think you just rip like a handful of them. It hit, shoot another one. Like, if you can see that it hit, I think you just shoot another one as Leo. It's only when they block it that you slow down. But if it hits, I think you just have the frame advantage to just rip another one, and player probably has to block it. No kill. Will get their burst back. Cade waits a little and tries to bait it. Oh, that's unlucky. A little bit. That's just like unlucky that the 5k for the tick throw setup hit. So she had too much frame advantage. Again, really subtle, but like anytime they have been dashing up a lot, I've noticed that Scud is still... Like anytime Cade gets to dash up, Scud is still stand blocking a lot. Probably fishing for BDC inputs, but that's also a moment where you could try to represent 2S maybe. S boom YRC, H boom. You still don't really need to chase here. Oh no. Yeah, just wait around. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine that you get hit by the 6P, but I think the idea... Actually, I don't think this would work if you dashed here. But I could be wrong. But it's tough that it looks like the next thing gets hit. You gotta wait a little bit. You still have to wait for your burst there. Off on the knockdown. Oh, that's a little bit too much committing, I think. I like the initial thing where it's like fuzzy 2P, 2K does seem pretty good versus Slayer in general. But I think once this misses, I think you just have to let it go. In general, right? You whipped 2 normals. I think understanding that you were almost certainly minus and should respect that is like too important here. And so you just respect. You don't just explode like this. This kills, right? Yeah, even without the stun, it would have killed. Yeah. A lot of the middle part of that, I thought that she looked really good into it. But I think that she just committed like way too hard. And Scud did a good job of not really getting impatient. Like, they never really did get too aggressive. Honestly, I was surprised that they kept doing the Mappa chases, even after Cade did mash in place. That like 1 or 2 rounds, and like it seemed like committing to Mappa just didn't work ever after that. But they still kind of got away with it. Like, they kept going for it, and it kind of just worked out. But yeah. I do think a lot of the layer 1 was probably more important to represent there as Leo on Cade's end. I think she would have gotten more mileage out of just being more defensive. Like, more defensive, force Slayer to like actually hit you whenever you get clipped. Like, just kind of start turtling right as soon as you get hit. And then whenever Slayer is kind of slightly minus, remember that you can threaten with things like dash up with cancelable normals, and it changes the dynamic of the matchup a lot. And if you're worried about things like 6P, then you could probably start doing things like microdash 2S, is my guess. Like, there are other avenues you could start to take. You don't have to hard lock into the same type of like 1 or 2 options every time. It's really just understanding the concept that's important and then applying a handful of different things you could maybe do there. Right? Winners, semis. I think that these two maybe still haven't played like as much. Solstice, to me, when I watch him, he doesn't seem like I feel like he gets the gist of this matchup now, but his actual like mechanics on it seem kind of dicey. He doesn't seem like he gets many instant blocks in Hayabusa. Like maybe it's just a coincidence, maybe it's just happened the last 2 times they've played, but I want to say that he gets caught in the Hayabusa vortex a lot, like a lot. And I want to say he also doesn't faultless come out after blocking red kick whenever he's wrong and like a red kick comes out. But we'll see. In general, though, I think he does understand that. I think if you're Ram in this matchup at higher level, you're probably really incentivized to, like, anytime this happens, just wait it out or run away. It's one or the other, depending on how hard you think Kum will commit. But usually, I mean, immediate runaway is probably fine, I think, to start with, and then you see how they respond. Most people won't hard commit on chasing you getting clipped here if you decide to, like, backdash, yeah. Go in, represent a normal. Not too bad. Anytime you're here, but you have your burst, I'm biking, it doesn't count. Like, I don't actually have to respect the situation. But let's pretend I did, right? I think if you have your burst here, you're not that worried, because on the next hit, you will get a burst, or you will force Fu to make decisions that lessen his immediate reward. He's going to give up red ball, he's going to give up burstable combos that do more damage, one or the other, right? Assuming you get hit. If you actually block it out, then you're chilling. Right? Solstice mostly just looking to like set up swords, kind of steal screen space slowly off of it. I like the S sword recall. Right, he tries to kind of like get H sword out, and he's like, what's the most important thing right now? Let me just get my sword back. It's good defensively. Now he gets H sword back, right? I think he has a good grasp on lots of big hit. Interesting that he doesn't spend the bar. I think this is a real, like... I like this decision when I really think about it. Because I think it does a good job of just... like, accepting that not everything has to be, like, huge. First of all, insane meter gain. Gaining 25 bar and the knockdown there is not bad. Like, this is actually a really underrated decision, I think. He gets a ton of bar to still get the knockdown. And, like, yeah, you don't have swords, sure. But you have a shitload of meter. Like, you have all of your bar. And Kum has no meterless reversal that you're worried about. And has a mediocre backdash. You can just space a meaty, bro. Like, you're gonna get offense, right? And if you look at it from the flip side, the reason I mention this is a lot of Ram players would Roman cancel right here. I can't emphasize that enough. Like, I think every other Ram player under the sun just Roman cancels here. And that's not necessarily a bad decision. But if you look at it from the perspective of, like, it's gonna take 50 bar from what you have right now, and versus any good experienced player in the matchup, that combo is going to get bursted anyway. Or you're going to do a combo that does like 20 damage because it's all punch option select hit into knockdown into mediocre OP that's not really like threatening. Right? That it's like, if you really think about it, it's just get your bar, take a meaty, and then just run basic offense. He still actually forces the mix-up. I don't know if that's real. Low-key. Because Kum face-up is a little bit faster than people think. This low-key might not have been real, but it's not like you're going to mash on wake-up here all the time. Oh, no, it was. Holy shit. Well, Kum is actionable, like, right here. This low-key maybe could have traded still. Hard to say. It's actually kind of hard to say. But it doesn't matter. He gets the block string, and because he gets the set before, he actually does force the usual mix-up. Where you do 1-2. The sword jails in the middle. Really underrated aspect of what he's doing here, by the way. Right? Normally, a standard counterplay is if you instant block, 2k 5p, that string, basically, before she does the mix-up. The high becomes interruptible, but this sword is going to protect that, right? He's not the only guy that does that, but I do want to point that out because it matters. Like, it actually does. It improves the quality of this mix-up for Ram. Ram seems like the type of character to be fine with the knockdown. I mean, it depends per matchup, I would say. Oh, interesting he doesn't take it. So, even though this would be probably sketchy on other people, Coom is so fat and heavy, I would be really surprised if her burst didn't hit here. But, you know, I get it. Visually, this is, like, a little iffy, but this is, like, this is the first burst point that Ram gives most characters. Is this move, you can burst it once you see it. I guess he does have 50 bar, so maybe Fu is just respecting. It's safe to wait until you see something like this. You can also burst here. This is, like, so I'm going to talk about these, because these are, like, the points I take, right? And I think they're important to know, because Ram is the kind of character where you have to really just play for getting your burst. To be fair, these are mostly applicable to Solstice. Solstice doesn't really fuck around with too much, like, I'm gonna suddenly make my combo burst safe, and get shittier Oki because of it. Like, I think he's just willing, like, if he's in a good spot, he doesn't really give up the good spot for no reason. He'd rather just get your burst and then just win neutral again, however it happens. But what I was gonna say is that I take this burst point, right? You kind of wait around, you get the splat. If you see 5D here, it's like the next burst point. Although the 5D one is like low-key a little bit reactable. So it's like you still maybe don't want to do it. But let's say you still want to burst in this round. I actually burst right here when he dashes up. Because he's gonna have to link like 2 close normals into a sword, into sweep. Or this. Like, either one of these is fine, in my opinion, to burst. It's really unlikely that you will get baited, like, right here. Because of how this is, like, this has to be done kind of all, like, automatically. In other words, it's really awkward for him to, like, get this. Right? And then the safest burst point is, like, the final dash up close slash 2D, I think. I think it's insanely unlikely that, like, you're gonna get baited here. If you burst the moment he runs up before he presses this, like, as he's gonna run up to press it, then you're fine. And then you don't want to burst anymore because this is going to usually push out. And so your burst actually might whiff. But those are like the main ones, right? This is like point number 1. Honestly, I've never seen him Roman cancel it in general. It doesn't seem that easy to do on reaction. I'm going to be real. Like maybe, but some stuff is easier to burst on reaction and stuff is harder. And that one doesn't seem that easy. Like maybe it's doable, but I honestly think like the Daro burst point's probably easier because you do the special move so early, you're just kind of looking at the screen like the whole time. But the other one, you're like mid combo, you're doing other shit. So you have to really think about it, I think. But either way, it takes a knockdown. At this point, I mean, yeah, sure, you burst the Oki. Bursting the Oki is also a little scary because he still doesn't really have to commit here necessarily. He can do a neutral jump here, I think, if I'm not mistaken, for a different style of mix-up. He does super jump forward so that he can get like a closer one, but I'm almost positive he can do the exact same thing off of neutral jump and just opt to jail you instead. I'm pretty sure. Like if he just does super jump in place, he can land and do 3k instead. And it's not really like a mix-up, but it's going to jail with the swords and it'll just play around like any burst. Again, his lead is so fat, I know he doesn't really care. All he worries about right now is like, I need to get my swords back. Right? In fact, I actually think even though he has a ton of resources and like he's gonna try to super probably, I think if you're Fu, this is like one of the few rare times I would just commit to approaching. I wouldn't like back off and see what happens because I think as soon as I see this as Solstice, I'm like, sweet, I get my swords back. Right? Okay, he does just take the trance. I'm only a little surprised because I don't even think he needs to. His lead is like so big, I don't even think he needs to spend the super here. But obviously, I mean, trance is just good. But in my head, I'm like, shit, like, you're in such a big lead. Like, why not just do, like, sword recall, like, call S back, summon H, YRC it. Like, you could probably just force a mix-up in a block string or something. Kum's neutral's so bad, I wouldn't even sweat it. But that's just me, personally. Good instant block into... Double jump after the instant block? Yeah. Oh, he Hayabusa to delay. That was cute. Tex... Still gonna get the knockdown. That's not really gonna meaty, but yeah. Like I don't really know what else you would do here. I think it's one of those where, like, you know it's not gonna meaty, but once you jump, you're still in disadvantage. So it's kind of weird. I guess you could 2P on wake up there, actually, probably as Kum. But this is a lot about knowing that she doesn't have the frame advantage to do a meaty here. This is like a, you have to kind of know how Ram works moment a little bit. Because you got knocked down so early. But key information here, the sword has to move to you. Right? It's one or the other. I think maybe if he does big sword summon, it won't teleport. Because big sword summon has a really big active range. Because the sword recognizes, oh, I don't have to move to hit the opponent, and so it just triggers in place. But it has a whole ton of startup anyway, right? The one that usually jails on wake up is the fast summon, right? In situations like this, but it's not on top of you. It's not close enough. If it was closer, if Coom is like right here, for example, I guess it's like a first instance of it. If you're like right here as Coom, this might not teleport anymore. Like this little guy might just be in place still. Because he's going to be like, oh, sweet, horizontal sword swipe still hits. And so the little sword won't teleport. But because he's so far, you know the sword is going to teleport, see? And it usually defaults to like right in front of you. But the idea is like, this wasn't actually going to jail. You can technically interrupt it. Not even just as Coom, as like a lot of characters. And it's weird for him to punish. He has to like meaty you to get away with it. I don't know. This is one of those spots where I don't usually mind like interrupting the sword here or holding up back and pressing jump punch. Depending on the character, really. Gets the jail. This is gonna, yeah. It's gonna lead to more pressure. I like Solstice's thought process on a lot of these things. Because he realizes his win condition pretty clearly a lot of the times. Right? So he does, like, this is the string I'm talking about. So 2P, or 2K, 5P, instant block. The high is interruptible. The low is a frame trap. Like, the low will frame trap you. And in Solstice's head, it's like here, it's less about the mix-up and it's more about the general win conditioning, right? Like, why would you let them get an opportunity? Yeah, I mean, it's like doing the overhead isn't the worst thing. It's not the biggest commitment of all time, but he doesn't need to do it. His swords are in the corner. Even if you block here, I already said, like, the sword doesn't really have to teleport if it hits you. This one might teleport, but like this shit is staying right here anytime he does big summon probably. And it's actually more annoying because the high one isn't like easily like jabbable anymore. But anyways, he picks the low and Fu does mash into the frame trap, so he gets the hit, right? In my head, it's really just like a backup plan for Solstice. He's like, whatever, like this frame trap is just, I just put you in the corner and now you have to play sword RPS. And Kum isn't a character that can really do anything about it. Holding space with Far Slash. You can probably just bully Kum a lot, I think, as Ram, right? You can just hold this space a lot of the times and not worry about it. Misses his hit confirm a little bit, looks like. Dials in the Daro, but he's a little too close. I don't know if that was a punish. I don't think it was, though. Doesn't really matter. Gets both of his swords back. Now it's set H sword, use it for interaction. Oh, that didn't combo. I was wondering, yeah. Looks like he tries to confirm. That, doesn't that usually stagger? Maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn her fireball counter hit staggers, but I guess not. Oh, it's the sword. Sword summons stagger on counter hit. That's what it is. I'm getting them confused. I thought the sword hit and then like the fireball hit. And so I was like, where's the stagger? Right? Like I thought the fireball connected and then the sword was what hit, but it was the opposite. But either way, Fu gets caught like holding up because that wasn't a combo, right? Oh, that's definitely not a combo. Yeah. He gets clipped. Ram win condition is slowly building. It's going to be generally a little harder to burst once you're in the corner. You can burst right here. Right here where he's running up and he's going to do like summon, like punch, punch, punch stuff. Like I usually take it. But sorry, like important to note, I do it when he's like running up. I don't do it on the hit. I guess I should like emphasize that. If you wait for the hit, you probably do just get option selected. But it's more about understanding, like, he does the good combo here most of the time. He's not going to space 2D for your burst, like, almost ever. Right? And in general, like, it's in her best interest to just finish the combo. Finishing your combo means that you can, like, easily do, like, set. Good adjustment, though. He does take, like, the next one. He takes, like... Fu seems pretty comfy on stuff like this. He knows, like, that hit's going to lead into, like, the burstable, like, 2D. Same thing, whether you burst it early or late. I burst the close slash 2 sometimes at the very end. A little too close to get like a proper mix of, but we still get ball. Ball's okay. He does do it. Okay, I was wondering. Here, Fu's or not Fu. Kum's a good character. I think regardless of who you play, I think it's really rare. It might only be characters that maybe have like a bad matchup versus her that want to stay closer or something, but I doubt it. Usually, Kum's point blank range because of 2P and to an extent like 2D. Is so annoying to interact with. They're usually such solid buttons that you kind of like want to push her out. I would even honestly faultless the kick normal. I don't instant block anything on Kun that isn't like Hayabusa. Because the more I push her out, the more she has to Hayabusa. Like, I would probably even faultless this maybe, and then just wait for this moment, right? Red kick right here, me personally, I just faultless again, right? The way I look at it is I'm going to do this and then probably try to like toss in like a fuzzy throw input in there so that he has to throw me or play for the throw. Like, Fu can't get around it. Right, and so you see like he kind of walks up and baits it, but I usually autopilot faultless defense a lot again here, right? Because Hayabusa moves her forward anyway. So like when I push myself out, like when I'm getting my instant blocks, I'm probably still gonna get a lot of punishes on Hayabusa with certain things or create enough disadvantage that it's still relevant. But I don't want to stay here all the time because she might walk up and throw me, or she just has a lot of things that are kind of plus. Yeah, Hayabusa contorts hurt boxes a lot. A lot of characters with good pokes can't actually match them as much as they think because it pulls her back so much. This is the confirm. Yeah, I like this adjustment. I think he actually could just stand to push out every time, I think. I struggle to think of a reason why I don't autopilot push block versus Koom. She has such a hard time getting around it because she can't close that distance normally. Right, her IAD isn't really like a super relevant option, and she doesn't have a real run really. All right, win condition in effect. I think I said this when I was watching, but the idea is a lot of Koom's shit doesn't really matter if you're just whiffing and blocking and whiffing and blocking. She needs to hit you, right? And she can't really easily always do it with mix-ups because they're kind of specific to setup, and so eventually you get something like this, right? /RCOS, get an air throw punish, and now it's just time to mix. Again, kind of like a similar vibe to like when he took that knockdown and just did a meaty. Here, it's less about a mix-up and more like you kind of just do this, I think. I think no matter what here, you just are doing 2D jump cancel as Ram. And you're either picking up into the juggle or you're just jumping and summoning the other sword, right? This is one of those where this is different if you have a DP. If you have a decent reversal option here, then a mix-up like an option like this becomes less autopilot-y for Ram. But Koom's backdash is shitty, so like if you backdash the sweep, you're probably gonna get hit by the sword, and then jab will pick up anyway, right? If you block the sweep, then you block the sword hit right after, and then he summons H sword, like the quick summon, and then he like probably just air dashes at you or lands. It does more pressure, but it's a pretty riskless thing to do, even compared to just the air dash. Like Fu is right. There's not like a right or wrong decision here, right? The air dash would lose to Fu blitzing, but I think again from Solstice's perspective, I think it's like a stability thing. He's like, why mix now when I can do it like in a block stream? And then if you crack and you pick the one thing that saves you versus the mix-up, then I just kill you, right, for free. See, like, so again, look at this, like it's literally the same situation, bro. This is why it wasn't a big deal that he picked it the first time, except obviously now it's an even better summon because it's big sword and not little sword. So now he jumps, he calls the other sword. This sequence kind of like solves itself, if I'm not mistaken. Because if you get hit by the 2D, then the big sword tosses you into the sky, and then the other sword like auto corrects. Or honestly, it might just whiff and you get the combo anyway. It doesn't really matter. Or you block 2D, you block the big sword, and then like that's probably gonna force you usually to like wait, block the beginning part of this sequence. The middle part of this mix-up is jailed again. Like you can see all the sequencing here on Ram's End, right? The TLDR is usually like you kind of gotta focus on just avoiding getting too greedy here. Like you do have to respect a lot of this shit. This is Ram at her literal strongest, right? It's just jailing. Oh, that actually whiffed. There was like a small opportunity. It was a little too far for the hit. Big hit, super maybe right away. Okay. I'm surprised you can't super. I guess the wall splat is kind of high up actually. That's too high to like slump down naturally. So you space 5k, 2D, first safe. Super, you don't even need an OTG, I guess, because some people you do, but I guess Koom is so big. Naturally OTG'd. Here you just back up, I think. I guess H-Sword is good. Wow, that combo'd still yuck. Big interrupt. Get a sword out. Oh, what an air throw. That sucks if you're Fu. That's not a bad trade with 2P. It could be worse. Big hit. This won't knock down, maybe? Oh, no, it still does. But he just gets pressure, so he gets the corner. I like the throw. I like that he's realized, like, the blocking is just pretty good. Let me turn it into, like, things like this. Where, yeah, like, 6K would help with fuzzy throws and stuff like that. That's a big hit, yeah. Wow, you still get close slash off that many hits on Coom? That's crazy. That's 3 hits? Yeah, 3 hits and still getting close slash is kind of brutal. Big hit. Win condition is in effect, essentially. Right. Burst will come back, but it will be hard to use it easily. Good tech from Solstice. I'm surprised he didn't 2P here. Maybe he tried? He was just slower. That's tough. Because this should trade, right? Dude, just two casual 4-frame jabbers going at it. But he was just a little slower. Shout out Sticks, man. Pad buttons do not cut it. Low key. Like the burst. I think so. I will, like, I actually don't mind this burst. Right? Normally, I think a lot of people would think to themselves, oh my god, it's kind of a hero burst a little bit, right? Like, you don't have any bar, you're behind in health, etc., etc. But, like, you're gonna get your burst back versus Ram. Even in this same round, there's no way she kills you with anything that's less than, like, a 10-hit combo. Right? So you're gonna get a lot of that back. That's not always the case. If Solstice has, like, 100 bar and, like, 70% health, don't burst, obviously. But this isn't as bad as people might think, because even in the worst case, you're gonna get a lot of your burst back. And this round is still kind of winnable. It's not the craziest thing ever. What a fucking kick. That was crazy awareness. Controls the ball to protect the ground, and still, like, this barely interrupted the sword. That was really clutch. That's a huge snipe. There's a throw again. Wow, Kuma's throw range is really big. Like, I know it's supposed to be, like, some of the biggest in the game, technically, but, like, you can really see it in these moments, low-key. Like, that had to, like, dude, that is, like, notably far. I know it seems like nitpicking, but that is actually, like, kind of far to get a throw from. He throws, yeah, from, like, right here. It's worth noting because even though, like, the models are literally overlapping, the throw collision boxes or whatever they're called are probably not, right? In other words, like, those are usually oriented around, like, the middle of the character, I'm pretty sure. So, like, Ram's, like, throw shit is, like, right here, and Coom's throw shit is, like, right here. Like, their models are overlapping, sure, but that's just because Coom is big as fuck. The actual, like, throw collision thing isn't actually that close. That collision box or whatever they're called is a lot farther than it looks visually. And a lot of characters can't really throw with collision boxes, like, this far. It's probably more likely that, like, you know, if Ram's center point where, like, you're basing the throw off of is, like, right here, most characters probably need theirs to be, like, here-ish. Like, more towards where, like, this middle line is. But again, Coom is kind of more towards, like, this outer line, like, right here. Again, kind of nitpicking, kind of pixely, but that is a big throw range. And it's nice because it makes fuzzy throwing a little harder in that sense. You can't ever throw Coom with your throw range. Like, you can't outspace Coombs, but she can technically do that to you if she does it right. And it makes, in practice, it makes fuzzy throwing harder because now you actually have to tech the throw every time. It's not, sometimes you're a little early and they tech your throw, etc., etc., or sometimes you throw them, whatever ends up happening. Oh, insanely aggressive air dash. Like, pretty rare. I'm actually kind of surprised he, like, committed to it, but it works out. Fireballs, just kind of, like, looking to reset. He needs to get that sword back, maybe. He committed really hard. Big hit. So Coom has 2 different routes on this in terms of, like, how deep she... Why does it keep, like, flickering? That's so weird. Anyway, this hit is not burstable. If you're looking... I've mentioned this before, but I'll cover it again, I guess, just so people know. This, like, fat and away kick is not the burst point that's guaranteed. This combo hasn't been burstable yet. If you're getting hit and you're essentially getting hit with, like, Coom's foot, like, right here, it's spaced out of the range of your burst. Whereas if you're getting hit, say, like, towards this point, like the middle-ish part of her leg, you can burst on reaction while she's still in end lag from Shinken. But good on Fu. He like consciously keeps it burst safe and takes an earlier knockdown. Generally, those kicks result in like shorter routes from Coom, from what I've seen. So she is making a decision there. But even when she sacrifices damage, half your health bar, by the way. Like that, her thing is damage. Like she just does damage. Ooh, good spacing. The crawl forward is so funny. Just needs his turn back, trying to be as stable as possible. Again, I like these decisions from Solstice. I think it's just... It shows a good understanding. That's so weird. I guess it flashes like every time maybe I'll refresh the page or whatever. It's so nice to see like Solstice will just represent things that are like kind of minus and see if people like know about it or like will take a gamble, because that's minus as fuck. Even the kick before it is like pretty minus. That's kind of like why you're incentivized to maybe mash into it. So he just takes the frame trap and then moves forward, gets to his other sword. Like, it's just nice to represent. Last chance. Yeah. Solstice maybe could have bursted earlier. I mean, it's easy to say in retrospect, but he just got clipped a lot. It was kind of awkward for him to like pick a burst point. I think he should have done it more on the strike throw, if anything. I think he gave too little credit to how fast the strike throw was like adding up. I think is what I would say. He probably could have just bursted a little earlier. Tons of bar. Again, like if you block this sequence, like once he gets the second one, it's like all about just getting bar. Alright. I was like, boom, boom, boom. Let me get 25 bar. Tons of risk actually too. I never realized how much risk that cringe. Right. And nothing really changed. I think that's like an important thing to recognize, of why it's like good for RAM. And why you have to always try to instant block these so that you can interrupt or do something character specific potentially. Obviously he missed the instant blocks, but you can see how brutal it is when you don't get them. She gets a ton of bar, she's safe, and she just resets. Right. Nice wood punish. Actually, I think he's a little too close to Coom here. I think at least if he's gonna be this close, he probably shouldn't be. If he's gonna be this close, he should probably crouch. I think that's what I would say. He should probably crouch a little bit here, or give up more space. Right, one or the other if you want to stand. That way, if they IED you, you're better space. But I'd imagine he likes that range because dash JH is just like relevant in that spacing. Big hit. Kind of interesting. He landed on him, huh? On the tech buttons. It's a really interesting way to handle tech buttons. Actually, I never noticed that he does that. Because he recognizes the tech button, but he just kind of like goes over it instead of interacting with it when it touches the floor. It's actually kind of like a smart way to handle it if you know that you're going to go like exactly around it. And you're going to kind of land on them before they can like easily anti-air you. This is the kind of thing where I think if you just tech normally and see her in the air, you can like maybe just do the anti-air still. But he does commit to it. He gets rewarded. Who with a pretty big read too, doing tech blitz. I'm not like the biggest fan of it. Coom has to do big reads, so I get when he goes for them, but I didn't really like the context he did it in here. Solstice is the type where like he'd probably just spend like, if he was gonna stay on the ground, he's the type who were like he'd probably just do like fireball YRC like right there. And you wouldn't get the reject, and you'd just be forced to block anyway. I think he understands that Ram isn't really interested in like rolling in the mud with other people. If she has resources and can like remain safe still, like you kind of like default to it. Nice interrupt, really good interrupt actually. What an IAD, by the way, to like set this up. My guess is he just wanted to cross up in general. Like if you block that standing, then he just gets out of the corner, and that's his priority. But it works out that like it ends up jailing into this situation. Finally goes low because he has the bar. He doesn't have to worry about the risk associated. Also, not teching is nice. 50 bar for a throw. These are kind of the situations I mean, by the way, where it's like, I think if I'm him, like I would maybe block and then I'd maybe just burst right here. This is kind of why I feel like he doesn't end up getting as many bursts in rounds like this, because he gets clipped by little things and then he ends up in the same situation a lot. And so now it's like really awkward to burst as you let it happen for too long. But it works out either way in the end. I'm a little surprised he didn't Roman cancel there, because I feel like it was easy to take. But again, it's like a stability thing. It's like, why Roman cancel? Like I can just do trance. and then play the neutral a little bit after. He's just trying to control the corner. Fast summon, gets the counter hit on Fireball. I think in these moments, it's really like hard to tell yourself to do it. But what I've realized over time is I think a really underrated thing is like when you get this jump here, like let's say you jump this like 3rd time or whatever. Basically any of these jumps that weren't jailed, I've kind of like come to terms with the fact that I think just double jumping forward with the hope that you cross them up and then forcing them to kind of try to throw you back in the corner is like the way to do it. A lot of people will see you cross them up and accidentally press like back and throw because it's like so intuitive a lot of the times, but that turns into forward throws a lot of the times, and so you actually get thrown into the middle of the screen a lot. It's one of those things where like it's just a human response in the moment, I think, where if you're Solstice here and they like jump out of the corner, you're gonna like jump at them and throw them back because it's like really easy to do. You're probably not gonna throw them forward. Like maybe he would, but most people will default to back and throw. That way you always get that block in case you run into a jump button instead. Really big chase down. This is plus, but not like notably. Not really in a position to set up the mix-up, yeah, because he didn't have like a disposable sword. I think he usually gets rid of his H sword here when he wants to do this, but I could be wrong. I don't remember which one he uses, or it's probably not worth doing on Coom. Nice 6H YRC to get the throw. The mix has been kind of off too. I mean, Coom is just a character where it's kind of hard to set up the mix consistently. I've heard that some of the lightweights are also like kind of smaller, like hurt box wise, so maybe that's part of it. But essentially, like no red ball mix has managed to find its mark. You know, obviously like attributed a bit to like Solstice doing his part to like do the general like faultless defensing that you're supposed to do, right? So like staying close to Coom, like blocking in a way that you stay close to Coom and then push around. Like, that's just kind of how you do it. Ram seems to be so attractive. You mean like as a character? I think all the Guilty Gear characters are supposed to be like designed to be attractive. I think that's like the whole point. I think it's a really horny game on average. Oh, he actually did take the tech buttons. Dude, see, everybody falls for tech buttons. Even literal like champions of the game, bro, are like, I'm gonna do tech buttons. Like, it's important that people understand. Like, it's just a big part of the game, bro. And eventually everyone thinks they can tech button. Oh, he probably wanted a blitz or a super. Could have been either one. He definitely did not want 5H. That's a big miss. Whatever he actually wanted, that's a pretty big miss. Or maybe 5H hits that, but I doubt it. Kind of weird if it hit. Baits to that angle. Leverages the immediate burst. Good snipe. Kind of greedy of Fu, I think, to go for the high boost there. This is hard for Coom, yeah. Yeah. Again, I just every time I see Coom, it seems like she seems like an easy character to slow down every time I see her. All right, one more set. We'll do this set. I did say I'm gonna try to break this into like multiple streams, and so I'm thinking that I will probably just do this set. That's how many sets? 3. That's not bad. At this rate, we'll be done in like 3 streams. pzoo and DrifterDane. I also know both of these fighting Mitch. Oh wait, no, the order's wrong. This happens first. Maybe we can do another set, because I'm not gonna lie, I think I remember this being like low-key kind of a wash. But I could be wrong. I think ARM gets like a handful of rounds. Oh no, it's pretty close, because I was surprised ARM didn't end up taking it. Alright. Early IAD. Crocs is basically like the king of just making this RPS. Like, Crocs has a lot of like generic shit that he kind of like represents early, where it's really good executional tests. Like, they're really good executional tests. They're high return no matter what, as long as you don't get the punishes on them. And so, like, they're good to represent, I think. They carry a lot of mileage. Oh, that was almost really nice. He's good with the fuck you, deal with it, or die tests. Pretty much. It's a lot of, like, the central game plan on his pressure, specifically. Yeah, quick round. Not really much to say, I'm not gonna lie. It was just a lot of, like, random air normals. I mean, I do think, comparatively, you can already see the difference between, like, Solstice is pretty grounded a lot of the times early on. I don't think he defaults to just doing this until, like, kind of later on as backdash. There is, like, something that's different. I mean, ARM is, like, you know, at a point where he's like a lot of people in this game. He doesn't, like, actively play it, I'm sure. He just pulls up and goes off, like, whatever's in the tank still. But Solstice, like, it is really interesting to see that the progression of Ram has been, like, back in the day, a lot of Rams are too quick to do this, I think. And I like that Solstice basically never does this. Like, this, yeah, sure, this worked out because the black beat doesn't get tech. But I think Solstice has come to realize that if you get rid of both of your swords as Ram, you're just kind of like a chud in neutral. You don't really do anything anymore if you get rid of both of your swords with Ram. Right? And I think if somebody's aware, or even if they're not, honestly, like, you're just worse. Like, you don't have any threats anymore in neutral. You lose far slash counter hit confirms on reaction. You lose the ability to do jump H at people. Like, she's so much worse at specifically more than anything else, I think, like, protecting herself if she gets rid of both of the swords. That you basically never see Solstice get rid of both of them at once. It's very rare. He kind of, like, sequences them out. He tends to get rid of, like, his heavy sword first, and then he gauges it a little bit, and then he might summon, like, an S sword to try to, like, force more space on the screen in his favor. And then as things don't work out, he, like, backs off and he'll get his S sword back, and then maybe he'll call his H sword back too. Right? And, like, ARM resets and gets both of them back, but again, I think a big difference is, like, he seems way more willing to just get rid of both of them. And I don't think Ram is incentivized to get rid of them. I think they don't, like, getting rid of both of them doesn't really, like, do anything unique, in my opinion. It's just kind of like, hey, here's a little bit more screen pollution. But either way, Ram is the kind of character where that exact round is a perfect example. You just kind of get, like, a handful of straight hits and you do a mix-up. And even Slayer's not that great at getting out of Ram's corner stuff. I think you have to be, like, pretty ready. So another instance of, like, execution test for Crocs' end. It's a good execution test. In other words, like, if you see this, you have to 6P it and force him to start to do other things or look for other stuff. Because if you really just look at it, ARM gains nothing here, but Crocs gains a ton, right? It's like instant block, instant block. Look at the risk bar. Now he can just take, like, a different gamble here, right? He's exactly where he started again, but with more risk, and he's about to hit 25 bar. Like, the shit is just good for Slayer. He goes, actually, this is kind of cute. I like that he doesn't do close slash far slash anymore. I think he realizes, hey, I have a ton of risk. I should just do close slash 6H and start getting the party started with something that can actually lead to, like, more reward, or is, like, hard to whiff punish, right? Like, this is a real just, like, I'm just swinging with shit that can kill you, and if you punish me, I probably won't die in most matchups, right? In other words, like, if that hits, it literally, even if it doesn't hit crouching, right? Like, you're gonna get counter hit because of the risk now, right? And then he literally hit this, but it was too slow, and so no counter hit, right? That, like, that's a big deal to emphasize, like, how one-sided it is there in terms of taking the risk. But I think that people do, like, interact a little bit too directly or get caught off guard. Again, like, this time ARM tries to throw it. I like to start with, like, really basic solutions. So, like, both JK and Jump H are 6P-able from Slayer. You can do it, like, right when he IADs. Neither of them have, like, really low protruding hitboxes early on purpose. And I think if he starts on that layer, then you have to force him to start doing JD at least, right? Where JD is good at shutting down any form of anti-ring, right? That I think 6P is a good start. I also think just blitzing the moment you see him IAD at you is also, like, a notable mention, right? Like, right when you see this as ARM, an easy response is to just blitz just for the sake of kind of, like, starting your own turn again. But again, he just kind of gets in, starts spacing a bunch of stuff, right? Crocs is very okay on average with essentially just, like, hard committing to something where, like this. Like, look at how many IADs have just happened, right? Where, like, the punishment is really obvious, but Slayer has something in his toolkit that forces, like, pretty equivalent RPS, I guess is the way I would put it. Like, he can be wrong just as much as you can be right and wrong here, right? If you 6P him, you just 6P him, and he dies, right? So he is like committing really, really hard, but I think he just banks on the fact that Slayer's a tank, and he doesn't really give a shit about being wrong a lot of the times. Being wrong can translate to just getting meter, getting hit, so he doesn't really care. Right, and then the idea is like they're really straightforward interactions that don't rely on spending any resources. So like look at his bar. He's kind of just doing his thing without spending resources ever. It's like IIAD, no resources have been spent. I finally get a knockdown, like nothing's been spent. At this point, he has like no reason not to chase you. And it's almost like independent of the matchup. Because at this point, any form of contact can force respect. Anything that touches you can go into P-Pile Bunker RC, and you have to respect that. Right? And so it's either you just get clipped like this and just die, or he spends some bar and just gets more pressure, and if you haven't been stopping the pressure, then he has like no reason not to stop you, right? It's just a really straightforward way to play is the way I would put it. It's like, to me, it just takes me back to playing like a lot of the archetypes that people hate in Melee. But it's just it's like a stylistic thing. He just gambles a lot. No medication analysis? Not really. I've said it before, but very, very respectfully, I think Crocs' humor couldn't be further on the spectrum from mine. It's all like so zoomer coded that like it just always misses the mark, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like way too boomer coded. I'm glad he's having the time of his life out there, but he's like too much of like a... He's like too much of a character for me. Right? Again, I'm happy he's having the time of his life, but I don't know. I always see the humor, like, or like the bits, and I'm like, I don't really get it. I'm like, I guess he's like, he's boss, he's got the medicine, cool. It was like when a bunch of the Aeoni guys wore that one shirt with the guy that's like sad and it's like a meme and I don't really get it, and I'm like, okay. That almost knocks down. Being underneath Slayer here is always going to turn into RPS of whether or not he's like gonna play for catching the delay or not. It looks like he catches it. Force a mix up. Big hit. On active frames. I do find that the way that Crocs plays, he just kind of runs into active frames like way more than somebody like Daemendo. He's so adamant about approaching, and he puts so much stock in his ability to just gamble either via resources. Good coverage to finally do the 6P and to turn it into close slash JD specifically to make sure you keep the combo. And then gets the mix. Like I said, Crocs is just real big on, like, he has a game plan that he doesn't seem like he likes deviating from. But Slayer facilitates it really well. And he gets a lot of opportunities to be right. And he has some pretty good success on his consistency with being right. But he very much just, like, rolls the dice a lot. And tries to make contact. And most of the things that make contact with Slayer in terms of buttons are, like, plus on block. And he just kind of goes from there. And if he ever builds momentum like this... It's just like, it's so hard to come back on because none of it takes like any resources, right? It's like get a hit, knock down, get a hit, knock down, right? Like other characters, like all the good characters in the game do this. Like Slayer can do it too if he gets the initial hit and he's fighting characters that don't have meterless reversals. He kind of just runs amok a little bit. A lot of characters have that tendency where like the moment you fight characters that don't have meterless reversals, so much Oki gets like way more viable in terms of like its ability to kind of loop itself. I like this more. This is a good adjustment. Like, arm not just like getting rid of all the swords all the time, just like, getting rid of one here and there. You can burst like here, and it's pretty safe. That's the thing. Oh, this is a good example of this is like the Oki I was kind of talking about earlier that Solstice could have done, where Solstice did like super jump forward to be a little closer and do a different style of mix-up. But if you do like super neutral jumps like this, which is probably really important to consider versus Slayer, because he has things like BDC Gold Burst. So you don't want him to just be able to fish for like BDC Gold Burst here, which would otherwise be really easy. But the way it works is like these still like jail you, right? Like this jails on wake up. You can see Crocs trying to squeak out, but it jails on wake up. The next sword comes out, but the way that Ram keeps you like in the block string is she just lands and does slide like that. But this is specifically different from if you do like a super jump forward. Super jumping forward often leaves Ram like close enough that she can utilize like 2D as her low instead. But it's cool. It's cool to point this out because it is a decision that you should adjust based on matchup. If you're fighting somebody that doesn't have burst and doesn't have like a meterless reversal, you should just do super jump forward for the Oki because you're in a ton of advantage, right? But versus a character like this that can do the gold burst potentially on wake up, you kind of want to be respectful of that and like space around it and force it to go the other way. The mix-up here usually loses the BDCP map. That makes sense. I said it earlier though, man. We're like low-key past the age of... I don't know why Slayers don't fuck with like BDC Mappa no more. Like they just never do it. Daemendo might be like the last BDC, like wake up BDC Mappa fucking Slayer on the earth sometimes. They all like just realized how good BDC jump is and BDC bite, and those are like the only things they feel like they go for anymore. Let's see. Biff's the confirm. Yeah. I guess that is weird if you don't have Far Slash. I guess maybe he was just a little too... He could have done this from farther. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, but he drops the combo. Scary burst. Good awareness. I like when people understand that they should just super jump here and position for it. A lot of times when you burst Slayer into the corner, he's gonna try to fish for the immediate IAD dandy. Or not dandy, footloose journey out of the corner. But if you kind of like super jump to cover it, Ram's probably even better off than some other characters, because at least you can call your swords off the super jump if they don't get out of the corner. But even as other characters, I think it's worth just like representing the super jump, because if you see him start to fly out of the corner, it's throwable. Really, the big thing he fucked up is he didn't throw him into the swords here, which is a little unfortunate, because now they have to travel the Slayer. IP the goat, say goodbye to 25% of your health. That's meaty enough, yeah. I don't really like the immediate dead angle, but it's probably fine. The reason I don't like it, me personally, is like, once you're here, there's not really like any mix-ups anymore with Slayer. You already did the hard part. Like, you avoided the wake-up mix-up, or you RPS'd out of the wake-up mix-up, however you did it. I don't think there's like as much reason to dead angle here. Like, you get to play more neutral, sure. But like, because the sword isn't like on top of him anyway, it doesn't have like the usual value that it can have, right? Because like, you don't have the frame advantage to like really jail here anymore, or like force anything. And I would usually prefer to just keep the meter defensively versus Slayer for things like, he has Far Slash. Like, you can see he has Far Slash on him right now, right? Because he made sure to recall it earlier. That was like the first thing he did, right? So he has Far Slash. So things like Far Slash RC are good. Fucking even Daro, like just rip Daro RC is like not bad. Like, Ram has some pretty decent out of block shit versus Slayer when he reaches certain points in his offense. And I already kind of mentioned it earlier. Arm wasn't really doing it, but if he IADs at you, like, Blitz is a pretty easy, like, let's just throw this out there and see what happens kind of thing. That's safe on block. Oh, that was Arx's backdash for sure. Kind of scrambly. Both of the swords back, but like no meter means that now, again, like it's kind of just hard to like press a button and cover space without a commitment. Yeah, the back hit. I remember this how the set goes. Yeah. Again, these days I think people are getting better at it, but I do think that for the most part, I think Crocs just kind of forces people to have to kill him more than anything else. And Slayer's just hard to kill quickly, no matter what. And every situation that he puts you in, like when he IADs at you and stuff like that, or it's like it's equivalent in the sense that like you can be right as much as he can. And so like if you blitz and he goes low, then you're suddenly like very behind, right? But if you anti-air him, like he starts to kind of fall behind. And like the way he makes up for it is like the fact that Slayer doesn't block very much on wake up in most matchups. And you're building bar the whole time. And he's really good at not wasting his bar until it's like later in the round. He kind of just sits around and lets it happen. All right, for real, last set. Because this will actually balance out, because that way I can watch the rest of it. I can watch the rest of it another time. I actually don't remember this one too much off the top of my head. I want to say, in general, across a lot of the matches that Dane played, I think he did like a lot of air dash back, like IAD back, but he's like way too big on IADing, like air dashing back in. He's a big fan of like air dash back in. And it's good, but I think what's funny is like Dizzy doesn't have to do that. In fact, she's like a character that kind of doesn't really want to interact with you if she doesn't have to. Like, IAD back air dash forward to me is something that you only do with Dizzy in my brain. Maybe in some specific matchups, but really more like once people chase you for running away and always summoning. Like, it doesn't seem like a thing that you have to feel like is just in your kit. But if he does it like frame 1, I'm going to lose it. Okay. Summon's good. Oh, he should just wait, I think, right? I think once you're here, I think you have no reason not to wait as Dizzy, right? The summon is already out. So, like, you can wait for visual confirmation that they block the laser. But the fact that he moves preemptively kills it, right? pzoo could have literally died there for what he did, actually. It was actually horrible that pzoo pressed the button that didn't even hit the summon. Because the summon is literally out already. So unless a special move can kill it right away, this would have been like 2S and to get lasered and to probably get 2D'd if he waits. It kind of works out. I do like that pzoo is representing early. I think Dizzy's a character you kind of want to hang out decently close to her. Maybe Venom has an argument that you can like fight her zoning with yours potentially, like across Q5 and I don't know what else. But Laserfish just seems good. But you know, outside of that, I think it's important as like most characters to hang out close enough. If you have good movement, if you have like a run, even if you don't, you kind of still have to. It's just worse if you don't have a run. But you have to kind of be close enough that like summons are like a thing that you can either avoid easier. This is actually really good. I'm surprised he's like so comfortable in this range. I guess Venom does just hang in this range a lot, but it's a good range versus Dizzy, right? Because you jump at her, the summon is out, so it's good awareness on pzoo's end to just jump. Right? The way I look at it is it's usually like I already fucked up. I'm in a really bad spot. Usually you have a decision to make here, I think. As anybody. Like when you jump here, you have to tell yourself, I can do air dash back. And if it's high, if it's the high laser, if it's the S-fish and it hits high, you won't get knocked down. So like even if you get clipped, you're trading health for like not getting knocked down essentially. And if you air dash back and you block the laser fish, and they commit, like if it's the low one and you air dash back, they get kind of like a mix-up off of it. In fact, that's what Dane was going for. But if they commit to that kind of thing and you just double jump past everything, you're out. The trade-off is if you're too predictable and Dizzy knows that, she'll wait and she'll get an air throw instead. Usually in this situation, I tend to favor being air throwable from Dizzy because I've noticed the Oki she gets after isn't like that crazy. Like it's okay. It's not bad Oki. But it's not quite like the super duper busted like corner Oki just yet. And it's not a lot of immediate damage. It's less damage than eating the high laser into like a magic series from Dizzy. That I'll usually just be okay with this. Because avoiding the mix-up is huge. If you air dash back instead when you see this situation and you get hit by the Dizzy mix-up, that shit is going to lead to good Oki probably. Because it's definitely going to lead to like a 2D or like Ice Spike Ender depending on what she wants. Good wait. That's actually a really favorable trade. I was really lucky that that traded for pzoo and didn't just lose. Really committed on the air dash or on the chase. It works out for him though. Dizzy is not a character, by the way. Like I don't think this is worth it versus Dizzy. He is right, and that's like good for him. I don't think running forward enough that Tech JH hitting you would have happened is like ever worth it versus Dizzy. That's like my mentality versus Dizzy, because you can't rely on universal defensive mechanics, right? You're essentially telling yourself like it doesn't matter to me if they're doing tech back 9 out of 10 times in this situation. I almost will never chase it, because if they do 1 out of 10 times tech forward JH and I run into it and they sweep me, I'm in the corner, and most of this shit is not dead angleable, superable, or burstable. I might lose this round now, or I'm gonna fall behind like so far. It doesn't feel worth it, man. Like I would rather just play neutral. It's okay, right? If they tech into my anti-air, like if I stop preemptively, sweet, like that's fine, right? And if they reset to neutral, as long as you don't have god-awful neutral, like it's gonna be okay, I think. But it's not worth running into Dizzy knockdowns. So much of my decision making is just based on like, if I'm wrong, do I get knocked down? And also like, am I really forced to make this decision? If I'm not, then like I probably won't make it. And Dizzy neutral is good, but I think people underrate, and we'll see how much it happens. People underrate how much of it is like setting up a fish and then also making you block and etc. And usually her ways of getting around that are getting close enough and nailing like an ice spike YRC and forcing you to block and kind of then setting stuff up. But it comes at the cost of like meter and shit. You can kind of just wait around and try to force that out of her, I think. Well, that was kind of spooky to go over, but it worked out for Dane. So this, like, I actually don't... Again, it's not bad as long as they're blocking, but you can kind of just get a bubble out here. You can land and probably do Ice Spear. Like, there's a lot of different things you could do here as Dizzy, and they're all still things that would give you a little bit of control. Or if, like, if he gambles into this fish with, like, a button... and then does like another thing, like you might not be able to force the Jill. I don't know. It's just iffy is the way I would put it. But it's mostly fine. I mostly hate it in neutral. I think of off of summons, it's not a big deal. Oh, he got thrown off by Venom wake up time. That's fucking funny. So normally this isn't like that legit, but Venom's wake up times are like a little inverted. And what I mean by that is he tends to wake up faster on his face up wake up, the ones that are usually at the end of like standard combo enders. Like if you're B&B as a character, usually ends in face up wake ups and not face down wake ups. Usually fast knockdowns like sweeps, stun dipper, you name it. Like if it's a sudden knockdown, it's usually face down a lot of the times, right? And so normally Dizzy would kind of have to like air to air a lot of characters holding up out of this. But versus Venom, he just forgot that if you get a sweep, like if you, well, I guess not a sweep, but like both of the pillars and sweep give face down. I think the only thing that gives face up on Dizzy might be like fire pillar. I honestly don't remember how she gets face up knockdowns that much. Like I think throw also gives face up. No, throw gives face down. She gets a lot of face down knockdowns, I want to say. And normally it like doesn't matter, but it does matter for shit like this. But if Venom actually just wakes up so slow, it didn't matter. Finger YRC the goat. I like the ice spike and force control. Good bash on pzoo's end. There's an argument that he didn't need to commit to the strike throw on Dane's end, but it ends up working out. This, by the way, I guess ends up being on purpose. He does it enough that I'm just assuming it's on purpose at this point, because he does it multiple times during top 8. Where he does close slash and he jump cancels into blitz. And I'm assuming the thought process is it's safe on regular block. And it explicitly hard calls out people who just kind of jump versus carcass, because jumping versus carcass is pretty good, like as a level 1. I mean, it's fine, I guess. I just don't think a character like Venom really like wants to do that kind of thing. I think them jumping carcass is not the end of the world. I would sooner like Q5 or do something else. If somebody somehow waits in that spot and sees it and instant blocks, it's a true punish. You will get knocked down. Like it's a pretty fat gamble. And I'm assuming it's on purpose because of how many times he did it, but it's definitely like oddly specific and a pretty hard gamble if you ask me. Not the hardest gamble ever, but it's still pretty risky. There's the other interaction, right? From earlier, right? You see exactly the same as before. You see the situation. You know that laserfish will force you to block if you back off again. So you kind of double jump. Good adjustment from Dane to get the throw. But this is what I'm talking about. Dizzy tends to throw you all the way away from her and then can't really get a mix-up on most characters. Especially on Venom. I guess her air throw is face up. I think her ground throw is face down. I'll double check when he gets the throw. But you definitely can't do anything versus Venom here. So you just eat the throw, right? Think about it from the other perspective. The other one was like you block a mix-up that leads into Godoki. This one is like you're full screen, you eat an air throw, and you took like 10 damage. It's a good punishment to take, all things considered. Based on what could have happened. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, it just takes the meaty jump. Yeah. Oh, that's a huge trade to get as Venom. Oh, that was actually kind of risky. The throw would have worked there if Dane committed to it. Because of how deep it was. But doesn't quite get it. I mean, I like it. It's fine. Kinda. I don't think he should have done 2 of these. I think one of them is fine. Because he had 100, right? Yeah, I think I just do one of them, I think. If you're that desperate to burn some bar. Like, I'm not, like, it's a ton of chip. You lose maybe, like, 15% of your health at least to just chip here. But I don't know, like, not dead is a pretty big margin for Dizzy. Like, I would unironically probably trade a lot. Like, I would do what Dane did and kind of just take the bar, and honestly maybe just continue to take the chip. Because this is the kind of character where, like, if you get a dead angle suddenly, or if you mash out or, like, escape the block string correctly, you kind of might just win. Your HP isn't that relevant. That's the kind of setup where, like, if you're Leia White Fang, that shit probably sucks. Because you just lost a ton of health, and that's an important resource for you. Yeah, see, so her ground throw is face down, which is normally, like, not as good, right? For some people, to get, like, this kind of throw. Just double check. I don't remember how universal the throw knockdowns are, but I think they're actually pretty universal. I can't remember off the top of my head, because so many fucking characters, like, combo off of them that you don't usually see the knockdown state that much. Like, Dizzy's a good example of that. But anyways, you get face down. That's actually better versus Venom. I would imagine there's some manual timing involved maybe, but like, maybe not. That shit just looks pretty easy to get on Venom, I'm not gonna lie. Now this is a little faster, right? So you have to like probably run up in media a little bit more preemptively. I'm not as big a fan that he didn't just do old reliable. I think you have Stun Edge Wire, or not Stun Edge, you have Ice Spike Wire C, it's like, just use it, man. Like, I understand, like, wanting to use other stuff, but Ice Spike Wire C is busted because it has, like, no real counterplay, right? It is guaranteed, it just costs you the bar. I think it's worth doing it here, and it looks like it still would have reached. I would be very surprised if it didn't reach. Or, like, this ends up being, like, kind of the same, and he does it after, but the difference is off of a block far slash, like, you just have to kind of let it happen. If they backdash and you see it, you just kind of run up and get, like, frame advantage anyway. A little bit of a greedy throw. Very scrambly, but Venom has bar, so I think no matter what, it would have stabilized. I think, did he not knock down off this? On just 6H? I guess he wanted the damage, and maybe he was just, like, playing for chip. I think that's a little greedy. He should just take his knockdown there. It works out. I get that. I think Dizzy was close to dead angle or has dead angle, but Venom seems like one of those characters where he has got ways of getting rid of that bar. Like, you just forego a mix-up, charge a fucking ball, like, toss it at them and do the other, like, setup. Like, that shit's... You had, like, a lot of ways to get around that shit, probably. I actually don't know if mirrors reflect an enhanced wall ball. I doubt they do, right? I would imagine if you have a charged ball, like, probably not gonna reflect it. But who knows? Oh, that was nasty. Delay tech. Ooh, still delays even more. Really good delay. This is a big hit for Dizzy. Run up, get some real Oki. Oh, wow. Committing on the 4H here is, like, very adamant. But he's right. He gets the hit. I think you should look to burst Venom when you see the dash up 5H. You can get this burst here, and I don't think he can bait it, but don't quote me on that. I just want to say I'm pretty sure the way Venom works is if you see him backdash, then they're doing the burst safe route, right? And it's not worth bursting. But I want to say if he runs up and you see like 5H, I think you can just burst the moment you see 5H, and I don't think he can bait it. I think Q5 in its entirety is like too long of an animation. I think every special move he could pick is like too big of a commitment. They would have to do like 5H no cancel or something like that. I think you can just do it. I think I do it like all the time. But the reason I mention it is it's still early in the round. It's actually, in my opinion, like better to just reset here as Dane. Before pzoo builds any momentum in this game, especially for top tiers, is like way too important. Right? Like, pzoo has no meter penalty, so like he's gonna do this whole combo and just get all of the bar from it. Like, just all of it. Into like knock you down, into Ogi. Like, this is way too much control to give up when it's like you could burst right here. I think it's just too important, especially on characters that don't like rolling around in the mud. You'd have to react to 5H and make sure they didn't go for close slash. But that's the thing, is you have tons of time, right? Because you're not worried about bursting to hit the 5H. You're bursting the 5H into the next move. 5H is just the visual confirmation that you use to go, oh, they have to special cancel for the rest of their combo, right? I'm pretty okay with that kind of burst mentality. Because unless you play somebody all the time, they're probably not gonna just drop a combo. Like, explicitly just drop a combo to bait your burst. It's not in a way that's not, like, intuitive, right? Like a close slash jump cancel or something, where you can kind of, like, try to force a combo still. Something like 5H, you have to not press anything to get to like, get the burst bait, you know? People don't do that shit. Like, it just doesn't exist. You have to play somebody a lot, and they have to know that you're gonna burst like that. But the point here is, like, stopping all of this momentum is such a big deal. Like, it's such a big deal because you have a lead, you want to maintain it. And burst is a resource that comes back. There's no reason you should tell yourself, like, it's too early to burst. Like, no, bro. You're so far ahead. Just take a burst. Especially, by the way, because, like, there are burst safe routes off of throw, and, like, pzoo didn't pick it. Like, low-key, I'm actually surprised. I think if you're pzoo here, you should take the burst safe route. It depends on your mentality. It's like, if you don't think that you can win here, I do believe that getting the burst out of the way is an undeniable win for you. To some degree, right? If you think you're going to lose a round anyway. But if you have, like, even an inkling of, like, I think I can win this still. Like, you could just backdash and do a burst safe route. But I like his mentality. I would also just do a burstable route here most of the time. But again, the tricky part is, like, now it's kind of, like, fading away from Dane. Like, now, like, look at all these interactions. Like, now you have to burst. Look at the difference now, right? This is relatively even now, right? And the last thing I'll say without talking about, like, this exact part of the set, like, forever, is you can look at this, like, from multiple avenues, right? Because you can be like, well, what if I just block correctly? And it's like, okay, I get that. But you're gonna, like, even if you block a mix-up, you still have to get out of, like, block strings and shit. In a game where, like, things are not skewed in your favor, you're not supposed to be blocking an exert if you can help it. That doesn't mean always wiggle out and always do bullshit, but it's like, I think it is a reasonable thing to believe that us humans are not meant to get out of this shit naturally all the time. Why else would they have given you a burst? Like, think about it, bro. All of this shit is fucked. This is, like, plus as fuck. Like, all of this is very annoying to just get out of easily. And that, yeah, I think it's worth using your burst. Again, a little greedy. I think Dane needs to realize that by default, I think when Dizzy creates this much space, especially if you ice spike and they didn't move, getting everything on screen again is your priority. She reminds me of Answer, right? She's a setup character. There are characters that are setup characters. Venom is another setup character in my brain, where it's like, by default as Venom, in most matchups, I think your goal is, like, let me get a couple balls out, or one at least, before I start committing to things, right? And the whole game plan for you is usually oriented around how do people stop me from getting that stuff, right? Like, if you're Dane here and you're like, I think he's gonna just run at me and, like, IAD and try to interrupt the summon, then you just crouch and wait, and then you collect your free punish, right? That's the burden that characters that do this kind of thing in neutral put on other people. In other words, like, when I play Answer, my goal is always to have scrolls out. Scrolls will always make everything I do better. Always, right? Even if you tell yourself they're at 1 HP, I could win right now. It's like, dude, that doesn't change if you get all your resources out. It's the exact same. You just have all your resources out, right? You're just winning a little slower is all that's happening. But it's annoying, and I'll say this for the person facing that sort of, like, strategy in neutral. A lot of characters do this in Excerpt, where they have, like, a thing they want to set up before they do whatever bullshit they do. Any character that does that versus any other character that doesn't do it as well or doesn't do it, period, the guy that's at full screen and doesn't have options that are as good has to run at you. Like, or they just have to accept that your neutral gets better and then they have to somehow win anyway, right? The point is that it's busted because you have to, like, approach Dizzy to interrupt it. Otherwise, she just gets a ton of value, and then it gets harder to beat her in neutral, right? That's my biggest reason why I think, like, this is a bad habit he shouldn't do, right? Like, Dizzy is not a character that wants to do this. That's what it boils down to. Dizzy is not a character that wants to do this. The fact that it can or can't work out is besides the point, to me. Like you don't want to do this, fundamentally, I think, with pzoo. And pzoo does a good job of crouching. I think pzoo has been doing his side of, like, well, I'm just playing the matchup. Like, punishing what I need to punish. And getting the situations I need to. Oh, that's tough. That's actually really sad. I get hit by that kind of thing. Or is that well, that's a really confident carcass round start. Yeah, again, a lot of these situations are just run away. I can't speak for how good Venom stuff is compared to Dizzy, but I think the idea is like it can't be so good that you just feel like the burden of approaching all the time. Good fuzzy throw again from pzoo. I will say, I think on Dane's end, he needs to be more conscious maybe of the fact that pzoo already fuzzy through once. Maybe you should do air dash again here instead, right? I think he still had it, right? Because he only used one, I want to say. Yeah, he should do punch, release punch, air dash here, I think. Especially because there's not really like a downside here. But pzoo has shown in the very same set that he's willing to mash throw. Or at least fuzzy throw, whatever you want to call it. Really confident run up 6B. He did it pretty late though, low key, like. But it doesn't work out. Again, Dizzy can just win from these situations. It's like not that unrealistic. No, I think you can just block here as Dizzy. I think you summon D-Fish or summon YRC and respect the fact that this, like if you're gonna raw summon, you like have to see this coming. Like of course I'm gonna do single YRC. Oh, it's gonna hit. Summon, yeah. Don't fuck around too again. Oh, it's like, it's every time, man. I would say if there's like an outlier, it's like Dane kind of just lost to being greedy. And he doesn't have to be. Like, Dizzy's just a character that just keeps looping that shit over and over in neutral, right? And what I mean by that, so like a good example is he gets the super and he does summon. Where is it? He's like right here when he gets hit. So he gets hit. He gets hit, he gets knocked down, pzoo gets the knockdown. Mirror hits, right? Mirror goes through the mix-up, whatever. He does summon, he does old reliable. Dizzy's old reliable is H-Fish, Icicle, right? Whatever they call it, Ice Spear, I think, or whatever. Right? You do this combo, the laser cuts the ground off. Usually the Ice Spike can help cover, not Ice Spike, whatever they call this thing. This can help cover the air, right? And like pzoo does a really good job. He's actually been doing a really good job of just navigating around everything Dizzy puts out on screen. But I think the difference is that he gets impatient, like Dane gets impatient. There's nothing wrong with this happening. All that happens is that both people kind of move around a little bit. But when he lands on the other side of the screen, like over here when they cross paths, he, in my opinion, should either summon immediately if he's really confident pzoo won't do anything about it, or he should air dash back like once before he lands and summon at like full screen and do the same thing. Just call H-Fish, call Ice Spear again. Like it's gonna be the same interaction. Nothing has changed, but you are still forcing pzoo to respond every time in neutral, right? That's the power that Dizzy holds over a lot of people in neutral. Oh, he didn't actually react, and pzoo messed up the mix-up, I think. Usually he puts this ball behind you, and that's how he gets the teleport cross-up. But I think he like fucked it up that time. Either way, most people have not learned to visually recognize the setup. It's really obvious to me once you see it, because you see the level 2 ball come out like this. And you're kind of just looking and you're like, oh, there's a level 2 ball. Like when he runs up, if Venom disappears, he's going to disappear probably behind you if the ball is behind you, but in front of you, like it's gonna go here. It's the last ball he interacted with, you know? There it is. Good adjustment. Good adjustment to finally do like he needed to just throw bait earlier, right? Or at least play for that instead. Once somebody throws you, I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna bait throw for a while. The kind of game where it's not worth the risk. I mean, these are fine. I don't think any of these are fine. Well, it is worth noting, right? Like, if they're doing things that hit you or can hit you with the balls, that's what D-Fish is for, right? Like, D-Fish is for, like, helping you in these situations. Just get a D-Fish out. Like, get another summon out. Yeah, like, this is fine. Like, you're getting nickel and dimed. You guys are just trading projectiles. Like, it's not a big deal. Yeah, use a D-Fish. Get an air throw. Get an anti-air. Like, these are, unironically, I think, good situations for Dizzy. Really, the biggest downside is that a lot of the times when Dizzy resets to get all these summons out again, she starts to really, like, hurt her meter, like, gain a lot. Like, her tension pulse kind of starts to go down, and I think that's a big deal. But, That I do think she just has to play that way. I think that she's designed around that, and she can play around it. This is unfortunate timing. I think I like that he finally backed away instead of air dashing. It just sucks that Stinger YRC happened to happen the moment he did it. Just unfortunate timing, I think. Stay in the corner. Oh, okay, that works. Well, this is good too. Yeah, this is why I think that you can leverage just being chill as Dizzy. pzoo has had and moments like a little too much aggression where he's like, I'm gonna just run Dizzy down and hopefully she doesn't expect it. But I think it doesn't matter who you are. I think if you're approaching from this far, it's probably a little too greedy versus Dizzy. Right? Like, they end up in this situation and he's like, I'm just gonna approach. Once you are full screen, you basically can't punish a summon. If she recognizes the moment you end up full screen, she will get the summon out before you can, like, reach her, usually. So, and because of how summons work, like, this usually doesn't matter as much, right? So, like, Dane, I think, should just feel more confident in the fact that, like, yeah, D-Fish can do things like that. Oh, that's a big miss for pzoo. This is fine. Oh, I don't like that immediate burst as much. It is really convenient low-key for Venom that he gets rid of the same balls that he just had out for. Yeah, and then he does the blitz. He does it, like, again, in spots where he thinks they're gonna jump, I guess, and so I guess that's what it is. But it is an oddly specific read if it is a read that he does that. I'm not a big fan of it, but I get that it's not... You probably won't really die for it a lot. And I mean, at least it doesn't hurt your meter gain doing the charge blitz. But yeah, I would say the super big elephant in the room is learning how to play more defensively is really important for Dane. Because summon is the key, man. Like, you just need to tell yourself different styles of summon. Maybe you need to do summon with H-Fish into YRC. That way, if they move forward, they put themselves too close to run away now, right? There's a lot of little different things that you can do with Dizzy in response to people approaching to harass summons, and I think those are all pretty important, is the way I would put it. I think you can't sleep on how essential it is, because Dizzy, when she approaches like the way he was, is taking a risk. I don't think Dizzy pressure is that good, is the way I would put it. It's not bad. Like, it's not so bad you just can't use it, but the fact that she kind of has to Ice Spike YRC a lot of the times is a big deal, I think. Like, you can't just use a resource on your offense all the time. Doesn't matter if the strike throw is pretty rewarding. I think people that have pretty good defense will find ways of getting out of that, most likely, anyway. That it's one of those where, like, even if you think about it from, like, the reward perspective, it's not, like, a whole ton. Like, getting a block string is different between the casts. Getting a block string as Leo Whitefang is a bigger deal than getting a block string as Dizzy. And, like, some people might be, like, a little uppity about that and be like, well, Dizzy actually kills you if she opens you up. But it's like, well, yeah, but, like, she's not built to open you up in block strings, really. It's a plus on block close slash, and that's it. And I think if you IB close slash, it becomes minus, if I'm not mistaken. That's it. Like, there's nothing in her kit besides that that's, like, designed to keep you stuck there, except Ice Spike YRC. And Ice Spike YRC is ironically enough, like, so fast that you just kind of let it happen. When I think she's going to do it, a lot of the times I just let it happen. Sometimes I backdash if I think I can get away with it. But it's either going to happen or she does some kind of fake air dash thing or fake summon thing and you just react to that, right? Like, she always has to use bar in her block strings, and I think that is a downside, right? No matter how you look at it, it is a downside, even if the options are, like, pretty strong when she gets them. That I think he focuses too much on just, like, making contact, when I think not all forms of contact are ideal for Dizzy, is the way I would put it. It was like I told him that one time. I think Dizzy's goal is, like, setting up mix-ups as she reaches you. However she does it, right? Like, usually off of summons that force you to block, like, sudden high-low type stuff. Or maybe even, like, a much more protected strike throw, like, by being protected by the fish summon that forces you to block. Like, I think no matter how you look at it, she always kind of wants that. And then whenever she's not doing it, it's because she thinks that you're not going to let her do it. And that's kind of it, honestly. Or, again, that matchup, some of the counter zoning seemed a little obvious. But you can solve a lot of counter zoning with meter too if you want to go that avenue, I think. Ray is always trying to set up a jail for air dash pressure, which is way more effective. I just think that is ultimately, like, Dizzy's goal. The same way a lot of other characters have goals that are just make contact, or get scrolls out, or get a Venom ball out, or that's kind of it. I mean, like May can get dolphins and beach ball out, right? Like there are things that people can do, or there are things that people have to do. But I think Dizzy is like she's at her strongest when she just summons. I would say learning to be more defensive is the way to go for Dane in those spots. It's a lot about learning how to protect your summons and how people respond to them more than anything else, honestly. And then once you get a better feel for that, then you kind of understand how the neutral works within. But anyways, I don't want to do all of this. I think we're like halfway-ish, right? There's 1, 2. Yeah, we're like a little past halfway. I think we did 4 sets or so. So we're like a little before the halfway point. We'll probably do this in like 3 streams if I had to guess. But I'll paste these together before I put them on YouTube. I literally slap them together. No editing. You're going to have to hold that if anybody goes back and watches these. But I'm going to chill there. I'm going to cut the VOD out. I want to go do some other stuff today. But I will finish going through it for anybody lurking. I don't know if anybody else is streaming. We should probably check before I just call it. But yeah, it's a good top 8 so far. It's actually had some faster sets overall than I remembered. They're like pretty fast overall. There's not too much like back and forthing on the rounds, and I don't think there's been like notable like 2-1s or anything like that. Oh, TheArm is playing, I guess. He's been playing a lot recently with Peppery. I wonder if like Peppery is at Evo and entering this, I guess, is maybe like I don't know, doesn't matter. But I almost posted TheArm's own stream in his stream. If you guys want to go watch more Exer, it looks like TheArm is playing Peppery slash for a bit. It's usually pretty chill vibes. People want to hang out there. He doesn't really like interact with the chat much, but they're pretty funny to just listen to. But that is it for me. I will pick this up probably tomorrow. Like probably whoops. Probably tomorrow. If not, then just the next time I stream. I'm low-key like kind of lazy about analyzing this stuff, but I'm like if I just get it out of the way, then it'll just be there forever. I don't have to worry about it. And we don't have these frequently, so I'm like, it's fine. It just feels a little close because Slashback just happened. Alright. Luckily, this thing remembered where I was last time, so I don't have to do like anything fancy. Although I probably should maybe turn this like a smidge down. That's probably better. Actually, that's probably this thing's kind of loud, isn't it, low-key? That's probably better. I think that's like drowned out enough. That's probably fine. Anyways, I think I still have like a lot of sets left for this. I think it's like probably like 5 or so sets at least, because I think this is still the first round or so. No, sorry, it's the second round of losers. I guess it's not like that bad. But we'll see the difference. I mean, it's the same matchup. It's just that this is the one that put cade in losers. Backdash. She's kind of playing it really similarly too, I would say. Where it doesn't feel like she's chasing into Slayer that much. As in like just kind of like sticking things out in place like this. And Crocs is actually kind of like trying to catch stuff like that. I think the thing that I hadn't seen like in any of the prior set or this one that's interesting to me is like if 6P is the button they're pressing, you kind of run forward more probably and press like other buttons like 2S or maybe 2K, but I don't think I trust 2K that much. Versus Slayer 6P. With the idea being like what's the worst that can happen? Like 5K 2D is not like a hit confirm. Like no Slayer player is really gonna be like, oh my god, I hit 5K, let me do 2D. But it's like as long as you're moving forward, kind of like to set yourself up closer, it's truly not like the biggest deal ever, I think. Spin the bar. Double dead angle. That's some real like I don't give a shit vibes. Maybe double dead angle. Especially because like in this matchup, you kind of do need that shit. Like this isn't like a great matchup for you to just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna kill without that bar as Slayer. It seems really hard to get the right hit of Slayer in this matchup. Even though prolonging it is, like the way I would put it is look at the meter. Like there's still no meter on Crocs' end, right? Double dead angle is definitely like overly ambitious, or I think just like overly lazy maybe in that exact moment. Puts like a heavy burden on being right in situations like this, and obviously Leo's pretty great at it. Wow, does that H? Does that H flash kick the loss? No shot. That should have hit late as fuck if it didn't get caught by Leo. Invul? That had to have an H. Look how high it was already gone. That was definitely H. That was crazy timing on the overhead. Obviously, it was like mid block string, so that's kind of like why I ended up like whiffing off the BDC into this. So kind of nuts though. Oh, really bad verse. Oh, that's supposed to be 5p. You can kind of. I was gonna say you could block it out here, but that works too. This is something I've kind of noticed too. Although to be fair, this one's like maybe like a bad example, but I don't really see Crocs pick much universal defensive stuff much ever. By the time he does, it's a very like Daigo when he DPs type of energy where it's like, yeah, I mean, he's probably known he can do it for like the last 10 interactions, but he chooses like not to, is my guess. He doesn't feel it's necessary. Is that like knowing Slayer 6p, there's a world I wouldn't be that surprised if it worked there. That's punished with the 2H start. Well, actually, you kind of low-key didn't need to burst that once you're not going to end up cornered. I feel like it's not the worst. It's not a bad burst or anything. What a jab. Actually, kind of insane to press 5 2p here, low key. Even as long as you block the 5D, you're good. Like, you might even get a punish. I don't remember how minus that is. I don't appreciate this reset, but I also don't know if this is on purpose. But I think the idea is like, no, I can't like fathom a reason you wouldn't just take a knockdown and toss 25 bar out the window. That I'm like, I feel like that could have not been on purpose. Right. Especially because I don't really believe in situations like this that much. Plus, honestly, this might even just hit weird, even if it did hit with how close they were horizontally. I like that 2S whiff. 2S whiff seems like pretty strong into. This is one of the few times I think that 2S whiff might be like really strong for Leo in a matchup when I picture it in my head, because I can't really think of what Slayer is mashing versus 2S whiff where you're like, oh no, because 5k does not lead to knockdowns. A lot of people I think can harass 2S whiff a lot better than Slayer, but the fact that a lot of his pokes won't really turn into any knockdowns, even if he interrupts with something like 5k, seems like it's pretty big for Leo. As in, like you could just kind of face tank that shit and you'll be fine probably, because the RPS after lends itself not in Leo's favor, but he has a ton of health and he has a lot of options for it. I think. Is that actually gonna hit media enough? No. Yeah, there's the RPS running out. What did he pick? I wonder. I wonder what he picked. Did he try to BDC bite or did he just send it on close slash? Kind of hard to tell. It wasn't like animating enough yet, but it looks like a missed BDC bite actually. Just crucial execution miss. You have to rush this. That's a great trade if you're Leo, honestly, all things considered. Leo's too heavy is my guess. Yeah, you can't get the wall bounce there. Knock it out. I like the armor point. Can you armor in time? No, you're just cooked. Definitely feels like a lot of it is just Croc seems like he needs like early damage. Wait, you can get two of those? What was that initial hit? I'm surprised. Oh, never mind. It was just the one. I thought it was two. I thought it was two 6Ks. It was just the one 6K. Oh, that's huge. That's like a crazy fortunate coincidence. No knockdown is big. A lot of people have this habit, I've noticed, of people have a tendency to like tech back, but not pick a button or not pick faultless. And it really leads into situations like this a lot where, yeah, it's not great, but you'd rather block this than scramble with Slayer here now. Because now, like, now 6p is good. Now if you tech forward, you die if they 6p. And now when you tech back, like you are in the corner essentially, right? No tech is a good option though, I think there. I think it's pretty aware of the fact that if you just choose to take the knockdown, Slayer can't present like a huge threat. I think it looked like he hard committed to chasing back tech, right? Yeah. He's really, really banking on the back tech, it looked like. Or it was a missed dash cancel input. It's hard to say. I like using the meter. I like when Slayers do this one. I feel like this is a nicer call out in my brain sometimes than pile bunker. I feel like pile bunker is like a speed thing. Or if you're like maybe worried about jailing certain characters, pile bunker seems great. But I like when Slayers use crosswise RC. It just seems good. Like it just seems like you end up like in this similar situation, but you have a lot more time to like hit confirm and process what's going on. Right. But I do think I can't remember. I think he loses his air action when he leaves the ground on crosswise. Yeah, Leo kind of gives. I've noticed. Actually, no, that was face up. He just missed it because the dead angle timing was weird. But I was gonna say Leo seems like his knockdown timing messes with Slayer a little bit. Slayer tends to get a lot of face down knockdowns off of a lot of things normally, unless he goes into like air routes, and so you feel like the extra slow wake up a lot more. That's like huge. That's actually a punish. He does immediate like immediate it's late. That looks like the fastest timing. And then it looks like Leo 5Ks. Fast. I'm actually a little surprised that this managed to beat it. But I guess he probably recognized the whiff and then tried to press, and maybe that's why. Or the button, I guess something like 5K probably would maybe lose there. He's walking into it. Yeah. That counter hit, or was that just the Hellfire flash? Oh, I think he tried to mash. No? No, it's just the Hellfire flash. It just looked like a counter hit. Scramble. There's the BDC bite. RPS. I will say, I think people get away with murder low key. Like I do it too. But when you actually get the throw on Slayer out of the Oki, it's the most like yoink feeling ever. Because by all means, like you should just fucking die like 80% of the time for going for this, right? No matter who you are, specifically getting the throw is like pretty nuts. I like the chase down, but it looks like cade stabilization. I will say, I think this I would have to like double check because it's been so long since I did it, but also um it's just one of those things you wouldn't notice right away. But I do find that it seems like a difference between like this set so far that's kind of notable versus the one with Scud is that Crocs has a tendency to like keep trying to extend his offense, right? He tends to be like just kind of aggressive in general. So like these S-boom IRCs and stuff like have been working. Like they've been hitting quite a bit, I've noticed. In a lot of these little spots. And I think that has like a bit to do with it. Where I want to say like Scud kind of just like stood at a distance and went, well, I can't really do anything if you S-boom, and would just like see the S-boom and like block it spaced out, which is better than getting hit, obviously. A little patient, yeah. Good awareness to bait the mash defensively. Right. Like obviously more specifically just looking for like flash kick, but it's really well spaced in that situation. And Cade waiting too long to burst, so no real good burst points left by the end. We missed round start, but it's probably fine. This isn't like real Oki, yeah. Yeah, this 2S whiff has been like really paying bills, and this thing hasn't. Basically, like 2S whiff, like 2S whiff into something else has worked like a handful of times already, and this shit has like not. I think this is the second time in this set that 236H, aka second record, just gets duffed by 6P. I think last time it was same side though. But I'm not too big of a fan of this. I don't think you probably need to do this as Leo. When I really think about the situation here, this probably isn't a matchup you need to worry about it in. When I really think about it, you can probably let it breathe a little bit here as Leo. I totally get chasing with 236H in matchups where the neutral kind of sucks for you. Because at that point, like, yeah, you might as well lean into like gambling a little harder on the chase and forcing interaction that way with Leo. But in my head, I'm like, I feel like you could just dash and throw out 5H in this matchup. And it's one of those where like you're still gonna catch tech neutral and tech forward like it should. And if they back up, like they're gonna recover and you're gonna enter back turn, and back turn seems okay versus Slayer. Right? Like if he doesn't counter hit you with the map on the way in, you're not really worried about it. I mean, he could, but in my head it just seems like really easy. Like you can't really air dash versus back turn P consistently, right? Like you would just shut down a lot of the neutral um if they tech back anyway. But I think this is just like leaning in a little too hard. There's no need to like want to win that fast in this matchup, I think, as Leo. What happened here? Scramble. Oh, they got clipped by 2H. Good job, no teching. No teching is usually my go-to as well after 2H. It's fine. If he walks up or just starts preemptively setting up Oki, that's fine. I'm not gonna like fight it a lot of the times because the 6p reward is too suffocating. And it looks like she probably just missed her reversal. Because meaty 6H just hitting is kind of nuts. Backdash? Fuzzy jump is a lot smarter. I would have gotten smoked. I have a bad habit of backdashing on reaction to it instead of doing fuzzy FD jump. Because this probably also dodges, honestly. Good job holding the faultless. What a mash. That's preemptive as fuck, too. Fireball. I like not spending the bar. I think this is really good, but I don't think you need... Like, I don't think you want to introduce situations like this where you should know, like, if they gamble, you're fucked. And really, like, if you go low, it's gonna be awkward to punish this anyway. And the punish itself, like, yeah, it's a punish, but like you're not gonna kill off of any low in a situation like this, even with bar, right? So like they could blatantly be wrong on this in this situation and still get one more chance to try to win, right? Which is a big deal, I think, because you don't need to force it. You have so much bar that I think if you're not gonna spend it right here to make the Oki more consistent for something like that, then I think you should just let it go if I'm like Leo in this context. I would probably just take the free pressure. I think the fact that you can get this is already pretty good versus Slayer. But like if you move forward, like you kind of just lean into this dynamic and now it's like, well, yeah, you have bar, but like you kind of like need to spend it and win like right here. 2H. Surprised no wait. Usually once I'm like here, unless I like if I'm kind of incentivized to stay close to Slayer, in other words, if I realize I can't run away for whatever the reason is, maybe like it's exactly this context and I'm low health, so like I need to try to force a win. But you know, most of the time I run, but if I am close, I do kind of just stay there. I don't do this backdash anymore because if he keeps J2King, he like crosses me up and I'll catch him on the way down. Or I'll be like directly underneath him, or you can even try to like start jumping into him once he whiffs one of these with the intention of throwing him. But I usually don't do that because they have to be a lot lower for me to want to do it. Like I won't do it here because it's so high up. It's like awkward to get the throw even if you block this. I'd maybe do it here. But again, the idea is you just have to be mindful of it. Oh no, the will to live. That's huge though. Try to fish for the chip, right? Or like just try to avoid the projectile. And if you chip, then you just win. I like taking the fireball. Tries to sneak out. This is a BDC moment. Dang, that was a good guess too. I was wondering if she would pick back turn punch specifically because of this, but it was some extra dashes. I do think it is kind of interesting when you really step back and think about it. I don't think Slayer mashes here like almost ever. Like you might get thrown doing this, but Slayer is one of those characters where if they're gambling on wake up, they're probably doing it with the dash input in some way, right? So I think in a way it is kind of fine to just like dance around him a couple times. Worst case, like he probably just jumps above you and you have back turn punch a lot of the times. That was a good guess on Crocs' part. Right idea is just she didn't meaty at all, obviously. Dude, that's like, oh, that's gotta be like a bad feeling too. It's not a lot of immediate punishment, but I do think in this matchup specifically, it's kind of a big deal if you're just losing your turn as Slayer. Because like the Oki seems like it's pretty okay, and the neutral seems fine. Defense seems fine. That it's like getting thrown out of those is kind of a bitch, I think. There's next bite. Lots of good bite loops. Big commit. I'm actually a little surprised that he went for another dash bite. I like no 2S whiff here, by the way. This time it's just like actually hitting. Although it's hard to say if that's on purpose. That might have just been a byproduct of the instant blocks. Option select, you can't burst there. Yeah. What happened here? So he gets hit, he instant blocks. I think this is still plus. It might be like dead even or +1 on IB. But it looks like that's dead even because I'm pretty sure both of these are 5. Um, Alright, so he gets that, and then I guess the next one gets crushed. No, he presses 2S for some reason. Instead of, I can't believe he pressed 2S here. Maybe he wanted close slash and didn't get it. But he gets clipped. Once Leo gets here and you're crouching, you can't burst. He can't do this on a standing hit. But if you're crouching, he can press this button, and as soon as he presses that button, far slash, if I'm not mistaken, you just press punch. You just press far slash punch. I don't think you have to hold it, but I don't know the specifics of the OS. But he gets to do it if you get crouch hit like that. If you're ever crouching state and you have to get hit by Leo far slash like here, you cannot disrespect it if they know the option select, and they get a pretty real punish if they are ready and willing to 6H. Counter? No, I'm surprised that's fast enough to hit. Flash kick is kind of free. Yeah, I'm not sure what he did. I almost thought for a second he would just dash and then dash back again to get the one free punish, right? Like the next time it's gonna be like a little more obvious, but I thought he would just dash back here, but he kind of like jumps back. It's weird. I don't know if that was on purpose. This doesn't kill. Neither does the follow-up actually either. Crosswise. Yeah, I think she kind of like panicked in the moment. I mean, this is a pretty scrambly like end to the round, like the last couple interactions. But I think, even if she messed up, right? Because it looked like she missed her dash, right? I think is what it really was. She needs to hit like a dash here, and she doesn't. If you hit the dash, the pickup is free, right? And so she hits like a regular one, and she kind of panics and is like, oh, well, I guess I'll just super for the knockdown. But I almost don't think it's worth it. I put such a high value on meter that you can get out of like any situation for the most part without it, right? Even if you were to be here and you tell yourself, fuck, I missed the dash, I can't get a pickup anymore as Leo, you can still enter back turn and cover tech forward. And like that's fine. That means like you're gonna stabilize and you're in back turn, you have 50 bar. Like the 50 bar is a pretty big deal. Especially because it means if you get knocked down again, you can run the exact same gambit again because you have 50 bar to help you out. Right? But I cannot emphasize enough that like even though it might enable a pretty good situation, I mean it's character dependent. Like versus Slayer, telling yourself like I'll do something like this to get a knockdown is like not useful. Right? Because the idea is like your knockdown won't hold as much value versus Slayer in general. This is the kind of mindset where like if you were fighting Dizzy, I think then yeah, this is like a good decision. To be like, yeah, you know what? This neutral's kind of ass. I would rather not have to play a bunch of it again. That I would be like, yeah, I'd spend it there, right? And she can't get out of the Oki, right? There are some characters where you have to gauge like, is the knockdown even really worth it? And I don't think a knockdown and this much damage is worth 50 bar, like right now. And it's not even because like she literally did guess wrong. It's really just more the fact that like you're if you do guess wrong on the next interaction, you don't leave yourself leeway. You don't have like resources to help you out. Flash kick again. Oh my god, I can't believe she didn't. She might have tried. No, she probably did wake up 5p, right? That's my guess. She did a lot of flash kicks. She rotates pretty aggressively, so my guess would be wake up 2p. Hard to tell. Leo wasn't animating yet, but it might have been wake up 2p. Nice big call out. I like the super duper. See, like this is a good example of like super specific call out, and I'm about it. Like I literally just said the knockdown's not that big a deal, but back down 2D there is pretty nice, honestly. Especially because I can't imagine Slayer being that great at punishing this. Funny enough, his punish might feel like a bit awkward on it compared to other people's. A lot of other characters can instant block and still kind of turn it into a knockdown with the crouching state, but I guess Slayer might not be able to. But either way, more specifically, backdashing the bite and then getting the sweep is pretty big. And then again, I think this is pretty nice. I think this is to me like a big privilege to have versus the character like Slayer. Only in the sense that Slayer does get a lot of his opportunities directly out of knockdowns, right? He can be wrong and he can be right. So it's like it's not like I want to gas it up, but the point is that like nobody else in the game can really do that the same way that he does, right? Like yeah, Zami's there, yeah, Hochifu's there. But like BDC has legitimate invincibility, right? Like it's a legit guess that you just kind of get as Slayer in a lot of matchups. But I think the fact that you can force him to be close to you, right? Because the other thing is like it's not like you can just give up your Oki and blatantly go back to neutral, right? As a lot of characters versus Slayer. Like that's just kind of like giving up too much advantage sometimes. But the fact that he kind of like has to block this or backdash and then deal with it afterwards, like if even if he just like starts backdashing with no jump cancel, he's gonna have to like deal with it the moment he escapes, right? It's good because it basically stops you from having to potentially block some random bullshit on your Oki, and then you kind of get to like chase Slayer, right? I like that Crocs just didn't gamble hard once he was in the air. I feel like once you are up here, it's like you do one jump and then you kind of double jump to reposition if they commit, and then you just eat the air throw. Right? If you're wrong, like I do this a lot too. If you're wrong, it's not a big punishment. You're usually pretty far on a lot of air throws. Now Slayer can actually take the gamble on the BDC. Funny enough, I wonder if he missed this because it's his face up wake up timing. Slayer's pretty frequently getting his face down timing in a lot of matchups, compared to face up. That's not like always true, I'm sure. But the way that he gets caught a lot in the mid range, I find that he tends to eat a good chunk of like face down knockdowns. If you're not ready for face up, I would imagine that's the one that's more annoying. Yeah, and then this is obviously like this is just self-explanatory. It's forced block projectile into having to actually block a mix up. Right? Like anyone can get freed up by that, but the fact that you uniquely force Slayer to do it is also a big part of it. Oh, what a dash forward. Again, really aggressive. Even when he's down, I'm like surprised that he opted for dash forward here. I guess it's not the worst thing ever. And he gets the counter hit payoff. Yeah, she's been really determined to keep mashing. Take the fireball, yeah. See, that's kind of my point, right? Like it's a lot more stable than like a lot of what other characters do. Yeah, and then he just doesn't take the burst. He could have maybe done it like here. Like just fuzzy burst and see if he gets the gold burst, but it is hard to get a burst in any decent capacity at that point. If anything, he probably should have just gambled here. But I get that it's just hard to win from this position. But like he could have done like burst dot right there, and then you chunk, and you only need to win one more exchange probably as Slayer. That might not be true because Leia's pretty beefy, but like it's pretty close is the way I would put it. It's definitely really close. But the tricky part is like they're gonna have like she's gonna have like 50 bar and burst. So it's like you're gonna really have to win that fucking gamble. But good stuff to her. Honestly, she got rewarded a lot for how hard she kept committing on defense. A lot of just like mashing straight up. Not too much like waiting and responding, just straight up mashing. I actually don't really remember how this went. It's been so long now. But I do remember in general, because he was just playing well that day. He didn't really have many executional flubs. I think not too many people. Oh, it's a funny round start. 6k to dodge. Everybody seems. I think it's almost funny to me that like Venom players lose the ability to do this on the first instance versus a lot of people. Like on the very, very, very first round start versus good people or people that have done a little bit of studying. Almost everybody knows they're anti 2S round start counter poke versus Venom. But it doesn't look like a lot of rewards, so it's really not that big a deal to us poke. Wow, that interrupted straight up. I don't even think that was that charged, was it? Is IB? It might have been like a tiny bit of charge, if anything. That's kind of fucked up that it interrupted. Kills the ball. That's actually really smart. I didn't even think about that. I forget that it kills projectiles and that it doesn't stop the hitbox. I'm so used to like things that cancel out projectiles but are projectiles themselves. But this is really smart the moment he recognized the ball, right? Because normally this is the situation a lot of people have to deal with. Is Venom essentially like tosses a ball out, positions himself where like if you want to avoid this, he's almost always gonna be like positioned to then try to chase and punish you if he wants to, right? Or you block it and then you immediately block a mix-up, right? So just most people are not willing to do. But this is pretty cool. This is a pretty funny interaction. Instant burst. I actually don't think you have to do this yet. I could be wrong, but like I'm pretty sure her combos and her Oki, maybe the Oki doesn't, but her combo definitely kind of sucks there. That I like to save my burst versus Coom for like more defined win conditions for her. Right, like the start of a Shinken loop, or more likely if they keep it kind of burst safe and space the Shinken kicks out, then red ball the moment I see it, right? And it's just hard to play around. Good 6P. Wow, that's fucked up. That reached really far. Awareness. Takes a lot of confidence to run up there though. Blitz, but no charge, no knockdown. I guess that makes sense that you can mash 6P after. I actually don't think he needs to be this close to Coom. I think you have like not much reason not to back up here. I don't like the idea of enabling like air dash forward into like a Hayabusa I kind of have to deal with a little bit in this spacing. But I usually don't like hanging out this far from Coom. It's either like I'm slightly closer and none of her buttons reach still, because only 6H will reach, and obviously 6H has a like super obvious downside to it. Or I like to just be farther and get my shit that might be better at full screen than Coom's ball, and I'd imagine Venom can do that. But again, it's really just, I think playing like this versus Coom, where you're like trying to get like really aggressive, leads you to be like here. And like, yeah, it's cool if you can instant block these in the right spots, but like one, they don't always hit in a way where you're just gonna be plus. Um, just because you instant block it. That's not actually that guaranteed. And more importantly, like one, if you don't instant block it, your turn is over. Like she's gonna be plus off that dive kick. Right? And you're probably not always gonna hit it. And even when you do, like I said, if you might end up in like not the best spot anyway. And if you ever get hit, it's not good. I feel like this leans into what she wants a lot of the times. Right? It's easy to not think about it too much. Oh, I mean, really fast adjustment. He only saw one 6P after blocked Hayabusa, and he does wait, but he does crouching blitz. West is a mid, right? This is a weird blitz call out. He does crouch blitz charge. That might have been a misinput. But yeah, I mostly just don't like scrambling with Coom. Even situations like this, I've come to realize, are not that bad as long as your character has some decent options versus Hayabusa. And I feel like a lot of characters do. Right? Because like she can't really do a mix up here, especially if you like air block it. And then at this point, like if she doesn't have 50 bar, like she's just kind of plus, and you wait her out and you end up exactly here again. I don't really like overcommitting into Coom that much whenever I can help it. I mean, obviously if you're a little off and you're wrong once or twice in a row, you can end up in a red ball Oki situation and then lose from there. But it's like, dude, you have to be wrong so many times. That's a really good JD after the JH. Like, so far it's working out, but I usually don't favor people being like overly aggressive and kind of scrappy with Coom, especially if they have like bigger buttons and options to set things up from farther out. Like, I can't imagine 5D is always gonna do well into Venom shit. Oh, I'm surprised no Blitz. Yeah, I like adding good recognition of like, I think it's really important when people see, he actually should have recognized it earlier low key, but he didn't. But I think if you see this, I think you just rep all hits. You're like, oh, I'm 2 hits in. Surely the third hit hits crouching Coom on IB. Then it's like, I think you just let the third hit rock, and then you do like 2D. But it actually seems like it's the same, actually. But I was gonna say, learning to recognize when people are instant blocking and deliberately pushing yourself out, I think is like a really big deal. Big catch. Oh, that's a big burst to burst somebody in the corner off the air dash. It was like just delayed enough that it caught the cross up hit. It's not always the case. You have like no reason to gamble here. Yeah, you have yeah, it's unfortunate for Coom, but you have no, I don't think you have a single reason to gamble here as Venom. I can't think of a single one. Once you're here, I'll like pause the moment it happens. Because Venom 2S and Stinger YRC defensively are gonna put in a lot of work in a situation like this. You eat this hit, right? Like you scramble, you eat this hit, and you get hit here, and it's not red kick, right? So it won't link into a knockdown, right? So you just eat this hit and you wait. Coom does not have a real run. So she's not gonna dash up and do her pressure here like almost ever. It's like too slow and clunky, and even if she did, it wouldn't really change the fact that you're just gonna push her out anyway a lot. If she air dashes, obviously you're gonna have great options for that on reaction. As like anybody, you could probably just air throw her as Venom, call it a day. You cross up, press a button, etc. Right? Nobody's gonna air dash at you right here. And if you block a poke, which like he should just wait, I would literally do what he does. I wouldn't press a single button until like it's like a situation like this where it's like, well, yeah, he's minus, right? Like he's minus. Now I just rip my projectile Roman cancel. The frame advantage is there for me. Good air to air too. Stuff. These are the moments that are tough because it's like I know Kum, like if Fu hits an instant block here, he can like maybe throw that, but it's kind of hard to say actually. It's the closeout. But yeah, I do find that it's just a matter of recognizing your spots as Venom, being careful not to end up in a bad situation. Could interrupt. A little late on the air throw. Kind of a greedy spacing a little bit though. It's not like impossible to get this air throw, but if you're gonna move forward there and then try to get it, it is a little greedy in my opinion. Because you yourself move your out of that range and then try to react, and it's like it's kind of a lot. Close my door. Um, right. And then obviously like whiffing this is just awkward, even if you could block or even if it hits on block or whatever. It's gonna knock down, but this Oki sucks. Another thing I imagine is probably a little annoying is that Venom does wake up faster on face up, so now it really matters the type of knockdown that Coom gets because like Venom is already awake and the ball hasn't even moved yet. It's barely finishing like the animate. He could have actually just like backdashed and got out low key maybe. Because of Venom's faster face up timing, if I had to guess. Maybe it doesn't need to get like this aggressive. Like using his buttons for the set, but I think it's fine. He does a lot of run forward 6p, and I liked it at the beginning, but I don't think he like needs to keep doing it. It's like overly committal, I think. At that point, I think you're better off pressing something else. I don't think this actually does that much, right? At least by like Coom standards. Yeah, Dang has to go for the reset. Throw a smash. Heavyweight makes it awkward. Oh, you had the first hit. That's unfortunate. Doesn't kill still. Honestly, the fact this didn't kill is a pretty big deal. Yeah, this seems really awkward to do versus Venom. The fact that it takes a ball hit, maybe two, it looks like, just to set this up. Yeah, it takes two ball hits just to get the ball behind Venom. That's kind of ass, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that in itself is already kind of annoying for Coom, it looks like. That means that no matter what, maybe, or I guess you would spend 25 bar and you'd get it, but it's like you're always gonna have to use ball hits just to get it behind Venom, it looks like. Because I can't picture her getting much more frame advantage. Yeah, there's no reason to commit into this shit, man. Like, throw a projectile out. I like 6H way more than 6P. I think 6H makes a ton of sense. Big instant blocks, but not too much. Walking back here is solid. Yeah, honestly could have maybe just backdashed, but either one's fine. Again, the idea is like you kind of just wait and react to literally anything Kun is gonna try to do off of this. And a lot of the times in the worst case, she spends bar and forces you to block after you whiff something. And then she doesn't have bar for any of her offense, and her offense is kind of whatever. I got a close slash? No, it's not. I was wondering because she's so fat. Again, I'm not a big fan of these. I think you could just space back. Like, you could just focus on jumping back, backdashing, spacing yourself so that this doesn't happen because you just end up in weird spots potentially, like this. You know, like I don't think this was. No, it might have been minus because he stood at the last second. Throw is maybe like the most busted thing off K-ball Oki, honestly. Even this, you just don't contest it, really. Even like I just let her do a lot of shit in these spots. Kind of like regardless of who I'm playing. I mean, avoiding it's fine. As long as you don't like openly try to contest in spots like that. Oh, that's a big hit. I wonder what he missed. Maybe instant block was my guess. This doesn't even kill, right? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really fuck with shit like this. Like, it's cool and it's flashy. And if that's like the reasoning, then like sure. But to me, it's very like you do this, you know, Hero's Venom, you get an F Shiki, like cool. And then you do like 20 damage and get a knockdown that you like kind of would get like anyway if you just hit a regular mix up. That it's like it's not bad, but I just think it's like I earned this like weird spot is the way I would put it. It's like unnecessary to spend 50 bar like that, I think. Especially because again, losing that bar is like a big deal if you're wrong on the next interaction. Maybe less so against Coom, but like if you get supered or something here, not here, like not on the Oki, but like here, and it hits you, you know, that's like not great. Any of these spots, if you get like instant block 6H or whatever, like you have no bar, right? You've spent like you only have the 25. I guess 25 is okay for Venom, but people like underrate how big the penalty is on Roman cancel, I think, for stuff like that. Stuff him out, yeah. Venom just kind of like walls out Coom. He's doing a good job of, for the most part, just like not really engaging. And also doing like kind of longer block strings, I think is important to note. Somebody's like trying to instant block you, you can just add hits and push them out and get like the same outcome, right? At least in terms of the spacing you want to produce, and then on their end they get more buttons to instant block for meter, I guess. But really the one thing that's kind of awkward to me is like I guess he does this so that she can't summon Ball, but I'm almost like worried that if not Kuma, if Fu like occasionally was like, what if I just preemptively stick out 2D and see what happens? That it would like maybe work. It's not like the 6P is the biggest risk ever, but it's definitely just one of those around. I still think you could press like 6H or / more if you're like that worried about it. And like if you see Shinken, then like you see Shinken. That might also be the thing, like, I guess. You still want to get Shinkened if you do run up / or run up poke. But at that point when they start doing raw Shinken, I just use it to use like I use the time to get resources a lot in neutral. If I'm a character that like gives a shit or get better spacing. Good 6P. Oh, but doesn't hit confirm the actual hit. Yeah, you can just wait. Again, none of like this situation is a lot more underwhelming than people might think on Coom's end because she can't air dash, especially versus him, right? Like at least versus other characters, eating an air throw is not the worst thing ever, but you cannot just eat a combo for free potentially. Which means like he can't IAD, like he can't represent that as a threat. So it's just run up pokes into things that are minus basically. And then 2S is good and it's stuffing like occasional things. I still am not sure what this is. This is the second time it's happened, so now I'm like a little curious. But 2S is a mid, so like this is Street Fighter music, it's not Genshin music. It's the second time he's done like crouch charge splits. But pzoo has never mashed 2D in that spot, so it's interesting to me. Eat the throw. This is kind of what I mean about you get a lot of chances versus Coom. Like even when you respect the ball and then you block because there's no real mix up here, you block and then it's like technically you can like try to fuzzy jump or you can just eat the throw and then do whatever you need to here. Like it's not really that big a deal. Just block it out. I will say I am surprised at how confident he's gotten and that Fu hasn't really called him out, but Coom might not have a good way to do it because he's picked Carcass out of block like a lot. And the Carcass isn't technically that fast. This is like halfway through top 8, yeah. I would say. I'll probably just finish it today. We'll see how I do on time, but I do kind of want to go to the gym around like 10. But that's a lot of time. I think I actually maybe can. I haven't really been taking as long as I did on like the Texas Showdown took me forever, but that's because there were really good sets, I think. Not to like indirectly talk shit on these, but these are a lot more like not one-sided, but I think there's less adaptation directly across the sets. It does feel a little like I'm gonna do my bullshit and you're gonna do your bullshit. And if your bullshit beats my bullshit, your shit got to go. Like it's got that kind of energy. Yeah, I would say that the big thing that stands out to me is just pzoo is just really aware of how lacking Coom's offense is in a good way. Again, this is kind of the things I don't think you should do. I think if you're gonna be like here and she's in the air, you can kind of like leverage a backdash so that you don't end up in spots like this where like now you're kind of like doing this weird RPS versus dive kick or no dive kick. You can give up space there, I think, as a lot of people with good neutral against Coom. You eat the throw. At least throw gives real Oki, which is nice for Coom. Normally it's the opposite, but it looks like if she gets a throw versus Venom, then she gets regular Oki. But apparently if you get hit, you just get kind of like shitty Oki. Oh, that's a big deal not getting the Stinger YRC, doing it too early. Because if you get rid of that projectile, you actually maybe can straight up just 6H as the punish there. On the recovery of blue ball, but it's hard to say. No knockdown. Good recognition. I like the recognition here a lot, actually. These kinds of things are like underrated, I think, in the moment as a decision where he hits this, and it seems like he can't really get the knockdown. Because if I had to guess, 2K2D looks unreliable at this distance, and you probably don't have the frame advantage to just raw 2D off that shit. So he does Carcass, right? He does Carcass immediately. But I kind of like it because Carcass is like pretty solid here. I think it might beat 2P, but that's a pretty big if. Um, but I like that he does pick like you know what, this isn't gonna knock down. I'll just take pressure. You know, that's a good situational awareness on Venom's part, specifically in the matchup because you just don't want to fuck with like running up against like 2P or something unnecessarily. Immediate, kind of a scary burst actually. If you know pzoo specifically, he like tends to do jump H here like all the time when people like panic and burst. And it's ironic because if you wait for the jump H, you can burst the jump H on hit, and I don't think there's anything Venom can do about it. But obviously like he was like very close to almost getting it. If you, it seemed like that's what he was going for too, honestly. Space yourself out. There is no reason to commit into Ku. Yeah. Toss a couple carcass balls out. This I like more, actually. This is what I wish he would have done. Maybe a little bit more. Is like, once you vaguely recognize this spacing as a lot of characters. So, it's important to note that, like, it's not a coincidence, right? So, double jump has been wasted, right? In other words, like, once you see a double jump here, you're like, oh, they double jumped. And you can kind of, like, backdash. Oh my god, it's this one, sorry. Once you see this double jump, you're like, oh, they did it. I can just kind of like space myself out with backdash. And if you see the dive kick coming forward, then you can just 6P it. Shit, you can even do it preemptively. It doesn't really matter, honestly. But the more important thing is Coom resetting neutral sucks in a lot of matchups. So it's not like you really lose anything forcing her to do that. And she's oftentimes still like relatively cornered to us this time. But chip is a factor, yeah. Just run that bullshit, man. Good showing. We didn't really get a lot of opportunities to get started. I think he should have tried to maybe cut out the Hayabusas more. It's hard, man. Like I can't really think of what he could have done specifically versus pzoo to like represent, I don't know, like a better situation. That's how I'd put it maybe. It's just kind of like rough forcing the initiative. He had spots, he just wasn't necessarily like right enough in those spots. And I think it's just it played out in Venom's favor because the more neutral you play, the better it ultimately is gonna be for Venom over Coom. But it was good, like I said, it's good on pzoo's part. I mean that is to me what makes the matchup like shitty. It's interesting. I want to see the progression of this set. Because I remember it looked pretty solid for Scud in the initial game or two, and then Solstice kind of stabilized and I think really pinpointed what Scud didn't really know about Slayer that much, and then just kind of like, or sorry, about Ram, and then kind of just like focused on that more. Backdash cancel jump neutral punch is an oddly specific round start. I guess for jump forward JH maybe. It's also insanely safe as a round start option because you can just air dash back after. So I get the idea a bit. Fine. They got a button. I like Solstice recognizing a single backdash is like not enough here versus Slayer in general. You want like two of them. You want like a specific amount of space between you and Slayer. Right? Let's pretend like second backdash doesn't come out, you know? You're a little too close to Slayer, and like instant air dash can still be annoying here, especially if they do like forward dash, jump cancel, IAD is definitely gonna reach you, right? And it's gonna be hard to like stick out a poke versus that, like for grounded pokes for a lot of characters. So extra distance will help you mitigate that kind of thing, and then it really limits what Slayer can actually do. Lots of early pokes. Takes the hit, but getting out's a pretty big deal. Big cross up. Oh, that's a big drop, honestly. H spam. I like holding your turn here. Not greeting it is nice, I think. Because this is like good momentum. You can argue either one, but I fuck with doing the pile bunker RC here immediately. If you get like one more touch, it's gonna be really hard to lose this round, is the way I would put it. Like a burst bait, I guess. I'm so used to like I would assume most people know. Honestly, that's like not really that true though. Because I think you can. No, you can't do two far slashes. Yeah, you can actually, I think. Because she's wide enough crouching. But either way, doesn't really matter. It's a shitty burst bait, if anything. If you know like how Solstice plays the game, he doesn't really. He's just like me, man. He doesn't really take like dumb burst points too much. Characters with like good Okizeme don't really have to take gambits like that too much. Because they understand their win condition and burst can help get them there more stably. That's a big drop. Scud is pretty good about using this more than other Slayers, I think. It's kind of unique to Slayer, and how it works, and that they use a lot of PMAPA to set this up, with the idea being like it's really awkward to interact with Slayer here, or you give up space is I think what ends up happening, and you giving up space is a thing that will eventually catch up to you, right? Because you give up space, Slayer takes the space, Slayer gets quite a bit of meter when he does that, right? So you can only kind of wash, rinse, repeat that sort of passiveness so many times before Slayer will have enough resources to just like bypass neutral in some way, maybe, right? Or turn any form of contact into like I could pile bunker RC if I want to. But more importantly, like interacting in this range is awkward. You can even see it actually does exactly what Scud wants it to do, pretty much, which is you leave yourself disadvantaged, sure, but it's like negligible disadvantage. You're less minus than regular K Mappa, right? And so a lot of people will kind of see it and go like, I guess I should like cover space versus Slayer. And then you just do your next Mappa as the actual approach here, right? And get like the hit you actually need. That was a burst bait, is the way I would put it. Like this is like an actual. This is like bad. I'm not gonna lie. There's like no reason to do that. I'm a firm believer that if you have the round, you just take a round, in general, and even if it means your own resources. To clarify, that's like I'm like a stickler about that though, because the way I would put it is like from here, you can't lose this round, bro. Ram will literally give you your burst at some point. Or she's gonna keep taking shitty Oki after shitty Oki after shitty Oki, and it's not gonna last through you building like another 50 bar or something, right? You might probably have to use your burst if you do like crosswise and they burst here, but that's fine. Both of you used your burst and only one of you got around, you know? Like it could have just been like a misinput or whatever, but it's one of those where I'm like, you just gotta close the round out, bro. I think you only hard bait when circumstances really force it. If you're like making a comeback and it's last round and etc. etc. Yeah, you just take it. It's a stable mindset. There's a lot of meter to get. I'm surprised the hit wasn't clean enough. Usually if you get a clean hit, but I guess this isn't low enough to the ground. Yeah. If you get this right above the ground, you could just get a fucking combo as Ram. It's pretty nice for her. But he just takes the comical amount of meter instead. I don't like double jumping there. Oh, counter hit fireball. You hate to see it. Counter hit fireball juggles quite a bit. It might be full end tech time. I've honestly like never seen it. Good rule of thumb is to never hard bait a better player too. I agree. Because you're already playing an uphill battle. So you can't afford to like just lose an opportunity. Blitz. Did the blitz actually even work? It was like hard to tell. It was off screen. It looked like it. No, it whiffed. Yeah, it didn't even reject. Just gets caught. I like the wait, right? There's legitimately no reason you can't wait here as Ram. I think maybe you get like a slightly worse combo, I guess, because I think you can do up JD here and get a slightly like more damaging combo, maybe. But you have literally no reason not to wait to see if they shit the bed and burst poorly. He's gonna get pretty good Oki off of this because he has double summon into sword. Yep. That's some kind of BDC, but hey, you might be right. It might have been. I wasn't really looking that hard, but it looked like the Oki might have just been too early, honestly. That's why I missed. I don't like 6P mash here. I think it's overly fishy. I get that they're trying to beat this, and it's like a risk reward thing from Slayer's perspective, but I think there are better options I would consider here. I would sooner, I'm not even fucking around, do Mappa Punch right now. Because the idea is a lot of people don't process this kind of thing, I think. But Ram doesn't really have like any notable threat when this hits you. If she didn't Daro on the hit for a combo, she doesn't really have anything you're scared of here. Like, I guess she could do the Rekka, maybe? Like, she doesn't really have, like, real frame traps here, is the way I would put it. Real in the sense that they're gonna knock you down, right? She could do, like, 3K and it counter hits you, I guess, and she could maybe do the Rekkas and they counter hit you, but, like, none of that shit leads to a knockdown, I'm pretty sure. So a lot of the times I was like an early lazy thing versus Ram. You can get hit by this and just gamble into her, like, immediately. It's not, like, the worst idea ever. I think, especially if you have your burst to leverage. But I don't like this because it's more like reactive. You can kind of like play around people mashing in place easier when you have big buttons than people who understand when you're technically kind of minus. Where like here she's like kind of minus because she's doing the summon. If you instant Mappa, there's even maybe a world where you counter hit that, honestly, if you're like really lucky. What are the other one? More Shrew Fighter 2. Um But yeah, that even 5K would probably actually be like maybe a decent counter poke versus the far slash. This knockdown doesn't mean that much, but it's a good knockdown for positioning, right? This is the kind of thing I think is not bad, but is the difference between like Ram players like smoothing out, like the entire understanding of their character versus like I just do good combos and good Oki, right? Um, with the idea being like that's just a lot of corner carry and a knockdown. You move the H sword, you pick the big summon so that they kind of have to deal with it, and then you cover space in front of you like that so that they can't like run at you. Right? And even if they kill that, if that counter hits, you could probably get a combo with up JD if I had to guess. But it's really more like a positional thing. See, like he's just like, I just have the corner, and I'll just play with it. No knockdown. See, this is actually funny enough. I think more the opposite. Well, it was a weird hit. You know what? It was a weird hit. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Because I was going to say, here, I feel like you just J2K, bro. You do any route that has J2K as an option. But it's kind of far. So, like, I get not wanting to J2K. But if they pick the insta JD because they're like, I don't want you to burst, I think that's like a silly mindset to have versus somebody that knows the Slayer has like 18 different burst points if you wait around. Right? You can build some momentum, and I get the argument there. Like sometimes I'll do this, or if I feel like I need to build some bar and some initiative, I will take a burst safe route with the understanding, hey, like I am gonna have to deal with burst, but I want to build some resources first. I guess in that sense, it's not a bad decision. Lots of scrambling, kind of like fidgeting around. Yeah, there's a pretty important thing to understand early on about Ram, and it's like really uncomfortable to get used to, but understanding that she's gonna air stall almost always when she's directly above you the first time is pretty nice. It's just important to like keep in mind. It's really in her favor. And unless she has the sword out right next to you, it's not that big a deal. Covering space. That's a pretty good trade to get as Ram, low key. It's a good trade to get as anybody, because not dying to this button is a big deal. Right? Even if it produces a scramble, whatever it might be. That might have been a punish if you try to air throw it. Really fast pacing. Oh, I can't believe he didn't do microdash 2D. I feel like microdash 2D would maybe have been easier to get as a punish here. He really wanted the close slash, but I feel like it's kind of greedy. I hate being greedy versus Slayer. Like, I'd rather lose because I'm not being greedy than the opposite. I feel so bad when I lose to Slayer because I'm being greedy. Gets the sword back, smart. Covering space. Oh, he's being, like, really aggressive. Fix the burst point. Again, I like just getting it out. Just like, you know what? Like it was supposed to be the J2K hit or whatever, but like the longer you wait, the less useful that resource honestly is. Bit of a scramble. No blitz, but it's kind of scary to tell yourself to do that in the moment. Get out, yeah. Good chase. I like Solstice standing his ground. Scud finds the hit, but I like Solstice standing his ground because you don't want to scramble as a lot of characters versus Slayer. You just kind of like don't want to lean into that shit if you can help it, man. That it's better to get clipped just running away, honestly. Oh, too far for the punish. Oh, that's a huge 6P to get. Takes the meter is interesting, but I kind of fuck with it because it's like, even if you could get... No, I don't think you can get the knockdown here. I think 214k, whatever the fuck that... Whatever Porta Belly Spaghetti Monogetti special move that is. Her aerial flip kick will probably OTG here if she does it. So it's good that he didn't do it. Just trying to create space. He's keeping both of the swords, which I think is pretty like showing. Wow, she doesn't lose it if you hit her. I had no idea. Wow, that's pretty cool. If it doesn't fully summon, she gets to keep it. That's pretty nice for her. That'd be kind of shitty if you just lost the sword. Kind of nice that she doesn't lose it. Scud, good adjustment trying to do this is like very Demendo-esque. They used to do this a lot. I don't think he does it as much anymore. Day was pretty big for a while on doing I think he specifically does like backdash backdash jump cancel into it to you like set up a situation like this. Oh, this is just raw JP. But JP air to air is like they used to do that a lot. Although they would just do JP. He wouldn't do like any other Gatling. I think if you just keep mashing JP, they don't like fall out of it like this as easily. Because they would always air to air with it. And it's like pretty safe, you know, you're just covering space. It's awkward to interact with because it involves you like waiting and trying to punish Slayer in a spot where he's not really like that committal. Big scramble. No burst is a little surprising to me. I like to take this burst because I'll usually slow down the pace of the match after and try to go from there. And as long as you hold on a decent amount, you'll get a lot of your burst back, honestly. He does JP and then he does high JH on the way down. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're close enough for the JH. What was that? I like the way when he hit the super. That was hella supposed to be deploy H sword, I think. No, that's S sword. I think he tried deploying S sword. That was definitely a sword deploy and he held down forward, is my guess. And I guess the game maybe doesn't take it if it's down forward. This is pretty bad for Ram, losing both of these. He needs to get them back or try to do something. Knockdown. I'm also like, I it's not the best idea, but I almost wish like Scud would just take this burst. I think it's just like she doesn't have the swords, so she's gonna get them back as soon as you burst her away. And more importantly, like you have like a pretty notable meter lead to just like close this round out. Before their burst is gonna be like a real big factor. They would have to like burst at a block or something like that. Um that I think if you recognize the condition of like, okay, I have like a decent health lead, like that's guaranteed burstable, like Ram won't be able to really protect herself after I burst her away because she's gonna have to aerial recall like right away before she can have a big normal, that I think it's like worth it. It's just one of those like you have to tell yourself like I gotta burst eventually, right? That's my mindset in these spots is like I have to burst eventually. The earlier I can kind of get rid of it and the more it seems like a spot I can like rationalize a way to victory from it, right? Like you get a burst here and you make contact, 50 bar is a big deal, especially when they have literally 0 bar, right? That it's like to me that's still a pretty solid burst point. It's unstable in the sense that like yeah, you could just lose neutral the next time it happens or whatever. But it's not like that's ever gonna change. Like it doesn't matter when you burst unless you're waiting till you have like 100 bar or something, you know? I think people sleep on bursting in those moments. I think they're pretty good, you know. I think they're as good as you are as a player. Because then eventually you end up in spots like this, and it's like, yeah, I mean, you have enough common sense not to burst here as most people, right? It's just like now it is easy to get clipped by like anything and like be in a weird spot. I mean, you don't even need to force it, honestly. You could. It's really just the fact that it's like, I think that was a solid point where they could have opted for it and it would have really like shifted in their favor potentially. Oh, you don't need to do that. That shit is literally minus. This button is literally minus. And it only has like omega minus follow-ups. That's like a matchup specific moment where it's like, you don't even need to dandy here. You can just press like S straight up, maybe. You can see Solstice even tries to jump out of the disadvantage and just kind of ends up here, which works out for him. Oh no, red flag, bro. You can't let this one go by. That's like the only burst point people do know versus Ram. Oh, it's a little scrambly. But getting out of the corner is pretty big. Good run up 5k to stuff the dandy. Solstice getting like a better feel for these moments. There's the close slash you wanted from last time. It tries to escape. I have noticed that this is pretty good at like fucking with slayers of like this thing catches the jump and then this kind of like forces them to block the next thing and they oftentimes just get hit here, honestly. Anyway. You always take the first Daro to burst. I mean, everyone just knows that burst point. It's not a bad burst point. It's like it's fine. It's a good burst point. It was the fact that they didn't take it that was a real big like, no, you can't not do that versus Ram, much less Solstice. Yeah, so this, right? This is kind of like her safer cancel out of Far Slash is like 3k, and then even on instant block, it's like pretty safe. But this is why I say like you can kind of like mash into this, not all the time, but like you can get hit by this and try mashing sometimes. I think I almost always mash or reposition when I block um Ram Far Slash. It's like kind of unlikely that I'm looking for anything else there. And if I mash like really aggressively into her, like move forward and press a button or press something really far reaching. And I don't make it like my whole game plan. It's just important to represent so that she hopefully does things like this more. Where like you kind of almost want her to do this because like it's an easy block, it's minus, like it doesn't involve having to play around the sword summon. Like easier to try to play for that. But yeah. Scud definitely just looking like kind of unfamiliar versus Ram, which makes sense. I mean, even just in general, like if you're not like a net play warrior, you haven't been around, you probably haven't fought like Ram in general much. You can enter on Tuesdays and you'll fight Solstice pretty much every time. Good block. I guess I should clarify. You can kind of tell when Rams are faking the knockdown. It's like weird to explain, but you can tell because of the combo. Where like when they do this, they're not supposed to like do this like this. I'm pretty sure. It's not supposed to be like summon and then run up and then like do a mix up. Or sorry, like run up and press a button. The timing is weird. It like doesn't line up the same way. Um they can get a second far slash to a knockdown to Oki. Yeah, but it's like a fuzzy thing almost, if that makes sense. Like if you're not getting hit right away, it's because it's a reset. Similarly with a lot of Rams do like a jump cancel sword summon reset, and it's even more obvious in strings. But what I'll say is like the reason by the way that you can tell it's weird is because he hasn't deployed this sword. So I want you to pay attention to how long this sword takes to come out. Like if he did close slash button, like close slash 2D, that sword is gonna ruin the knockdown, right? That's kind of what I mean by like you can tell because it doesn't line up with the usual rhythm of sword hit. If it was already summoned, it would be different because you would press close slash and then it would hit and then you would get the knockdown or whatever. But it's kind of wonky the way it like hits there. But you might be right. I just know that it's not like a frequent thing that they do. They get rid of the swords differently a lot of the times. They don't do it quite like that. I think maybe she can do jab if anything. But it is kind of like a fuzzy thing where it's like you can kind of just tell if you haven't been getting hit. I'll try to get like a really sweaty combo. Solstice trying to be a little more passive, not always holding up right away. Ooh, I don't know about this chase. I don't know if I agree with that Mappa. It's the first point. Yeah. I would say so far, it feels a lot like you can tell that Scud doesn't know too much of the specifics of the matchup and is just kind of like relying on things that are like solid with Slayer generally. It's just a lot of like, I'm gonna stick out Slayer's best button based on like where you're positioned and where I'm positioned, and we're gonna see how this works out. With the idea being like a lot of the times when you get hit in those spacings as Slayer, you don't get punished very heavily because they're usually like further out and it's not a big deal. Or they're like small combos. It's pretty rare that Slayer like sticking buttons out in place in the right way is ever getting punished like too hard. But I've been noticing that a lot. It's a lot of this. See, it's just a lot of like I hope the 6P hits. And even if it doesn't, like I'll end up knocked down and then I'll BDC my way out, right? Like it's a real like base game plan for Slayer in a lot of matchups, I think. But it's just like getting risk rewarded right now, essentially. Because the idea is like, yeah, all of these are turning into like game winning situations for Ram right now. Right? That's a burst point too. It's a pretty good burst point to take. It's like at the very beginning of the combo. Right? I think that is like the big difference is that Ram, Dizzy, Milia, but not in this matchup, right? Like certain characters are really founded on I have like a specific thing I'm gonna do, and if you let me get there, like I'm probably just gonna win, and your character's gimmick might not matter that much anymore, right? Like I just have fucked up combos, fucked up mix-ups, or whatever. And playing not deliberately into those playstyles, in other words, like not knowing exactly how to interact with those characters, is incredibly punishing. Because you cannot know how to do shit versus like Soul Bad Guy. You cannot know some of the specifics of Soul Bad Guy. But you're gonna get knocked down into a situation that like anybody can RPS versus, you know. Yeah, sure, the risk reward can be favored for Soul. He's like supposed to be built with that in mind. But the point is like you can get hit and then figure it out. You can't really get hit by Ram and then figure it out. Yeah, 6P hits the mark, but it's too close to the corner, unfortunately. Big knockdown. Oh, I can't believe that gold burst came out. I also fished for this, but the 2K was like be a little early, or that's a hard gold burst to hit. It's easier to do it on the overhead because the overhead doesn't always like meaty you as consistently. Harder to meaty the overhead than it is the low. But that's pretty big. Ram is a character that honestly does have like pretty solid options with meter. Analyzing, yeah. They're all pretty good. I think like the elephant in the room is everyone is like, oh, she's just gonna do this super and then win the neutral or whatever. And like, yeah, sometimes. But she just has big buttons. Big buttons with Roman Cancel are good. Daro RC into like a sword set into like a sudden mix up is pretty good. Even just doing like something like run up 5k into another kick, which is normally like pretty good as a run up poke, but pretty ass in the sense that the final Gatling and the second to last Gatling are like minus and kind of awkward, right? Like that doesn't matter if you're just gonna spend all your bars. She has pretty good usages for meter, honestly. I guess the idea is that all the meter kind of leads her into situations where she can kind of like get her combos in her win condition. And once she's there, she's like less reliant on the resource in general. It's a punish. What a punish. To do the teleport dash on the 5P. That was pretty sweaty. Okay, good block. Instant dead angle. I like the stability of instant dead angle. Even though he doesn't have the sword's position and they're not close. Gets S sword back. That's pretty big. Punish, yeah. Yeah, I feel like for the most part, I can't even say like I don't really dislike anything Scud is doing on the offense. Like they're doing like standard Slayer shit. I kind of wish they would do more of the P mappa they did at the beginning. I thought the P mappa was pretty good. It's just a lot of the general Slayer isms when they fight like good Oki and like situations they can't like wiggle out of as much, right? To me, like the mark of getting like fully rounded out in the game, like skill wise, is when you don't need like when you know enough about the opposing character that it's not necessarily like, well, I hope I can just kind of get to where I do like my strong things and then force them to be the guy responding, you know? I find that tends to be the case for like a lot of people for a while. Because it's easier. Like that, like everyone, that's just like that's fighting games. Period. Like you want that to be the case. But Guilty Gear is pretty extreme in that they like take that away from you really suddenly in character matchups, like very quickly. And they just kind of do it in general if your character is like significantly worse than the opposing character. I want to say this set. No, it's the next set. Sorry, it's pzoo versus Scud was the one that was weird to me, where I felt like pzoo definitely was favored through most of it, and then just kind of like threw it away a little bit at the end, which is unfortunate. Guess the OTG, but that's not the biggest deal. Cade is opting for like a lot of spaced out booms. I think it's okay, but I think as Venom, I'd rather get hit by like a spaced out S boom than just fucking die for ball setting. TBH. Good recognition. This is one of those things that seems pretty obnoxious to bait if you don't do it. This is the kind of thing I would bait probably like just to start in the matchup. Like I talk a lot of shit on Leo's doing like far/2S whiff a little too much because it doesn't seem that great in some matchups. It seems better in others, but some matchups feel like it's more just like checking awareness than anything else. But this is one of the few times I would do it because a lot of Venoms have an autopilot habit of like, oh, I blocked or I instant blocked /, like let me just 6P through 5H, 6H, maybe even wreck a 1, but I doubt it. Oh, getting the knockdown's pretty nice there. Takes the jailing block string. Didn't commit on the 2S, huh? Just doing it for like general pressure, but didn't commit. I think you can really like hit confirm that too there if you're ready. Could be wrong though. Again, same, actually exact same situation, which is really funny. This one didn't even have the instant block, but it's just this is also a good instance of like I'm nitpicking a little bit, but this is a good instance of like you have to just play around things that exist. I think a lot of people that play the game have an understandable bad habit of getting upset when things like this exist, where it's like, oh, I can't even do insert thing. And it's like, well, do you have other things you can do? Right? Like, it's easy to get hit by this and think, like, man, this is ass, because it is, right? Anytime you're fighting an opposing character and they just eliminate an option from your toolkit, it feels shitty because it doesn't feel like you get to play the game the way that you normally do, right? But I think that as long as they don't completely shut down all your options, it's not the end of the world. And it's just important to remember to rotate. Like, characters are going to have unique tools against each other all the time in this game. It's really just about if they leave you with other options. Yeah, this setup's fucked up. I actually think this is a lot more fucked up on average than the in the corner one. The one in the middle of the screen is so brutal. Just like corner carries, pushes you all the way over. Oh, I can't believe that's crazy. I can't believe that actually still canceled the ball hit. That was like low-key kind of lucky. I mean, it makes sense, but the second hit of the projectile canceling, that was pretty clutch. Good blocks. Really good blitz. That's funny that he still autopilots the timing for throw OS there with Venom, even though they don't have bar. XP again. Run up throw. Not a lot of damage, but obviously like pretty stable Oki. It just takes the pressure. I don't fuck with this burst. I think it's like too impatient. You can get hit like one more time and see what happens. Hey, what's up, Bayonetta? Venom pressure. Oh, that was hella a misinput. That was probably supposed to be Q5 or something. Jumps out. Yeah, probably not worth chasing Venom that hard there. Oh, gets caught just doing literally nothing. Forces the tick throws a little bit more. Honestly, that's like so many tick throws. I don't really think you even have to keep doing them at this point. Right? I think the message has been established. That shit is plus. You have to respect that. I think this stays plus, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. Leo 2S, I believe, is +3 normally. And even if you instant block it, I think it stays at +1. It doesn't have like I think it's only like attack level 2 or something like that. So the frame advantage doesn't change like drastically on it. That's a good air dash, even though it was a pretty big commitment. The fact that it hit was like what made it good, but like outside of that, it's probably like not that great. Space pressure, space pressure. I kind of so my only gripe with this a little bit, and like you know, I kind of live in a world where I don't have to give a shit. Like whenever I play this matchup in a context where I give a shit, I'm playing Biken, right? So like I don't have to give a shit about. Oh, it's +4. Wow. I don't have to give a shit about Venom pressure. But I do think like if you're going to essentially like regular block all of this shit, Like your circumstances aren't gonna change. You're kind of just holding frame advantage into more pressure, into frame advantage, into more pressure, right? Like if you want to pick one thing over another, like sure. But I feel like it's got to be one or the other. Like you have to faultless or you have to aim for a little bit of instant blocking. Like just regular blocking in this game is brutal. And Leo can kind of get away with it more than others. But like you can see the first instance that she goes back to representing faultless, like she builds enough distance to like at least jump out of S Carcass now, right? Create a little bit of space, go from there. Oh, you have to respect 2S there. I think unless you're flash kicking, like you have to realize there's just like a 6 frame button that hits in this range, bro. Like you have to respect that shit. Knockdown, Dark Angel, yeah. I mean, you have 100 bars. Literally no reason not to. Just go for chip. Well, I think he messed the setup up, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I kind of don't like how much she's doing S boom. Only because one, pzoo's being like kind of active around it anyway. But also, like, tagging for, like, 2 damage on a ball set is, like, not that big a deal to Venom. He's just like, I'll take the damage and try again. He's more scared about people, like, running at him. There's the OS I talked about, that pzoo does, where it's like, you should burst here, which, by the way, you probably should burst here. I don't think there's anything wrong with bursting on the first available burst point. I think people undervalue it, man, because like you get rewarded in this game for beating the shit out of people. Like if I'm not mistaken, and feel free to like correct me on this if somebody does actually know. Like your tension pulse goes up when you hit things. Like when you actually are hitting people, it goes up a little bit. Like as you're being aggressive and actually hitting things. It might even be on block, but I think it has to be on hit. Right? So it's like stomping momentum before it builds is worth the burst, in my opinion. It's a guaranteed burst point. Nobody has a distinct advantage yet, and you've already lost in exchange, right? I think of burst as a way of just getting me back to like trying to win again, right? Like you have to accept like you were wrong, so it's like it's okay. Like just go back to neutral before things get out of hand. Um you're gonna build more bursts, then like yeah, they might burst, but like that's never gonna change based on when you burst, right? Then it's like I would just take it. I get that like 2K isn't really gonna do much damage, but it's a momentum thing to me, especially with a character like Venom who has great offense, right? And it's like fuck it, I might as well get it out of the way. But here's the point I'm talking about, right? He does this. As soon as you get hit by this, I'm pretty sure you can burst, and this ball set like always gets hit. Leo Gaming, I got bad news for you about the outcome of this set. 236H. Yeah, so this is fine. I fuck with this like way more, right? Like don't fuck with S boom as much. Like don't feel the need to like zone him out. Like just run, eh? just fight Venom. Venom needs to get shit set up. Oh, that's a big throw. Just let the pressure happen. Oh, that's rough. That was a good timing on the close slash. The faultless is kind of like the reason to miss. Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh, too early. Oh, he can't keep getting away with this, bro. Fucking Venom shitty ass slow face down wake up is what enabled the throw. I hate seeing characters with fucking whack reversal like wake up timings get rewarded on that. That shit sucks every time. Yeah, smart on pzoo to just space out and play for chip. pzoo is mostly, I think, just building like early leads, and Venom is a character that does amazing with leads. Right. But I also think Cade has been like too shaky on the defense. Had a lot of moments like this that are rough. By the way, I have always wondered this. Like, can he not like get this? Surely you can still get this. I think the timing was just off. It's probably just stricter because third Rekka is a face up wake knockdown, and Venom has a faster face up timing than like I want to say most of the game. I don't really fuck with this. I feel like if you see regular block here and you're uncomfortable with the idea that they could mash or do whatever, I think you just have to do like Rekka 1, man. Because like Rekka 1 is safe no matter what, right? Unless you get like insta blitzed here or something, and like that hasn't come up yet. That's a pretty niche thing, right? That it's like I think you just do Rekka 1. Even if you don't have any intention of actually getting more out of it, the point is even if they instant block Rekka 1, you can always backdash at least, right? Like you can play to play out of disadvantage in a way that is not as big of a commitment as like once this happens, like you just press a low and you get a punish, right? That's what's tricky about that situation, I think. Like I understand the mindset of like there's a world where this can work if they press 2S right now. They press 2S, you see it hits them, you press 2H or whatever the fuck you want to press here as Leo, I guess. Right? And then you keep going from there. But the point is like once you're here, none of your buttons are fast enough really to like beat that on reaction. Oh, the ball faded away. That's pretty funny. This is fine too. I don't necessarily hate when Leos do the weird like I'm just gonna walk forward and back turn and like counter a bunch of balls things. I think that's fine. Now that the lead's been established. That was a pretty big call out, honestly, to do the double head morbid. It's gonna hit. Just playing for chip, really. Boom, boom. I think you could just straight up kill here, even without that. I think you could just dark, not dark angel. I think you could just re-jump into like into red hail and it'll be good. But yeah, I mostly think, at least in the early parts of that set, that Cade is kind of like passive in like the neutral instead of trying to maybe stay closer to Venom in general. Like yeah, he's got big buttons, but like technically his like cancels that aren't carcass are minus, and so you know outside of mashing into like Q5, it's pretty okay to like mash into him or like just be close to Venom when he's doing his special cancels in general. She also just had like I can't emphasize how big a deal like bad bursts are at higher level, mostly because they're just so punishing, man. Like they're so insanely punishing. You have to make up for so much now that you don't have that resource. It's supposed to be like, hey, I get to reset and we're gonna, like duke it out again. 2S round start. A lot of early aggression. Although this matchup seems like a lot of you gotta rein in Slayer, where it's like I can see why it's doable. I don't think it's like the worst thing ever for Venom, but on paper, like you definitely have to like rein in Slayer the whole round, basically. And you can do that. Like it's doable. Yeah, nobody for this one actually wasn't even the mix up. He like fucked it up. The ball doesn't end up behind. The ball is supposed to ricochet and end up behind them. But he like fucks it up and he teleports, and this is just same-sided hits, which is pretty funny. They missed something. I'm not sure what they were going for there. Yeah, walk forward is fine here. Maybe not like Venom can run up and like press like bar slash and he doesn't even have to move much here. I think maybe walking this long is unnecessary is the way I would put it. But again, Slayer is a pretty easy character to try to focus on like your opponent overextending into you in neutral and getting like mileage out of that. Like this, right? Because this is the punishment, right? Like this is why it's so tricky to play around this for so many people, is because you have to really hone in on like if you press a button into that, you die. But if you wait and you get a punish, it's like 20 damage. But I think it is important to note like you have to swing into 6p to make it hit you for a lot of things. In other words, like yeah, people just kind of have to focus on being like a little bit lamer versus Slayer and like waiting like this. Yeah, just like waiting, not swinging excessively into like a big button and then taking the small damage. And then the reason it's tricky is because you just have to have pretty good execution on defense too. Otherwise, Slayer's offense is a little too good. But a lot of these 2S's are just, yeah, just like really measured responses. I like pzoo not like overextending on any of this shit. I think it's how you should play into a character like Slayer in general, especially as Venom. Like you don't have a reason to overcommit. The tricky part about playing Slayer as like a one touch, like I'm just gonna wait and see if I can get that one touch into maybe I can win from here, is like it is a big burden in some matchups. Not necessarily this one, but like it's putting a lot of faith in like one opening. Which is asking a lot of like almost any character that isn't Johnny, basically. Pressure. Oh, he missed the carcass cancel. Keep the pressure going. This is I was about to say you can just let Slayer run away. But this is the Green Goblin mask of like just go win the round, etc. But it's like you get hit by this, and like this is literally what Slayer wants. Good burst point. This one's kind of scary, honestly. 6p into pile is not always like the cleanest hit ever. Sometimes that shit hits kind of far or kind of high, depending on the hit, and it's kind of scary. But this is like a grounded hit, I guess. So it's spaced where you can see it's burstable. Throw. Oh, that's tough. He just missed it. That was the punish. Again, like you can play Slayer like this. I think a lot of Slayers do play Slayer like this. Um, I mostly am used to it because it takes me back to the days of old where like it usually to me feels like a real big execution test when Slayers play like this, depending on your character, obviously. Like sometimes it's just good because your character really can't punish it that well. But to me, it often feels like an execution test that's kind of contingent on like, wow, I really hope like if I just shove out like big hits, one of these will turn into something because you're like overextended into it, and then I'll just try to win off my offense, right? Assuming you can't like instant block this and then air throw or instant block and jab check or etc. Right? Like it feels very old melee to me, where like old melee was founded on who the fuck could execution test the other guy better for a long time. But the idea to me is it feels more pointless to fight it. I like how pzoo is just kind of like giving up space and then like being a little bit more reserved when it doesn't work out, than like continuing to RPS versus Slayer because like that's just what Slayer wants. Like that's just what like Slayer just wants to win like this basically. I don't really fuck with that reset. I feel like it's extra. I feel like you don't want to do this. Um, here. I think you could just take the knockdown, maybe get rid of the burst or whatever. It's not the worst thing ever, but I think it's just like, I don't know. Venom doesn't really have like good options on Wake Up that I'm like, I think you should just take the knockdown here. Is my mentality. Every situation he could, like every option he could represent, you have something that just kills him for it, and he doesn't have a DP. It's like one of those where it just feels unnecessary. Is kind of the thing. Not wrong, just like unnecessary. JH. Oh, never mind. That's a good check. I wonder if that does catch BDC Mappa every time. It's like the first ball whiffs. That's a pretty cool setup. I never even noticed that. It's like one ball, stinger hit, charge, like stinger charge into stinger hit for the meaty, right? It looked like, well, maybe that was too early. It was kind of hard to tell with the timing. Into like 2S catches, 5H is always coming out to hit the ball, and then you just get something after. There's the Mappa. Good air dash. Good air dash in the sense that it's like just like does like feels that sense of like I think I just have to commit here and that's what has to happen. Like it works out. Stinger RC? Nothing. Oh, no burst at all even. It was a touch and go moment for sure. That's the kind of shit that redefines sets if it goes the other way. To be fair, old melee had so much RNG from controllers and whatnot before UCF. Oh, 100%. I just meant more so like the concept of floaties in like 20 my olden days when I started or like 2014. So like 2014 era melee is very execution test. It's just like I will hold down and see if you lose to me holding down. And it kind of still is, but it's like a way sweatier version of that these days. Good adjustment. I think this is the call out to the last round start, right? Of like no, actually no, that he picked 2S at round start last time, I think actually. Takes the hit. Again, I think this is smart. I like that this is like a trend. This is kind of why I thought pzoo would just win this set, honestly. Is because like you just don't want to run into Slayer fucking fishing in place with 6P. It's really corny to like have to respect it, but it also it doesn't hurt you if you don't swing into it, man. And I think people have a tendency to like do that too much. Should be dead. Yeah. That full dash has succeeded like basically every time, I want to say. I'm surprised it's never been thrown. I wonder what he picks there, like on reaction. Power bunker again? No, it just waits it out that time. There's the power bunker. I'm also, this is like a minor thing, but has she been picking K? No, she did pick P pile bunker. I'm surprised I didn't jail. Tons of risk, but honestly, without the bar, it's like not the biggest deal. It could end up being bad, but you'd be surprised. Like you'd live that hit probably, low key. Oh, that was cheeky. I fuck with that. pzoo did a lot of little like things like this. I noticed like the extra charge to make sure. I think it's even now or -1 now that it's like level 1 charge, which is nice because that means like it's easier to just like do this and not worry about like getting like stuffed out of it. You know, that probably doesn't work. Kinda, I guess. That's a pretty okay exchange for Slayer, yeah. Blitz? Oh, nobody does it, man. I wish more people did it. Like nobody like no Slayer will ever not do this on the first gamble. Then it's like even if you don't trust an anti-air, I think representing the blitz is just like helpful, man. Even if it just opens up the opportunity for me to like delay like 4H or like fuzzy jump out in case they start going low or something, you know? An oddly long camera shot of the crowd. Yeah, that full dash is like that shit is paying the bills every time right now. Good space 2D. That's gonna punish maybe. Oh, I think they thought it was air hit. Here, I think you just get out. Yeah, good awareness. Slayer is, I think, kind of annoying for a lot of people to learn how to fight against because it's kind of like a multi-step thing, but it hurts as much as you like swing into it. It's kind of like the 6P thing a little bit, where like you can kind of just get out and then yeah, like Slayer will see that, recover, dash at you, and then try to do more. But it's like you just kind of end up in similar situations again and again and again as long as you don't overcommit into it. Like this is actually an instance of like I think pzoo overcommitted like quite a bit in this round a couple times. That's a big miss. It's the meaty ball. That's a pretty big gold burst to get. Pretty sweaty to sneak it out too there. So now you just have to be respectful of everything. This is gonna hit and hurt quite a bit. I don't think I would rip it like right away. Whoops. But like the 100 bar, but that's like to each their own. Because it's like you already got the hit. I feel like just getting the hit, having the health lead, having the meter lead is like enough. You don't need to like try to do fancy combo. But people like to live their lives different ways. Some people just love the idea of like I can hit this shit on stage. I'm worth noting I am the least let me do some shit that's hot for the crowd player of all time, bro. I'm trying to win. I'm trying to have a trophy on my shelf. Says the trophyless person, but I don't do any of that. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Yeah, I'm lame. It's called being a fucking competitor. Excuse me. Confident dash up 2K. The optimal combo is the one that works. I mean, that combo works. Like, I believe that combo works. I don't question that that's a combo. It's more just like you don't need to go for it. That was really the sentiment more than anything else. No, at this point, you might as well just do BDC. I'm gonna be real. Like, if you're gonna do Wake Up Blitz versus K-Ball Oki, I feel like you might as well just BDC it at that point. Like, just do it for free. I'm not really sure what that what that Blitz was for. This is funny because this is kind of like the Leo White Fang thing a little bit. Not as crazy as the H fireball being like easy to do. Um, but just forcing Slayer to like block on wake up and in these situations is like a big deal. Red plays optimal, has the trophies to prove it. I don't say that. I have literally no trophies. I guess I have like the risk one actually. Think about it. But I hate having like regional trophies. I don't know. They don't like do it. They don't do it for me. They're like regional trophies is like, man, I want to win a real trophy. I like this a lot, by the way. This has been like I should probably talk about it, but pzoo is kind of just like set a ball with a lot of the respect in this mid range, right? The idea being like what's it called? Scud doesn't really like move. Don't I have an MLG one or something? I wish. Dude, the Genesis medal is so much better than any actual first place trophy I've ever got. I know we're both on the same page. I was genuinely debating going again this year because I wanted another really good medal. But I was like, no, I shouldn't. I shouldn't just go because of that. Yeah, pzoo's been really good about he gets a ball out. He just kind of like feels pretty safe, like getting a lot of this shit out because he hasn't really been run at that much. And I think that's like a good adjustment to have as Venom is like, fuck it, bro. Like if you're not gonna actually like dash at me, um, then I'm just gonna like take it for free. Dude, they are embarrassingly good. Smashers love that shit, bro. Smashers fucking love. I guess it's Bobak probably. Bobak probably just fucking loves how brawlic the medals are. I want you to know. Like, the last thing I'll say because I want to finish this. You have three of them? Sheesh. I forgot you got one for like CVS, right? They give medals for top three, I think, this time or something like that. Um, I've shown my medals only like one time to my family. Because they just like asked one time. They're like, how does it go usually? And I like ever since then they do kind of ask me if I won anything. And I showed them all my medals, and they thought the most prestigious medal was Genesis. They were like, "Holy shit, what did you win to get that?" I was like, "I'm not gonna lie, it was like, all things considered, a pretty small tournament." They were like, "Whoa, that medal's crazy." Like, yep, push yourself out. This is kind of like where I figured, like, I think this game pzoo wins it, and I was like, it looked really stable. It looked like he just didn't take many risks versus like yeah, just run, bro. Yeah, exactly. That was a little overly scared to burst there. But if a Slayer is playing to win off the one touch, then you at least have to make the one touch. Shit like that, you just have to make it like whiff, you know? That's why it feels, I'm telling you, it feels just like playing Ice Climbers back in the day. You'd say Foki, yeah. Because it's the same shit. It's like, just don't get grabbed, bro. Like, it's probably gonna happen, but like, if you make it easier to get grabbed, we gotta make this the new Fiery, by the way. Surely we're preserving this for the rest of time, right? This is a good one. This is up there with the Fiery one. I can't believe more people didn't save this. Feel free to save this right now, actually. In fact, we have the technology. I can copy the URL at that exact timestamp. Feel free to make that happen. I can't believe he made the thing that pissed me off when he made that face was I was like, how do you make that face and you won off of just like sticking out like Stinger, you know? That's what killed me. It's not like he like I would understand that face if it was like something else. But it's just like he didn't win in like a funny way. Oh, good adjustment. Oh, such an under. Holy shit, that was a good confirm. Right? Probably like a little awkward for the close slash pickup, maybe. So it just does like 2P, 2S. Sick confirm. Like sick like fix it type shit. Get the P-ball out, yeah. I almost think like Scud is getting a bit punished. This I'm telling you, this is why I was so surprised that pzoo didn't close it out, was just because like so much of this neutral felt like it was just this. Like, it was just like pzoo walling out, Scud being like a little too passive, like not really knowing how to like run at Slayer that well, and like the 6Ps weren't like hitting that much, you know? That dash through was kind of paying the bills every time in this set though. We'll see if that was maybe the game changer or something. Yeah, like this is good. This is a good adjustment. I'm surprised that they haven't done like more of this in the set, right? Because I think that it's the same thing as when Cade was fighting oh, what about it? It's the same thing as when Cade was fighting pzoo, where I think but you have to realize that you can't always be hot or cold, like just the one or the other in general, but specifically versus Venom, like you'd rather be hot. You'd rather be like running at him a lot like this and trying to nail like close range scrambles where your reward might pay out better than his. But if you wait too long, then yeah, like he's just gonna get a ball set out. Nice air to air. Full knockdown. Big bait. This was, I think, the exact turning point. I remember because I was like, you just have to wait. Once the bar is spent here, one of two things will happen. Slayer will do the burstable hit confirm with pile bunker, and that's what you're waiting for. Because you have a long time for that. It might not feel like it, but you have a long time for that. Or he will do under pressure and then link. I think it's 5P, but sometimes it's close slash. I guess it just depends on how close they are. But he'll do Dandy step under pressure, and it links into the next thing. So if you burst the under pressure, it's not gonna hit it, right? It's burst safe as the pickup. But that combo is like pretty like whatever. You usually get hit by like 5p jump button, JD or something. Like it's pretty short after that. And at that point, like you could burst the Oki if you wanted to, right? Like there's other spots you could burst. But the idea is like the combo that kills you is the Dandy into Pile Bunker, right? So as long as you're not getting immediately hit by that, that's fine, right? But like the moment I saw this burst, I was like, oh, it's over. This shit is cooked. That's funny. That's got to be like a Venom. That's got to be a Venom exclusive because it's face up, right? Yeah, it's face up wake up, so it's faster than normal for Venom. He doesn't have to block that. I don't think any other character's probably pulling that shit off. Oh, yeah, actually, so this is what it's supposed to look like. And by the way, it's like really obvious because he always does it the same way. I mean, I'm sure you have to do it the same way. But the idea is that he basically like meaties you, right? He gets a ball out, he meaties you with the ricochet, right? And then he does a block string. And what he does is he carcasses the ball that he charged, right? That he like the initial carcass that rebounded to create like the meaty with the other ball is now hit by this carcass. It puts it behind you, and then he runs up and he gets the insta teleport cross up. But it's like really, I don't. It's one of those where like once you see it, it's really telegraphed. Because the moment you see this, you're like, oh, it's behind me, right? Like I don't think I could be wrong, but I don't think you can like keep it in the front. And even if you can't, like you can kind of just wait because you're not really waiting for anything else. But it is important to note once you see that carcass, you're like, oh, it's behind me. If Venom disappears, I have to block the other way when he disappears, like this, right? He even messes it up, and it's funny because it would have hit. He just misses the jump normal, but it would have hit because they're walking. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't have. They did block it. I think they were walking into the corner. They did actually block it because they're walking away, so they would have blocked it anyway. But this is actually the reason I think this mix-up is like not that great. Is mostly just it's telegraphed, and when they block it, like you're in the corner. So it's kind of dicey. I don't really like fuck with that mix-up. I guess as a one-off, it's fine, but it's definitely a pretty scary one to show more than once at least. I'm curious what this last game goes like, because again, I think throughout like the whole set so far, pzoo has been pretty stable. Like he hasn't gone that crazy in a lot of the interactions, and I think that's to his favor. In fact, I actually think the adjustment is more on Scud's end than I gave credit to initially. They are just kind of like dashing and moving forward more, and the idea is that that's not necessarily like, oh, I just win now. But it does put a heavier executional burden, I think, on the defender. Because like now you have to instant block Mappa, now you have to instant block under pressure, now you have to be ready for any random IAD that he could do, right? Like Slayer has so many things that you have to pay attention to once he starts committing. And the downside is that a lot of those things are punishable in like specific ways, maybe on reaction, maybe preemptively, right? And so they carry trade-offs, but you can't like ignore that part of his toolkit. It's too important, especially in matchups like this, where distance is not your friend. What was the burst point on this? I'm curious because it hit. Good burst point? Good burst point. That is where you want to burst. What a dash. Really well timed. Oh, again, you just wait. And this was actually, I think this gave up the combo straight up. If he doesn't burst, I think there is literally no combo, which is unfortunate. But hey, man, closing is a skill too. That's a skill outside the game. I know because I have not closed. Shit is real, man. I respect that blitz. I don't think it was the worst thing ever. That blitz might have been the worst thing ever. It's just maybe like a little too impatient. In the sense that like I get wanting to use your meter, but I would sooner use it on like a dead angle at that point. Because it's like this situation is just weird. Like it's not that blitz is kind of dicey, man. Like there are better spots that you can, if you really want to gamble, right? Getting a blitz here is probably more realistic, I would say, than getting the blitz like here, even though like yeah, they tend to press like Slayers tend to press 5k there, but they don't even have to. Like they can just press 2k. 5k and 2k do basically the same thing in this range. It's just 2k is more limited. Right, but they're very similar buttons. Like 2k basically just fixes this problem of like, oh, you would otherwise just blitz here and it'd be annoying, you know? Um that it's like kind of unnecessary. Same thing again, like same exact situation where he blitzed too. Like if you're gonna take big gambles, there's an argument you would even just spend it on dead angle instead. Even if your Oki's kind of shitty, it's more about just not blocking. Big run up, but the committing to the 2D is unfortunate versus getting like a full combo. Here I think you create space, yeah. Oh yeah, that's tough. He it looked like he wasn't sure what to do, right? Because normally versus any other character, walk back in space and meaty is just why not, right? Like nobody's gonna really beat that. But having to respect the existence of BDC bite makes a situation like this really awkward versus Slayer. So he just kind of like moves back and then tries to 2S. Nice jump. Good awareness to do the 5K. I'm actually a little surprised this hit cleanly. Slayer is a little bit skinnier than people think. It's low-key a little surprising to me that this all hit Slayer. Meaty ball, well, kinda. Not really. Stinger YRC. I almost don't think you need to do it, but I respect it. You just want to keep Slayer in jail. You need stability. Get away. The ball is there, but don't get too carried away. Good 6P. JH. You can burst after that hits you. I said it earlier, but just to emphasize. Stinger RC again. I don't think he should have moved, man. Because it's like, you could just use the slowdown to see, like, oh, Slayer is doing a button in place. Like, I can just get another ball out or something. You know, like, there's a lot of different ways to try to force the chip here, but I don't like moving forward because 6P is a good button when you move forward. 6P basically is busted if you try to interact with it, and then, like, kind of useless if you don't. But it's really good if you try to interact with it. He's diagonal, so it makes higher hitboxes whack. Lower ones are sick though. Oh, is that what it is? Does 2D die to Slayer 6P? Probably. So Slayer 6P at one point is just like active, and it's less about like the low profile, and it tends to just hit shit. Like it'll hit 2K. It'll hit moves it seems like it shouldn't, because it's just active and it just hits low, right? I think a lot of people don't realize that. That's why he had to block that when he ran up. Final. I think final in a game 5, Slayer might be one of the best characters in the game, low key. Oh, there's no reason to mash there. I mean, there's kind of a reason to, but like you can be way more patient. Yeah, Slayer's busted. Slayer's busted on when it's for all the marbles. He's a scary character. Big gold burst. I think you spend the bar immediately on Stinger YRC to force a block string or a more favorable scramble. I think. Do the dive kick. Oh my god. I think he dive kicked there. Yeah, spend your bar. Not even the worst situation ever as Venom, because Venom stabilizes pretty well. I'll never forget the words of Peppery Slash when he did beat Crocs at that like one combo breaker before Crocs just started putting up like fucking Bill Russell numbers for that shit. Is oh, what a dash. I think he wins he wins the combo breaker, and if I'm not mistaken, someone said he went in the Venom Discord and typed like had to remember my BDC safe Oki LOL or some shit like that, where it's like, yeah, man, like you just have to like be ready for that shit, you know? And like play for it all the time. But my point is that Venom stabilizes, and I think people don't give credit for that. We'll watch this out, but based on the first set and the vibes going into this set again, I had real like Scud is just happy to be here vibes, which really dampens down the sense of like, oh, they could really do it for anybody, you know, when you get to grands. That is a pretty good burst fight actually. That one knockdown. Funny enough, I feel like now I just sound like a fucking stick in the mud that's never content. Because I was gonna say you actually don't have to burst this because the Oki sucks after. Like the Oki kind of sucks after this knockdown for Ram. So I think I don't usually burst it. I think I wait for the next thing that will actually lead to good Oki. But any burst that hits Ram is a good burst, if I'm being real. There's that 6P that finds mileage if you just swing into it. Yeah. It's one of those tools where like, so this is the other route, by the way. And good on Solstice to show that you just wait. So if you get clipped by this shit, you just wait, right? This hit is burst safe because it links into, it is close slash. And then you eat like 3 more hits. You can take the burst there if you want, and then you just take the knockdown or whatever. See, like not even a knockdown because they tried to fish more, right? For a longer combo. That you can kind of just wait around, and it's not the end of the world. But that 6P I think is kind of like a big thing that's come up through the top 8 in all the Scuds matches where it's really strong because the punish on it is always really limited and Slayer loves all the situation not loves, but is good in all the situations after. So it's really easy to just spit it out like 80 times in a round and not really like feel the burden of it too much in a lot of matchups. Because the idea is essentially you can't beat it with pokes, and anything that is a low on average in this game tends to be kind of low return, no pun intended. Right? A lot of the lows that beat it are forced to have initial proration or don't lead to much. Depending on the character, right? Your Oka's MM might be like non-existent after a hit like that. And so Slayer doesn't really care about eating that hit if it nails a random hit that does like half of your health. You have to punish probably like 4 or 5 6Ps before it rounds out to 1 6P counter hit roughly, if I had to guess. Right? But I mentioned it because like we'll see how much it comes up in this set and their second set. But like Solstice just kind of did a good job of like not swinging into it a lot. And I find that a lot of characters are pretty good at getting around Slayer 6P in different ways by just like not interacting with it. Like a lot of characters have pretty decent neutral versus Slayer if they like focus on just not giving Slayer what he wants. And I think like you can see it a lot in this set, right? Also, I'm surprised no BDC like at all, right? Just mash. That's definitely like one of those. You can probably BDC this if I had to guess, because this is S sword summon, which is pretty easy, and like Ram did the meaty. That's pretty easy to wiggle out of actually. Here you don't really want to fuck with this Oki too much. There's a really specific counterplay, I guess. Solstice and Ray play with a similar mindset in neutral. Well, they just understand their character's win conditions, and people don't understand them as well as they do. So like they just play for it. Oh, not getting a punish there's rough. S Slayer. Big gold burst because now you kind of can just like force it. Oh, you gotta block that. Not really worth disrespecting it. You can block and jump again. Like if you instant block it, you can like block and jump again and try to scramble out. That's probably because the characters 100%. I mean, it's just set play is good, man. I think if people in general, so I'll say it for this matchup because I think it's important to note it's a lot of this game in moments to me is playing to deny what the other character wants sometimes more than it is about establishing what you want potentially. Like that's not always true, but that can be true a lot. Right? This can kill, right? Yeah. I thought it was 3-0, I'm not gonna lie. I guess it was 3-1, I couldn't remember. 6P round start. So this is the idea, right? And you can leverage your burst, so it's actually not that bad to get counter hit that early. Oh, that seems awkward to BDC out of. But I guess what I'm saying is on it's understanding, right? So like Solstice has a good understanding of what he wants as Ram, but he's also kind of just focusing on like not giving what Slayer what he wants. Right? And until people learn to play around that sort of thing, it's really strong for you to just continue to do that kind of thing, especially if you have a defined win condition like this. Not too much to say. I mean, this will just go into Sword Oki. Like, this is one of those where the round had like key decisions before it. Not to make it sound like there was much you could do about this, because this was pretty fucked once this hit. But this is kind of why it's important to understand like Ram Lethal really, really well before you just like send it. In other words, like the moment you see her kind of up there, you're just kind of like, well, she has H sword, and I know that because she hasn't deployed H sword, right? Because most characters can't wiggle out of this kind of thing consistently. And the key word is like consistently. I believe there is specific counterplay to like almost anything in this game. But that's not the point. If you can't do it consistently, or it's not consistent enough that it forces an adjustment on the opponent's end, then this shit is essentially unfuckwittable, right? And so that's important to note. Because it puts a way bigger emphasis on the mistake you made like before this, which was basically like, oh, I overextended into Ram with H sword, and I will be careful not to do that next time. Basically, oh, that's cheap. Did that hit crouching, or was how did that still like? Does that really force standing state that long? No way. How is this still that's crazy. I'm surprised that F-Cheekied still. I figured the swords would maybe like let you crouch again. I guess it's just that fast. Big hit. Oh, that's a tragic drop. No, you cannot overthink it, bro. You literally can't overthink it. You have to burst this versus Ram. It was Rising JK that hit. That's not what I was wondering about. It was Rising JK that hit. It was an F-Shiki, aka a Fuzzy, that hit. I was surprised that Slayer was forced to be in a standing state that long. Yeah, it's just like it's brutal because you don't want to give up. You don't want to give up like that much health, honestly. Like getting a burst is better than not getting a burst. But you really don't want to give up that much health. I'll note I'll talk about this too a little bit. Not like for long, but just to mention it because I think it's important to know is I think that this is maybe overstated. This is like an outdated opinion from back in the day when people played like the game as like a main game or whatever. People used to just be like, "Oh, just hit ram swords, man." Like you used to not be able to hit them. So I'm assuming once they changed it and you could hit them, nobody shut up about that shit and everyone was like, "Just hit them, bro. She can't do anything about it." But now it's 2026 and the best ram player is really good about playing around people leaving the ground to hit them. That doesn't mean like don't ever do them, but it's more like this isn't as like smart to do as you might think all the time. Even when you kill it, you have to oftentimes block as a consequence if you're not careful. Really it's kind of a funky adjustment, but sometimes when I see a summon, I get aggressive with Ram. Like if I think that he assumes I will hit it, I will sometimes just get aggressive versus Ram who thinks like, well, they're going to be distracted. I'll just take advantage of it, basically, is what it boils down to. That was a really fancy escape, but also, funny enough, very unnecessary. This move is really minus a block. So you don't like have to do that. You can actually just press maybe like 5 carry close slash after. Big bite doesn't overextend out. What a far slash. That's a real round winning far slash. Not even necessarily just because it's probably gonna win the round. But specifically just in how hard of a commitment it was. This is a pretty okay scramble for Slayer. No knockdown sucks though. That's a big hit. Just take a knockdown. Yeah. I like the 6P a lot. I probably get hit by this 6P. I'm gonna be real. I have a bad habit of backdashing when Slayer doesn't get real ooky. And then just dying to this button. But good patience. Good awareness too. This button is minus on hit. Very, 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 very minor amounts of minus. But it's like -1 or 2 or something like that. So it's minus, and he has 50 bar. So he's like, I would like to force my turn, right? Far slash, Roman cancel. If you jump or avoid it, I'm going to abuse the slowdown to reposition and try to get something. Good double jump, by the way. This is really, really good awareness on both ends. Good on Solstice to recognize he can force a situation with his resources. Good on Scud to realize that's not a guaranteed air throw. Right? I will represent the double jump, and now we kind of like reset in a situation that's not the worst. Maybe a little too aggressive into Ram. Again, the reason you have to be careful and feel it out and try to like set stuff up, even with Slayer, I think maybe, is because if you fuck it up, it's really punishing. Like it's really punishing for anybody because you can't rely on BDC in this matchup, right? I think that's like an important adjustment that has to be made for Slayer in a matchup like this. It can help you, but not really in this situation anymore, right? Not even just because that literally killed, but it's just that is what I mean when I say people have to learn to adjust what they can't get away with anymore on their characters. That was a big gamble. That's actually I don't really fuck with this decision. I'm gonna be real. This is definitely just like gambling for the sake of gambling, I think. Again, just RO bursts would be really big there. They seem pretty particular about the 5D burst, which is fine, but it's really just the earliest burst point is often the best burst point versus Ram, and it's like that simple in most instances. Not all the time, but most of the time. Yeah. One thing I will note that has been uniquely really good in this matchup, I think, for like Ram to represent is she has a particularly high super jump, like compared to some other characters. Like she goes pretty high and decently far off of her super jump, right? And usually the idea is that like Slayer's pretty good at trying to do the chase when you escape the corner. And Scud has been doing their part trying to chase, but it just has been like really inconsistent versus Ram because that's just kind of how it goes. Blocks, gets a punish. Funny enough, this won't be like the end of the world because it won't be like a good knockdown, and the swords aren't gonna be like fully summoned. Good makeshift though. Good adjustment. These are actually funny enough the spots where like you could wiggle out maybe on a BDC. Like you could try it. Like you could maybe do like BDC Mappa here if you understand how RAM works. Right? Because the idea is that she needs to get the swords back in order, well, she doesn't need to get them back, but she needs to essentially redeploy the swords at some point so that they get to the corner. Because if the swords aren't deployed by the time she does the Oki, they have extra startup time, which limits how she can use them, right? So he gets one sword back right here, which is good because he's probably, that's like where he's pretty much telling himself probably like, all right, I'm going to use this sword to meaty. Like that's like, I got a sword back, so I can use it off the knockdown to get a meaty. The tricky part is like it's kind of like the only thing that's gonna meaty because the other one takes longer, see? I don't know for sure if it would like work, but the reason I mention it is BDC is so scarcely useful in this matchup that I think if you were to try to get like better at it as a Slayer player, recognizing when it might actually be pretty good is important. In other words, like telling yourself like, you know, if I BDC Mappa, like it might work right now. It'll probably connect, right? If you don't believe in the situation after, you can do like P Mappa so that you're safe, right? But if you want to leverage your bar, then you can obviously do like K Mappa RC, right? On block or whatever. And it's worth noting because if you hit Ram, if I'm not mistaken, this is one of those where it's like I should know it, but I think I just do it and don't think about it. The swords go away when you hit Ram, you know? Not living out BDC is pretty painful. It's less a BDC thing and it's more just, it's like a matchup thing. You have to know, because like now BDC doesn't matter that much, right? I know that's like convenient to say, but the point is that now it doesn't really matter as much on this hit. Like it mattered more on the last hit. Now it's kind of like, well, the sword is already here. So he's just gonna summon it. He's close enough. He'll do the meaty himself, and then the swords will take care of the rest, basically, right? And then at this point, yeah, you just option select for the kill, right? That's what's so tricky about it is it's not like consistent. You have to recognize that you have to understand like how RAM works if you want to be able to like get some decent BDC usage on Wake Up. Dude, that comboing is low key kind of fucked up. The fact that this shit all combos is kind of obnoxious. RC, yeah. No burst point from Solstice. I get it. I'm the same. It's like if I can't create an opening at this point for myself out of the round, then there's no point in bursting. Yeah, good awareness to do throw us. I like Slayers doing this, by the way. It's good to represent like it's like this is a good example of what I'm talking about. Technically, you can cover this as Ram, but I think he's so like the mindset is that Slayers don't frequently pick not backdash cancel and wake up. Slayers tend to backdash cancel or do like nothing, right? In fact, I want to say the one Slayer player that stands out to me by far that just recognizes the situation and goes, "Oh, I can just interact with that with universal options," is just Day. Demendo's the only one who's like really keen on recognizing that, yeah, like I can just not BDC here in some spots, and he just does it. Right? This is a good example of like she's gonna meaty you and the sword is gonna pick up and then she'll like turn it into a combo or whatever, right? But she will meaty you. In other words, if you do throw option select, it'll beat the air dash. If she does empty land, like if she jumps and lands and does 3k, you won't be in throw range and the sword will hit you, and she should be able to link Daro off of it, I think, or something like that. She gets a combo. But it's really more the point that like I get Solstice's perspective. None of the fucking Slayers bother picking like wake up 6p throw OS or wake up close slash throw OS. So you almost always cover backdash, and then like the one time they do, it like works out. But I say this more like to credit Scud. It's good that they picked throw option select on wake up. I think it's important to represent shit like that. Like just because you can BDC doesn't mean you always should, even though you kind of can most of the time. Good. That's good to press a button there. She's minus, right? You want to disrespect this and force her to pick the other thing, right? Yeah, just repositioning. Solstice is so good. He's done this like every time, and I think it's important because Scud hasn't quite picked up on it, but Solstice has for the most part basically like blocked something kind of disadvantageous and like done super jump JH with the intention of like, yeah, if you block this, it's gonna be good for me. But more importantly, like even if we cross up and reset, I'm out of the corner. Right? Like it's a positional thing. And it's awkward to punish if you don't wait for it or if you don't play for it. Almost to the point where it's like, I think the thing that makes Day to me the most aware Slayer of all the Slayers is that he just notices shit like this. He doesn't like tunnel vision too hard on like how Slayer can kill you by just going harder and harder in the paint. He's just like, how are you getting away from me? Day is the type of guy where like if you do it like the third time here, he would do this and he would just do it like 6H right away instead of 6P. He'd be like, well, you always jump. Like it doesn't make sense to press 6H there because you're minus, right? It makes more sense to press 6P because you want to counter poke people mashing. But the reason I mention it is like that's a kind of a big deal because like it doesn't seem like it, but like you have to fight to get positioning, right? Like Scud had to do like a block string and really like force Solstice into the corner like this. So to like just lose it is a bigger deal than people think. It's not like game losing. It doesn't lose you the game, doesn't like lose you the round. But I mention it because it's a lot about learning when it is time to be a little bit more direct, I think. And a little less reliant on like, well, this option is just good. And I'm just gonna keep doing this option because it's good. It doesn't really lose me the round. And it doesn't really like leave me open to like big punishment, right? But the idea is like you're not playing the opponent like directly enough, right? If they're presenting habits, you think. You don't think Day autopilots single decision? I mean, he does some of them. Like everyone autopilots some shit for stability's sake. The way I would put it is that's a good shout out because this is a real autopilot-y option to do 6P like right after Mappa because it's good, right? Yeah, I know it sucks. Playing an RPS character versus Day is the worst, by the way. I hate playing Day with the fucking Viking. It's not even a bad matchup. It's just like the whole point of my character is that she RPSs. So like he just gets a ton of opportunities to see what I do. Big punish. Again, there is a burst point here. Even if you don't want to take like the scary Daro burst point, like you can kind of take it like right here when he runs up sometimes. But you have to like wait it out and see what he does. Right. This time he doesn't commit. Takes the knockdown. Again, super burst safe. At this point, like, good on Solstice, it's really just about recognizing a win condition. Where it's like, this is how I don't lose. It's just not getting bursted into neutral again. Right, into swords, into, like... There's not too much you could do. I would actually leverage that. It might even be worth bursting there. This is cool, but this is actually a good example of, like, why I thought the burst dot or the dot that hit into like the combo, the sweaty combo that ended up not happening was like kind of like iffy as a decision, is because like this is huge, right? Like it's half your fucking health bar, right? So it's a big deal to hit this, but it's worth noting like you still have to win. You don't get Oki off of this, right? You still have to win. And it's one of those where it's like I would guess like yeah, I guess this is like the best option to pick here. If it hits, I guess there's nothing better you could have picked. But the reason I mention it is like it's harder than you think to win through a meter and burst deficit in a health range where somebody doesn't die to like stray damage, right? Because they can kind of start leveraging like a handful of gambles with the idea being like if I'm Solstice here, and he kind of did it basically, but the idea is like if you're Solstice here, anything that isn't like counter hit pile bunker 6P whatever is gonna give you enough leeway you can live. Like you will live a burst safe route into a knockdown for sure. If I had to guess. As like basically anybody with this much health. Except Chip, I guess. So you can wait or you can take a gamble, right? Or like either one is valid. But the point is like you can take a gamble. And if you're wrong, unless it's like a big counter hit, you can just kind of wait and take a burst point guaranteed if they want to try to do a confirm that'll kill you, if that's an option. Or you can still just use your burst at a later time because you will live whatever combo they pick. And like I think if I had to guess, he probably thinks of it vaguely similarly to how I think of it, where the idea is like you just get more chances than the other guy, right? I got to be wrong once. I accept my punishment. I get to be wrong again because I still get to guess on my burst at some point. Right. And like no matter how you look at it, like the numbers are just at least in your favor in that sense. Again, this has actually happened like basically every time at this point. It's like post Mappa is like starting to turn into like jump forward JH like basically every time. You don't want to give Ram that much bar if you can help it, but obviously like that's not a situation you can really help it in. These are also like real like at this point it feels real vibes based of like if this shit hits, like I might just win because Slayer Oki doesn't care about characters that don't have like good reversal options. But if you lose, it's just like this is like lose-able as fuck as like anybody versus Ram. Again, both of those are like really important to represent. Like it's just so much extra damage, right? Like you take this much damage, which is like an okay amount. You know, it's like fucking 15% of your health bar versus like look how much extra damage you take double the damage there off of just like not knowing burst points versus Ram. Which is why it's so important to understand them versus her, right? Not to mention the fact that like that it's essential to avoid just losing because her win condition is so established. You have Ram is one of those characters where I don't think she's bad, like explicitly. I think we're past that point, obviously, of people being like, well, Ram's kind of like a mid tier or whatever. Like you could say she's high tier, whatever. I don't really care that much these days. But I do think it is worth noting that like pretty much all of the high tiers, for the most part, are just like really good if you don't understand how to beat them. Even more so for like her. She's probably like the strongest of the high tiers because she has such a defined win condition that if you don't understand how to play around her weaknesses in specific spots, you're probably gonna lose because she's gonna put you in spots where you don't have any options. Good burst point, by the way. This is what I was saying earlier about like this is why you don't have to worry about like if they do the under pressure combo here because I'll show you when you burst. If I'm the guy getting hit here, it looks like this. Like that. If you burst right there, Slayer is still in recovery. In fact, if we frame by frame it, that's when I bursted. Same looks like about the same for Solstice. Look how long Slayer is still in recovery. Like he doesn't even finish the recovery of Pile Bunker, right? But that's kind of the idea, right? Is like you can wait here. And this is a good burst point to get, right? Great point to reset the game in general, but also just like Solstice, and it's important to emphasize it is like nobody should give themselves too much credit, especially when you don't have to. And I think that's important to note. Like it's easy to be like, I mean, I could eat the rest of this combo. I guess it doesn't kill me. Like it's done most of the damage already. It probably will get me to like the last 20% of my health. But at that point, it's like, what do you want your burst for? Like that's a pristine burst point. Like just take it. They even spent bar to like do it. Oh, that's fucked. That gave close slash. That's brutal. The fact that this gave close slash is brutal. I thought he was at least gonna have to 2D. That's fucked. And then at this point again, it's like the reason that I think it's a big deal is like I think if Ram didn't have weaknesses and only had shit like this, yeah, she'd be busted as fuck. Because this is like insanely uninteractive. There's not like much you can do here. That said, Slayer can do something here. Because I think you can maybe wiggle out of this still with BDC in some way. With a similar idea as before, where if you understand the Ramlethal combos a little bit, then it's like you can see he's not close enough to the corner. Usually if she can't get like a 5D in her combo and she does like splat into like this, she's like working with a limited Oki compared to usual. If Ram got you in the corner and she does some shit that looks like 5D6 button sword summon, knock you down, you're fucked. Like she has all the Oki she needs, bro. Right? But this is actually a little flimsier on average than the other Oki. I guess a simplified version of like, how do I know when this is gonna happen? Is like it's usually her mid-screen combos. Right? Like true like mid-screen, like corner carry as fuck combos like this tend to have generally a little bit weaker Oki. Like they're not going to cover everything perfectly all the time. She still gets a safe meaty, and that alone can be a pretty big deal. But I mention it because like let's say you have a DP. You can do Blitz DP RPS like right now, and it's not like the worst thing ever, right? And the reason you can do it is because like you kind of know that the other sword won't be an issue for like a little bit, right? Because look how long the other sword takes to come out, right? It's the difference between understanding when it's like sword hit, and then Ram does the mix up herself after jailing you like perfectly fully versus when it's like sword hit, Ram does a mix up, sword hit. Like those are the ones that are a little bit more interactive. And again, like and you can make a mountain like you can if somebody gives you an inch, you can sometimes take a mile out of it in Exerd. That it's like I would even wager like let's say like I'm Chip, you might actually be able to do like Blitz Alpha here before she can jail you. Right? It just depends on the character. Slayer can maybe do like just regular BDC something, but that's kind of iffy. You might have to always blitz this before you RPS, but you can maybe do blitz into forward dash a Slayer or something. Kind of just depends. Um, you could do blitz DP as a lot of characters. Blitz into blitz is the poor man's RPS. Soul can probably blitz run. Nah, I don't think he can. By the time you recover, Ram is like probably right here, so you can't like get past her unless you have bullshit like invincible teleport dash type stuff. But yeah, even Raven actually maybe. Nah, he doesn't have enough time to get the run out probably. But the point is, learning to recognize this I think is a little more valuable than people think. Like when I gamble versus Ram, it obviously like Azami is very privileged in that like I'm gambling off of the meaty itself, right? Instead of like I essentially like block the meaty with blitz, and then she kind of like reacts and does stuff. I'm acting like directly out of the meaty, right? When the sword hits me. But my point is like these are the situations I do gamble in more. With biking, it's stuff like this where it's like I would see like if I was biking, right, and you know like he'd probably just do different Oki. But if I'm biking and I get knocked down and I see this into this, I'm doing wake up Azami into Moari Komi like every time because I'm like I'm just gonna get out. Like I know the other sword won't be an issue like for a while. But that's kind of what I mean by like shit. Like you're kind of fucked most of the time versus Ram if she gets a pretty clean hit near the corner. That it's important to understand when you're at least less fucked, I think. Because when you are fucked, and it's not worth RPSing with, I think. Oh my god, that was aggressive as fuck. That was dash bite. Oh, same arm. Actually, maybe he does this a lot. That's the second time in the set he's done it. He blocks 6H, and then he just sticks out far slash. I guess he's not really worried about the cancel there that much. Because if you don't pile bunker, I would imagine that far slash mash is pretty okay here. Versus the 6H. This is the other sequence I was talking about. This is kind of what I meant when I said you can mash right away, but not like after you recover. Because look at Slayer. He's already been actionable since right here. And they're like, oh, I see the situation. Look how long Slayer's been actionable for. And then they 6P like this. There is a difference. Not that you should pick 6P, but in terms of gambling versus far slash, there's a difference between recognizing I gamble right now. Like right here, I'm basically actionable. Right? If I'm doing something, I'm doing something right now. Not right now. There's a difference between them. Right? Because if you wait too long, then you do lead into situations like this where now 3k off of the summon leads into this combo. Right? And again, like these are important things to note because like her upfront punishes off of this are specific. She has to really like set herself up. She doesn't have like a thing she's doing here that's frame trapping into like a big combo the same way like I don't know better far slash frame traps work. Right? If I'm like Soul, I'm mashing far slash like every day of the week here, or micro dash far slash or 5H or something, right? If I'm Chip, I'm mashing 2S. If I'm biking, I usually do like jump back JP because it's kind of hard for her to punish the escape. Compared to other people. Are you trying to react to the late air dash versus slide, or are you guessing? I'm just guessing if I'm being real. Sometimes I try reacting. You'll test if 6k to P under pressure beats far slash because I feel like it does. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But the point is, like, if you're gonna gamble, you gamble like right here, right when your character like recovers before Ram is actionable, because she's like minus even on hit. She's probably I don't know maybe like dead even or something, but she loses far slash a lot of the times because she's summoning it for the frame trap, right? So like unless she does far slash, like H summon far slash, like you're usually pretty good to mash there. And the idea is at that point you're forcing other responses. Like as a level 1, contesting this is pretty smart for just showing your awareness in the matchup more than anything else versus Ram. Lots of characters can do it. Lots of characters have, like Raven far slash probably fucking hits at this range. Like Kai far slash probably hits at this range. Like it's not that she can't do anything about it. It's the fact that the punishments aren't like that big up front, and they will force her to do other things. Super burst safe hit confirmed. Oh no, BDC jump is so much better here. Again, it's a understanding Ram moment of like, if you get knocked down here, when I see this, it's S sword because H sword didn't disappear. It's still above Ram. If I'm Slayer, I'm doing BDC jump punch, right? And if he does dash up JD, like air JD, he fucking got me because that would probably beat it. But otherwise, you would backdash, jump out of that, and then hit that sword. And you would avoid both swords, and then Ram would be close to you, and maybe you block, but the swords are dead. So it's not the worst thing. Yeah, at this point, it's actually interesting. I didn't notice. This is neat that we did finish the spot review of it or whatever, because I didn't really notice how much Solstice adjusted on little things. He like stops doing 5d6 because it was like the only burst point that Scud knew. So he's like, well, if I just don't 5d6, you like never burst me. So I just like don't worry about it. I didn't even notice that. That was good awareness. Where it's like even bursting these are fine, by the way. Like if you burst a sword summon and then, or sorry, if you block a sword summon and then burst, that's also okay. I treat Ram similar to how I treat Dizzy, where I'm like, fuck it, man. Like sometimes I just have to hit you, and like that's enough, you know? Like I just have to like make us go back to neutral. I actually fight Ram and Dizzy very similarly. It's just that Dizzy's a lot better. I guess it goes both ways though, because Ram hits like harder up front than Dizzy, I guess. But like round, like in the entirety of their toolkits, like Dizzy is way more of a hoe. Lots of things that are minus, by the way, not being like contested much, even by like 2P, right? Because like again, this hit is minus, and because you've never showed that you're willing to mash, like Solstice doesn't even like take the the Gatling after that's minus, like the frame trap that's like Omega minus, because like you can block this and mash like straight up versus it, like preemptively, like you block, you mash there, you block, you mash, and you hit her getting the recall, right? I don't think she's counter hit. I honestly don't even remember if she's counter hit. That's pretty brutal. I don't think she is. But the idea is like, yeah, like like she can't really frame trap off that hit unless she commits to that button. So it's worth like mashing and interrupting just to get your turn back versus Ram. Day actually had a really good point when on TXT commentary tonight about Ram is kind of just like a character where like you kind of want to like test the waters and like mash versus her on her buttons a good bit. It was the most prepared handshake of all time. That I think that's like a good point to mention, because I think it's actually more true than people give credit for, is that she's like kind of minus on that shit, man. Um like she's not very good at like frame trapping. A lot of her frame traps are like kind of like oddly specific is the way I would put it, where like she has to have like 25 bar, and then she has to like space out fireball YRC or like commit to Daro, I guess, with frame trap, but Daro is punishable on instant block, right? Like it's all those little things, right? I think sometimes people kind of throw out options from consideration even if they know about them, because they tell themselves like I don't think it's like enough reward or whatever. And the idea is like, well, if you're not trying to take anything the game will give you, then you're gonna not find a lot of opportunities, because the game is like a little messy and doesn't have a lot of distinct points where you go, yeah, that's the punish, or yeah, you do that. Like it's pretty rare. A lot of things are a little preemptive, or like you have to be kind of informed and be willing to just play the odds, is the way I would put it. After bite to walk forward 6-8. Wait, 6H. P under pressure. Beats Ram S button. Even on 6H IB. Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, then I guess it's just a really confident far slash. I think the idea is that when he masked far slash on 6H, I think he just pretty much assumed that Scud wasn't going to go for the Dandy and was just going to try to hold the 6H. Because the thing is if you go for Dandy there as Slayer, you do kind of give up the chase a little bit. Right? And I think you just have to be like respectful of that. Hey, does anybody want to give me $100 for gas so that I can go to Shmivo and then sleep at Ob's house? Is that something anybody wants to do? I want to drive up, but gas is fucking expensive. I don't want to pay for it. Come on, somebody's got to have $100. Do I want 100? No, I'm not. I'm fucking with you. I don't have the heart to take your $100 when it's not even like a real event. I would just be going to hang out with people. Please, please don't actually give me money. If there ever comes a time or somehow, like, I don't know, $100 or something is keeping me from, I guess I could do that. I don't really do donation goals. I feel like you have to be like a real competitor. Like, this shit is my livelihood to do like sub goals. Not sub goals, donation goals for going and stuff. Because like I didn't do it for Combo Breaker. I wasn't gonna do it for like anything else. Go Exerd? Shut up, bro. Alright. I'm gonna cut it here because I need to slap this together with the other one, but I will shove it on YouTube. Let me see if I can grab the YouTube link for anybody that is curious. That the fuck you mean this isn't a real event? Alright. It's a real event. I shouldn't make jokes that I can't own up to. I feel bad taking people's money. I can't explain it. I actually just feel bad. It's really what it is. I make that joke every time of like, who wants to pay for me to go out? And then someone actually is like, well, I have expendable money. Do you want to go? And then I realize, no, I just feel bad and I don't want to do it. Anyways, I'm gonna cut it here. Nobody else is streaming excerpts, so I don't got nobody to host. But you contribute a lot to the scene. It's all right. Yeah, it probably is. But again, Shmivo is like hanging out. I don't want to mooch money to hang out. I'll take you up on that offer if it comes up for like, I don't know, Frosties or something. I'll take you up on that maybe. But Shmivo's hanging out in my brain. Until you guys get Genesis medals, that shit is hanging out. Everything is hanging out until they get Genesis medals. You'd contribute 20? Okay. I don't know. I'll see what gas is like in a couple days. I told Ov literally the same thing. I was like, if gas isn't fucked, maybe I'll drive up. Because it's cheap as fuck. It's like, when gas is cheap, it's like, I don't know, $100 for like driving up and down usually. Ish. But right now, it's probably, yeah, it's super fucked. Right now, it's probably closer to like 170 or some shit. I don't know. Anyways. If somebody wants to check it out, I already linked it, but, I'm gonna toss it on YouTube. I'm trying to keep up with when they do top 8s for things that a couple of people attend. Cabin in the Woods, depending on the attendance it gets. Maybe I'll do that too. But these are cool. I like going through them. I'll slap it up with a VOD review when I get a chance. There's nobody to host though, and I want to go to the gym and go do some other stuff. I'll try to stream tomorrow because it's Friday and I want to chill, but I've been watching the dogs, so it's been like kind of hectic. You got 559 by your house for regular. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think I have something similar. Not 559 though. I think it's closer to like 570 or some shit. 580 maybe. Anyways, appreciate you guys hanging out. You guys have a good one. Gas is fucked. Please take care of yourselves out there. It's rough for all of us.